right? I'm talking about gender norms and expectations. A stereotype is an oversimplification or a generalization about somebody with a negative connotation attached to it, right? Like women are bad drivers. That's a stereotype. But when I describe an archetype of something, right? Like uh, women have long hair. That's not a stereotype in the sense that I'm not saying all women must have long hair or all women must be this way. We're saying it's a typicality. And so we're describing an archetype, not a stereotype. How much time?
Yeah, there's a lot of gifts that are coming in, but you had 30 seconds. Would that be the conclusion of your rebuttal?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll end your timer. And now, Edna, it's going to be your turn to do a rebuttal to Mike's opening statement. And then after that, we're going to get into the cross examinations. You're going to get 5 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so I'd just like to first clarify. Oh, sorry. I'd just like to first clarify that the claim about neurobiology, especially with reference to the study that Mike's cited, which was that brain sex in transgender women is shifted towards gender identity, it actually states in the study that he listed that the brain sex metric that they had utilized still had a transgender women closer to cisgender men if he had actually read the study, which he clearly hasn't. Additionally, you did reference gender roles. You did reference defining women and men by gender roles because you said that categorization was based on those things. Your statement about roles in society, yet again, are reductive because stereotypes do oversimplify categories. They represent categories as distorted as possible and don't actually categorize the group of people. When you use language like typically, you're not including all women, you're including most and not all. Right? Therefore, it doesn't actually encompass the entire category. You're just using a typicality or a generalization. That's not what we're here to prove. We're not here to prove that typically trans women are women. We're not here to prove. Host, just to clarify, some people say there's an echo.
Okay. Yeah, I can. Here, let me pause your time. I'm gonna pause it at like. I'm gonna give you like 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Let's yeah, check for that echo.
I think Mike
maybe
needs to mute.
Or mute real quick, Mike, and then say something again.
Yeah, testing. Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay. Okay,
right.
Cool. I'll time you for my laptop. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Let me set a timer for. It's gonna be.
Right. So there. Can I go ahead? Sorry.
Yes, you can start now.
Okay, right. So that is as far as the social arguments are concerned. Aside from that, back to the neurobiological arguments. The neurobiological arguments, if Mike agrees that they only prove correlation, they don't prove causation, he cannot then make claims that gender identity has a neurobiological basis, meaning that it is based in, caused by, or exists because of neuroanatomy. He can state that there are hypotheses that may attempt to prove or attempt to insinuate or propose the idea that gender identity is neurobiologically based. But in order for a person to make the claim that gender identity has a neurobiological basis, is simply to indicate or to propose that attempt to prove or attempt to insinuate to make the claim that it or to propose one's neurological development. Additionally, as far as the social arguments are concerned, we have to understand that there are differences between associative and definitive characteristics of men and women. My opponent here is not defining men and women, but simply defining them or referencing characteristics that are commonly or traditionally associated with men and women. When we look throughout history, we understand that there are lots of women and men who do not conform to traditional gender norms, do not conform to social norms and stereotypes or archetypes associated with their sex, yet are still men and women. So the idea that men and women are defined, even in typical cases, by archetypes and social norms is completely sexist and yet again ignores the lived experience of women and also ignores the oppression that women historically and systemically have faced on the basis of sex, not gender identity. I'm finished. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for your rebuttal to the opening statement. Now we're going to move on to 2 rounds of cross-examination. So during this time, Mike Brigandi, you're going to go first. This is your time to substantiate your position and delegitimize your opponent's position. like I said in the beginning, if your opponent is talking and you want them to stop, all you have to do is say, I reclaim my time, and then we'll stop the timer, get everything under control, then resume the timer when everything is like back under control. So, Mike, you're going to start your 5-minute cross examination. I'll time you from my laptop. And give me one sec. And yeah, you're good to go whenever you say your first word.
Great. So, Edna, do you think that in order to define something in a category, you have to have a necessary condition?
I believe that it is best to, but you always. I actually say yes. Sure, you do.
Okay, you do. Okay. So, like when you're defining anything, this applies to every category, there has to be a necessary condition?
In order to make the claim that it is definitive, yes.
Okay. I'm getting it's all right. So, what would you say the necessary condition of a truck is, or a car?
I
that
wouldn't
makes it
have
distinct from a
necessary.
car?
I wouldn't have necessary conditions for those concepts. Therefore, I would say I don't have a definition for those things.
You can't define a car?
Not in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions off the top of my head. No,
So you have no idea how to define a car?
I don't. Not in a definitive necessary with providing necessary and sufficient conditions.
This is insane. So clearly, okay, when we define words in linguistics, we're looking at typicality. So I take a prototype theory in linguistics. Right? This is a theory in which we categorize things on prototypical things. Like a robin is a type of bird. It's a prototypical bird, but not every bird has to have those kinds of features of a robin. And so that's a kind of theory in linguistics that doesn't need necessary conditions. Another one is cluster concepts, right? There is no such thing as necessary conditions in cluster concepts. How do you define a game with any condition that's necessary? You can't. It's not possible. That's why we use cluster concepts, and that's why they are valid ways of using definitions and categories. Next question. And if I replace since your definition of woman is an adult human female, correct?
Yes.
Okay. A female is somebody who is female is a reproductive system organized around production large gametes.
I'll clarify the definition. A female is any organism that is of or primarily denoting the sex that produces large gametes with reference to inherent characteristics developed independently of surgical augmentation and medical intervention.
Okay, so if I replace my reproductive system with a female's, everything else stay the same. Would that make me a woman?
No, because my definition stipulates that the category is defined with reference to characteristics developed independently of surgical augmentation or medical intervention. The replacement of one's reproductive organs would be a medical surgical augmentation.
Yeah.
So no.
Let's say there was no surgery. I happen to wake up tomorrow morning and have a female reproductive system. Would that make me a woman?
If you belonged to a sequentially hermaphroditic species, yes. Sure, but humans are not sequentially hermaphroditic. Humans are gonochoric.
Okay.
So that would not apply to real humans. Humans are gonochoric species, not sequentially hermaphroditic. So no.
Okay. Yeah, so I think this is insane to reduce women down to their freaking sex organs. Now, here's a great follow-up question. I mean, do you agree that there's more to womanhood than just having a reproductive system around producing large gametes?
I believe that there is more to womanhood in an associative sense, not in a determinative sense. So I categorize the womanhood into two categories. You have determinative characteristics or aspects of womanhood, and you have associative characteristics. The determinative is biology that refers to the sex that an individual is born. However, there are associative attributes, things that are not necessarily definitive, but instead are simply ascribed to women. So there is more to it, but not definitively.
Yeah, what I'm saying is womanhood is comprised of just my sex, or is it comprised of more things?
Definitively, it is composed or comprised of sex. Associatively, it can reference other social and cultural concepts, but not definitively. So if you're asking only definitively, yes, it only consists of sex definitively, yes.
So nothing makes me a man except for my reproductive system, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not my experiences as a man?
No, because none of your experiences are definitive. These are the experiences that men and women experience socially intersect. They are definitive.
Okay. So I don't know what you mean by definitive.
They don't provide necessary conditions for the category.
All right. Now, when we see someone on the street, how do you guess their gender?
Pardon?
How do you guess someone's gender?
I often assume or insinuate based upon particular characteristics.
What are those,
Usually secondary sex.
what are those characteristics?
Often secondary sex characteristics are characteristics I use to insinuate or assume that persons are men and women. The operative word being assumed.
Okay, and you think those are sufficient? Those are just as good indicators of sex as sex is to those secondary characteristics?
No, because
Okay, answer that
secondary
question
sex
and then I'll conclude.
secondary sex characteristics do not define sex. So no, they're not as good an indicator. I just want
That's
to
not
clarify.
what I asked you. I asked you if they're good indicators, not
You
if
asked
they
if they were
define.
just as good an indicator.
Okay,
They
okay,
are?
we're gonna have to stop there. We're gonna
They
have to
are?
stop there. So that's gonna be the conclusion of the 5-minute cross-examination for Mike. Now we're gonna go on to Edna's 5-minute cross-examination.
Mhm.
This is the part where you establish your position or delegitimize his position by asking questions. Again, you can reclaim your time. We'll stop the timer, get everything under control whenever you want your opponent to stop talking. So your 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, sure. All right, so Mike, I have a question. Do you believe that the bed nucleus of the strata terminalis in the human
Theory in which we understand it to be the reason why people have gender identity. That's
the
it's
reason
not
would
just
be
that, by the way. There's
I reclaim
multiple
my time.
others.
I reclaim my time. When you refer to the reason for something, you're referring to the cause. So when you say that it's a reason for gender identity, are you referring to
Not
the
necessarily.
reason that it is there?
Well, we can infer a cause, right? This is how neuroscience works. We infer causes by the correlative data, and if there's enough of it, we can say that there's a causal mechanism here. That we can infer that there may be a causal mechanism, just like lung cancer and smoking.
Okay, sure. All right, so I'm going to ask a question. Do you believe that persons are born trans?
No, nobody's born trans. They're born with their identity.
But isn't a trans person a person whose gender identity does not align with their sex?
Yeah, with their
So if they're born with the
not
ident-
their sex. No, let me clarify. Not just their sex. Their assigned gender or sex.
Okay, so the sex of the individual. Okay,
And that
so
happens when you're born. That happens after you're born.
okay, great. When do you think gender identity develops in humans?
The evidence suggests that it develops even as a fetus in the womb.
Okay, what is the methodology that was utilized to determine that these parts of the brain or gender identity is formed in the womb?
We study brain scans of people and fetuses in the womb, and we look at their dimorphisms in their brains. This is like basic science.
I reclaim my time really quickly. How did we determine this is the question? Just to clarify, you're not answering the question. The question is, what was the? I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. The question is, just to clarify, what are the methodologies that were utilized and the name of a source, please?
The methodology is by observing with MRI scans the fetus's brains, and we look at the sexual dimorphic parts of the brains between females and males, and that's how we know that there's a sexual dimorphism happening even in the utero.
What's the source for that?
Sure, let me pull it up.
Host, I have a quick question. While a person is looking up a source, does the time continue or does it pause? Since there's no dialogue happening.
It is up to both of you guys. Are you both okay with pausing the
Here's
time?
here's one called thalamus development in fetuses. It's called complex trajectories of brain development in the healthy human fetus. And I looked at the thalamus and saw it observed these dimorphisms in fetuses. You want more
Okay, really quick pause, guys. Are you both okay with like pausing when you guys look for sources, or do you want the time to
fine, it's fine.
Yes, please. Yeah. So repeat the name of the source, please.
Complex trajectories of brain development in healthy human fetus.
Complex trajectories. Okay, 1 second. I have it here. Okay, and where in that study does it indicate a methodology that proves sexual dimorphism in the brain?
It says we studied 166 healthy fetuses that underwent MRI between 18 and 39 completed weeks gestation. We created three-dimensional high-res reconstructions of the brain and calculated volumes for left and right cortical gray matter, fetal white matter, deep subcortical structures in the cerebellum.
Yeah, this doesn't reference anything with regard to sexual dimorphism. Where does it prove sexual dimorphism in the human brain?
It looked at the differences in the brains between these female and male fetuses.
It does not say that. Sex is not referenced once in the study. You haven't read the study. The study references nothing about sex. The study simply states, yeah, where in the study does it reference sex?
I can pull it up if you just look at the
I'm
methodology
reading
of
it.
the study. Do you have the full study in front of you?
I have the abstract, which is what I'm able to access.
Oh, the abstract. That's why you're confused.
Okay. Well,
the abstract is not the whole study. If
well, you just read
the materials and methods.
I reclaim my time. Mike, can you show to us where in the study it references sexual dimorphism?
Yes.
Yeah, read it and show me what line I'm to look at.
Image segmentation and volumetric analysis.
Yeah, so the study just references normal fetal brain growth independent of sex. The words male and female are not used once in the study.
Yes, it is.
They're looking where?
You're not reading it in front of me. You're not reading it.
Yeah, read what it says about sex. You're lying. The study references nothing. I reclaim my time. The study references I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. The source I reclaim my time.
Pause real quick.
You don't have the study in front of you.
I do.
And then continue.
Yeah, the source doesn't reference biological sex. It does not reference sex differences in the brain during the fetal period. It just references normal fetal growth with regard to MRI measurements of brain volume and how the brain regions develop between the period of 18 to 39 weeks. It has nothing to do with sexual dimorphism. Mike is respectfully lying about what is contained in the source.
Okay, we have to stop right there. Now we're going to move on to the second round of cross-examination. Mike, you're going to get 5 minutes. It starts when you say your first word.
Yeah, so Edna, do you think that in order to know something, we have to have a conclusive evidence of it?
To know of something, no. I think in order to make definitive claims about things, I think...
I reclaim my time. So everything you just stated about everything you just stated before was nonsense, that I have to have conclusive data to know something.
No, so I just want to clarify my statement. My statement is that in order for you to make definitive claims about things, like making the statement that there is a factual neurobiological basis for gender identity, that you would need to have definitive proof of. Saying that, for example,
I reclaim my time. What do you mean by proof?
Pardon?
What do you mean by proof?
It just needs to provide evidence or to provide, to establish a fact or truth of something, essentially.
No,
you asked me for my reduction of the word. Saying no is not.
That's not what proof is. Well, this is why you're being confused, right? Because evidence is not the same thing as proof. We don't look at proof in the realms of science. Mostly, it's mostly the realms of logic and math. However, do you agree that I don't need proof, just evidence of something in order to have to make a claim about something being true?
A definitive claim. You're making a definitive claim that gender identity.
What do you mean definitive claim?
Yeah, you made a claim that it is proven factually that there is a neurological basis for gender identity, and then provided a source that actually had nothing to do with the statement. And also, just to clarify, there's a difference between sufficient evidence and just evidence. There can be circumstantial evidence that is only true in particular instances, and then you have sufficient evidence to prove.
I reclaim my time. No. So again, we have sufficient evidence because of the cumulative data. So you're looking at one study and go, oh, that study's bad. But you're forgetting the dozens and dozens of papers that demonstrate that the sexual differentiation of the brain. Right? I have multiple other studies. You're just looking at
this study doesn't prove it.
Well, there's another one called the sexual differentiation of the human brain. Can we
concede that the first study reference has nothing to do with sexual dimorphism?
It does. If you look at the actual
can you show
paper.
it? Can you show it?
No, this is not your time. This is my time.
The host did say that he had the opportunity
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time here.
He's reclaiming.
So at the end of the day, you are just denying the science. You're rejecting the entire scientific consensus.
You haven't proven
Do you acknowledge that the scientific consensus is in my favor, that there is a neurobiological basis behind gender identity?
No. There is not a neurological. I'm answering you. There is no neurobiological basis that is proven or conclusive. There are hypotheses. Sorry,
my time.
Sorry,
I reclaim my time.
He's reclaiming.
Okay, you're rejecting the scientific consensus, right? The Endocrine Society agrees. And this is an organization backed by thousands of experts who agree that there is a neurobiological basis behind gender identity.
You have yet to provide a source to that effect.
All you're doing is denying science. You're not actually providing science. No, I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
He's reclaiming.
All you're doing you're providing a valid criticism in scientific criticism. You're just pretending I'm wrong because I don't meet your own standards that are subjective to you. That's not a scientific criticism. You're going against the consensus for no good reason. We also have an analytic review, a mega analysis, which looked at hundreds of trans people and found, again, meaningful brain differences between between cis men and trans women. So again, it's called the Neuroanatomy of Transgender Identity, a mega analytic study in 2021. This further demonstrates that my case is true. Okay, anyway. Now, when you say, I want to talk about before, when you reduced, are you going to reduce womanhood just down to someone's organs, or is there more to womanhood than just that?
This question was already answered.
I didn't get a clear answer for you.
You did. I said that it is definitive. It is only defined by biology, and then there are associative aspects that apply socially.
What do you mean? There are other aspects to womanhood than just sex.
But they're not definitive. That's the statement.
What do you mean? What do you mean by definitive?
I just explained they don't provide necessary conditions and or criteria for the category. So necessary conditions
What's the necessary condition for being female?
The necessary conditions are genetic. So for males and females, there are genetic necessary conditions that allow you to fall into either of the two reproductive strategies. So I'll give you for male.
What is the one single trait that all females have?
There isn't one single. It's a conjunct of genetic traits.
Oh, okay. So there is no single necessary trait.
There are necessary.
It's a cluster.
Are necessary.
No, I reclaim my time.
Yep.
You are using a cluster concept for female, because you're associating 3 or 4 different parts of a female reproductive system to determine sex. So you're using a cluster concept just as I am, and you're saying I can't do it. How?
Okay.
That's a special pleading.
That's incorrect. That's not
We're
right.
going to have to stop right there, guys. Now we're going to move on to Edna's 5-minute cross-examination. It's going to start whenever you say your first word.
Okay. I just want to clarify that I'm not using a cluster concept because cluster concepts don't have necessary conditions, even conjunctively. I'm giving you a conjunct of necessary conditions, just to clarify that are genetic. It doesn't mean it's a cluster concept because the cluster concept uses sufficient conditions conjunctively, not necessary ones. So you actually mischaracterize what a cluster concept is. Cluster concepts don't have conjunctive necessary conditions, they have conjunctive sufficient conditions. I'm assuming you know the difference between necessary and sufficient conditions. Now, I'll give you the necessary conditions just to clarify before I move on to critiquing your position. To be male, you need, in order to be male, the necessary conditions are a functioning sex-determining region gene of the Y chromosome in conjunction with complete or majoritative androgen receptivity and or the upregulation of an analogous or homogeneous gene in conjunction with complete or majoritative androgen receptivity. With that being said, you're yet to prove in your source that you listed originally, which I'm not going to let you run away from. The source that you provided about the MRI data does not have anything to do with sexual dimorphism in the brain. I'd like for you to point to the page and paragraph where that study titled, let me just pull up the title again for you, where the study titled,
Yeah, it's called, I'll give it to you. It's called cerebellar hemispheric asymmetry. You cut me off. That's why I couldn't say it, but now I can say it.
Sorry, where is that in the study?
Oh my gosh, cerebellar hemispheric asymmetry.
What does that have to, where does it reference sex? I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you to prove that your study has to do with sexual dimorphism and gender identity. Those two words are not used in the study.
That's not what I said.
I reclaim my time.
He's reclaiming.
Please listen to the question. Your study titled "The Complex Trajectories of Brain Development in the Healthy Fetus." Where does it state in that study that it has to do with gender identity and sexual dimorphism?
Oh, so now you're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. Your source, the original source that you gave, was complex trajectories of brain development.
Which has to do with sex.
I reclaim my time.
He's reclaiming.
Where does it reference sexual dimorphism?
Cerebellar hemispheric asymmetry has also been noted in infancy and later adulthood with regional differences in cerebellar GM between males and females.
Where in the study is that located? Show it.
If you read the actual study, it's called cerebellar.
Can you show it on screen? Show it on screen from that study.
Oh my God, bro. You're so pathetic.
Show it on screen. And what I'd like you to do when you show it on camera is to show the title of that source and scroll down in the same source and then show it. So show us the title first, please. The title. show us the title of the source that you're reading? The title.
It's the same one, sir.
No, go up to the top. Okay,
It's the same
okay.
one. Relax, bro.
Now go down to the bottom and show us where it references sexual differences.
Right there, female. Hemispheric asymmetry of the cerebellum has also been known in infancy and later adulthood, with regional differences in cerebellar GM between males and females.
Okay,
in
beautiful.
Adults and infants. So you concede that I was right?
Sure. I was asking you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for conceding.
Okay, beautiful. Now, with regard to the sexual differences, right? Are they? How do we know that they correlate to gender identity?
All right. So how we know that gender identity is correlated with the brain is because we look at people's brains and we see that the parts that light up with respect to how they feel about themselves and their bodily perceptions. And we have dozens and dozens of papers on this that show this.
I'm sorry, how does this prove a correlation? How do we determine that these parts of the brain light up with regard to their gender identity?
Look at the MRI. Oh my gosh. Look, you're not giving a scientific critique, right? How we do it is by looking at their brains, looking at the parts that light up, look at the networks that are associated with identity that we know from previous background neuroscientific knowledge. And then we recognize, yeah, there's a correlative case to be made here that the brain has a lot to do with gender identity. This is why it's the consensus amongst neuroscientists.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. You need to provide a source indicating that they're functionally different, right? Because gender identity would be a function of the brain, not just a structure. You're proving structural differences, not functional differences. And you prove that these differences are functional.
So do you agree that when, if I were to like impact my brain somehow, that there would be a functional difference there?
I reclaim my time. Answer the question directly, please.
The answer is you don't need to have a functional study that says the brain part causes this to function differently. This is background knowledge.
I reclaim my time. Is gender identity a function? Is gender identity a function or a structure?
Neither. It's an identity. It's
not a, I'm sorry. Is identity not a function? I reclaim my time. Is identity not a function of the brain?
It's a way. Yes, you're right. It's a way.
Okay, so it's not. Okay, great. So it's not neither. You concede that then. It's actually a function. So you have to prove now that these dimorphic differences are functional. Can you prove functional? Yes, you do. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. If you're saying that gender identity is a function of the brain, and these parts of the brain are, I reclaim my time. And you're saying that gender identity has is proven in these brain structures. You would have to prove a functional differences. You have to prove functional differences, not structural ones. So can you prove?
No, that's false. I don't have to prove a functional difference. Just like I don't have to prove that if my brain were to get weakened, I would have a functional difference. This is basic knowledge.
We have to stop there. Now we're moving on to the final statements. That was 2 rounds of cross-examination. Now we're moving on to closing statements. Mike Bergandi, you're going to get 3 minutes on the clock. And give me 1 sec to set up the timer. It's going to start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so again, Nate's entire position is scientifically dull. There's nothing to it because we don't have to prove functional differences. We have correlative data. That's enough, right? We don't have a causal mechanism for freaking autism. We don't even know what causes autism, but we have evidence of correlative data that it happens. And that's how we can suggest that autism is caused by some things in the brain. We know that brain lesions can affect the functioning of the brain. And so it's basic consensus amongst neuroscientists that the way the brain is structured gives rise to its function. There's no study that proves this, just like there's no study that proves gravity is caused by something. We don't know the cause, but we still can make a correlative case. That my opponent couldn't even define what a car is means his entire linguistic framework is just garbage. Obviously, we can define what a car is. I showed him the evidence of sexual dimorphism in infancy. He just rejects it, supposedly. He rejects the scientific consensus. He rejects any data that even remotely challenges his view. He's moving the goalpost, and what he does is he sets the bar so high because most people are not scientifically literate. They don't know that you don't have to prove causation to have evidence in science. We rarely do that in science, but we have evidence. Sex versus gender associated brain structure, right? Neurobiological characteristics associated with gender identity. These are all studies that demonstrate my point, and they all form the consensus. They charge the consensus. that gender identities come from the brain. And by the way, my argument actually is not contingent solely on the neuroscientific data. Remember, it's just trans women have woman identities. That identity is something that we could observationally understand. We all have gendered roles, gender expressions, and gender identities. This is something that's blatantly obvious, and he's just rejecting that, saying, no, it has to do with your sex. He's reducing people down to their sexual organs and their genitalia. This is absurd. There's more to me that makes me a man than just my penis. It's more of that than that, right? It has to do with far more than just that. And so, yeah, there's also the ethical side to this, right? Acknowledging trans women as women saves their lives. Enabling access to gender affirming care saves people's lives. And so his view, which is inherently dogmatic and inherently bigoted, and unwilling to listen to the science, is only in the long term going to harm more people and make the world even more bigoted. And so he didn't remotely attack my position. He did not remotely challenge the science. He did nothing but just say, no, 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 I don't believe you. No, prove function, prove function. When this is not a scientific
Finish with
approach.
your last sentence.
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you for your closing statement. Edna, now you get 3 minutes on the clock to do your final statement. It starts when you say your first word.
Okay. To close this debate, I would like to highlight that I vehemently disagree that my opponent has actually provided sufficient neurological data or neurobiological data to indicate his claims. His claims simply highlight structural differences between the brains of males and females, not functional differences between males and females. Functional differences have to do with the way that the brain behaves or the way that the brain carries out a particular role. Structural differences simply have to do with the way that the part of the brain is formed, for example, things like volume and size. My opponent has failed to sufficiently prove his claim that gender identity has a neurobiological basis, but instead has provided structural dimorphic differences between the brains of males and females and not functional ones. He has not proven that the differences are functional and have to do with gender identity, but instead has emotionally stated that I'm just denying scientific consensus without providing said consensus, right? There is no scientific consensus that gender identity is located in the brain, because although there are subtle differences or group differences between transgender and quote cisgender people, the findings are inconsistent, they overlap and are not diagnostic. There is no clear neurological sign or signature for gender identity, and no causal mechanism has been demonstrated. So my opponent has failed to demonstrate his claim. Additionally, it is not a reduction to refer to men and women as adult human males and adult human females. Actually, you mentioned ethics, and ethically, I think it's best to define women as a sex class because it acknowledges and creates space for me to fight for their sex-based rights, something that women historically has struggled with, something that women historically and systemically have been oppressed on the basis of. So acknowledging that women are adult human females not only allows for me to protect their sex-based spaces and their sex-based rights, but also allows for me to acknowledge who they truly are without reducing them to social norms, gender roles, as well as neurobiological behaviors. Thank you.
Cool. Are you concluding your closing statement there?
I concede my time. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Well, there you have it, guys. That's going to be the conclusion of the debate. It was an amazing debate on the topic of trans women are women. If Edna and Mike can stick around, we are going to do audience questions like I normally do for like these debates. Audience, you can come up and you can do questions, comments, concerns, or critiques. We'll take as many as we can before they have to go. Please be respectful. I don't want any like disrespectful comments or anything. Let's try to keep it professional. And with that, I am going to do an audience vote. I'm not declaring a winner for this debate, but I'm just going to do the audience vote and then give the results. And it's up to the audience who won. The audience vote can be not necessarily so accurate because there might be like more fans of one creator than there is the other. So take it with a grain of salt. But with that, yeah, we're going to start bringing up audience members to ask questions, comments, concerns, or critiques. And Edna and Mike, yeah, you guys can respond to them while I get the poll ready. So I'm looking at we got like 23 people lined up, so I'll try to make this fast. Hey, Max, welcome to the panel. Feel free to ask your question or give a comment, question, concerns, or critique.
Yeah, this was a wonderful debate. I really wanted to ask a question to the both of them because I wasn't here initially for, I would say, like the first half, so I may have not gotten a clear answer to this because I've been looking for it from the both of them because I've seen them do lots of debates on gender and trans women specifically, whether or not they are or not women. What do you guys use to differentiate the two categories that would make each one distinct? Because I know we have the term man and we have woman. To Mike, I would love to ask, what do you use to differentiate the two categories? And the same thing to Edna as well.
Typicalities, right? So that's how we categorize things for the most part. We use cluster concepts, folks. We don't use definitive things that only one category can have. We don't use exclusivities, right? We don't use this with anything. And so we use it. I differentiate them based on typicalities, right? Men, male typical qualities. Women are more female typical qualities, and this actually encapsulates everything about who women are. Okay, and so everything Nate said was just about you have to have a necessary condition is just nonsense.
And really quick before you guys continue, the poll is up. It's this little blue clipboard in the corner of the screen. Everybody that's in here, all 783 people, feel free to vote for who you thought won in that poll. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the gifts. And if you can, please tap your screen, like the live, and share with whoever you might think is interested. Continue, Max.
Yeah,
Okay.
so like I want Eden to speak because I was asking to both of them.
Okay, sure. So I define males and females, as I said before, as adult human males and adult human females, sex-based difference. So females are any organisms that are of or primarily indicating or denoting the sex that produces large gametes, and men are adult human males, meaning any adult humans who are of or primarily denoting the capacity to produce small gametes. Mike's definition of typicalities doesn't really address much because the societal typicalities between men and women, as I stated before, are largely stereotypical and don't actually give you an accurate impression of men and women. They actually oversimplify men and women. If we were to do this with any other category, it would actually be quite absurd. So, for example, if I said black people typically go to family barbecues, or black people typically listen to Tupac Shakur, or black people typically do a particular set of social actions, it would just sound a little bit racist, or wouldn't be actually encapsulating the entire category. I'd just be excluding lots of black people and then not defining them accurately. So when he uses societal typicalities to define men and women, he's excluding lots of women and men, and he's also using a lot of stereotypes. So that's my response.
Okay. And with that, we do have to get to the other guests, but thank you, Max, for coming up, and feel free to come back to my panel anytime. If you follow me, I'll follow you, but thank you for being here.
Of course, have a nice one to all of you guys.
You too.
To make it clear, I do have to leave in about 4 minutes because I was supposed to host a live at 7 to just talk with my followers. I am sick. I do have bronchitis. I'm supposed to be resting. So I only have about 4 minutes remaining before I have to go and then go and get my rest after I do host my live after this. So
Okay.
Just letting you know. Apologize for the time.
And that's totally fine. We'll do like 2 more guests, and then you can go ahead. Cease really wanted to come up, but let's see what he has to say. Go ahead, Cease.
No, I'm going to be very brief. Nate, I wanted to challenge you to have another debate on the same platform against me this time.
Okay, sure.
Are you willing to do that?
Sure.
Okay, then in that case, just host. You can set it up, and let me know what day works for him, and we can figure it out. Would you be fine doing it next week? Would that work?
I'll let you know what time because I have a few stuff coming up that I planned with my live viewers, so I don't know what time I'll be available for the following couple of weeks, but I'll let you know.
Okay, just let me know because I think I can show everybody listening to this conversation that you're just completely incorrect in the way you framed it. That actually your perspective and definitions is completely inconsistent with how even you navigate your life. So I like a chance to show why that's the case in a setting where we're not over talking each other. So
let's keep it professional.
Absolutely. All right, thanks for letting me up. I just wanted to throw that challenge out there. So don't keep me waiting too long. All right, let me know.
Sure. Host, I'm gonna drop and come back on a different account. My phone's about to die and the mic is plugged into it, so I'm gonna just jump up on my iPad. So I'm just dropping for 10 seconds just to return.
Totally fine.
Remainder of the 2 minutes. Give me a second, please.
And let me bring up the next guest. Let's see. We have like a ton of people in this guest request. Okay, let me do. Okay, I randomly picked somebody. Hey, give me 1 second. We'll get to you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and let's see. I'm waiting for Edna to like load in. I might have to. Okay, you're good now, Edna. No, we're just waiting for him. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. I guess continue to tap the screen. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for gifting the debaters. Clearly, they have done their research in regards to this. And yeah, like I love that I'm able to host these debates. You good, Edna?
Yeah, I think I'm here. Can you hear me, or am I cutting out?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. So the conserve.
It's fine. Tina's fine.
Okay, I'll call you Tina. My bad.
There you go.
Thank you for being here. Do you have a question for anybody?
Sure. I have, well, first I have constructive criticism, and then I have a question for the both of them. First, the constructive criticism is in the beginning, Mike had brought up it wasn't a really good analogy of the car thing of why Enna Mode couldn't define car. There is no actual one. So if you could also define car for me, that'd be great. Since you said it wasn't saying that he couldn't because you can't really define it, you could describe the parts of a car because cars are very different between trucks and cars. So I think that had nothing to do with the conversation. It was irrelevant. Also, the question between the both of them is, can they give me one definitive characteristic of a woman that doesn't apply to any man?
Yeah, this is a misunderstanding of how definitions work. I don't know why I have to explain this to you guys like 10,000 times. We don't use definitive features that are necessary in every way we categorize objects, right? Obviously, a car is going to be subjective to the context. A car is going to be an automobile that carries passengers, right? We can say that's a car versus a truck, which is going to have distinct features, but based on typicalities, right? Trucks typically are bigger, but not all trucks are bigger. Some cars might be bigger than trucks. The point is that how we categorize things is based on cluster concepts. We don't base it on definitive features all the time. So your version of linguistics is just completely confused.
Sure, but you didn't define what a car is, and you didn't answer the other question. That's what is one definitive characteristic of being a woman.
An automobile that carries passengers.
Okay, sure. So can you define what...
I couldn't do that, but I could, right? See how your linguistics is just completely ridiculous?
But you just said it's subjective, so I don't understand. If that's your definition of a woman...
Words are subjective. They're just contextual, right?
So if you give your subjective definition of a car, it'd be relevant because that's your subjective definition. So we believe a car is, versus if Edna would have a different one.
If I go to another planet, if I go to another fucking galaxy, their version of car is going to be different. It's subjective, right? How we give words meaning. It's subjective.
But also,
I don't know why you guys can't understand this.
Okay, but let's not try to make it a secondary debate. Tina, do you have any final questions, comments, concerns, or thoughts?
Yeah, sure. It was the final question of, can both of them define or give me one definitive characteristic that all women have that no man has?
There's no such thing.
Let's do that.
There's no such thing.
But mine is sex. Women are female, men are male.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Edna, welcome down mode. I appreciate y'all. He won.
Female is not a trait, right? Female is a cluster of traits by his view. So that's also confused.
It's a cluster of cluster of necessary genetic genetic necessary conditions that lead to a person having the quality or state of being female. Yeah.
So it's not one necessary trait. It's just a cluster of traits.
It's a cluster of necessary traits, which means it's not a cluster concept. It's just a set of necessary. You can have a bunch of necessary conditions.
So what are the four necessary traits?
You can actually leave you ladies to it.
Hey guys, well, we do have to get to the other guests.
Okay. So I want to ask Edna while Mike made a direct correlation between 2 to 3 different papers with because that second paper that you tried to debunk, all he was proving is that we can analyze the differences between male and female fetus brains, right? That's all he was proving. He did not once did he claim anything about the difference between sex and gender from that one paper. He tried to correlate from all papers. You made a distinctive question that he had to prove, and he furthered that evidence.
No, he didn't.
He did, because he referenced the other papers. Because again,
can I explain how he didn't?
I'm not done.
Wait, let him finish. Go ahead, Misfit.
So because this happens all throughout medical science, right? So you can categorize cancers to tumors. You have to further then categorize tumors down to lymphomas, hematomas, etc., right? This happens throughout science, right? And he's already proven there's a definitive multiple papers from decades upon decades that back up the evidence. You want a conclusive thing, but there's not a single paper out there that has conclusive evidence for anything. Even the law of relativity, right? There's no conclusive paper for that. But we have enough data where we can back that up. That's the whole point. We have enough data from multiple different neuroscientists that can back this up. The same thing for any sort of field of science.
Yeah,
So I don't understand why you have the ability to turn down the obvious correlations.
Are you done? Because
are you asking your question?
I don't know when the question was going to
Yeah,
finish.
my question is, why are you turning down basic correlational science? Like that's
Yeah.
how we literally go through science. We have
Okay.
to find correlations from different physicians from
So
different
his
types.
correlational studies prove structural differences, not functional differences. I highlighted this if you were listening. Clearly you weren't. Structural differences have to do with things like size and volume, which I already admit that there are differences structurally between the sexes as far as their brains are concerned. But functionally, they aren't proven to be different. That's what Mike would have to prove in order to make the claim that they have to do with gender identity. Because gender identity, I'm not done. Gender identity is a function of the brain, not a structure. You'd have to prove that the structure influences that function. That's what you'd have to do.
Okay,
And
so
he
you
did not provide, and I'm still talking. He
Let Edna finish.
He didn't provide sufficient evidence that these parts of the brain are causal to the way that a person identifies or prove or are based or are the reason for people's gender identity. He just pointed out differences between males and female brains structurally. You need to bridge the gap between structure and function in order to prove that it has to do with gender identity. That's the reason I turned down the study.
Okay, so with that logic, we would have to then redefine the entire diagnostic system when it comes to medicine.
No, we
Because,
wouldn't.
yes, you do. Can you prove to me the functionality and structure from a lymphoma right now? Can you find me a paper? Can you find me a definitive paper that can do that?
That can do what?
Can you find me, because the evidence in this thing that you want from Mike, can you do the exact same thing for me for a lymphoma? Something that we know exists.
I haven't done much research on lymphomas. I'm not sure that I could, but I'm sure if I looked into it, I would be able to.
And
can.
with that,
That's the answer.
You're asking me to justify something. You're asking me to justify something that I haven't.
You can't prove that gravity functions.
Guys,
Can I please? Can I just finish, please?
Wait,
I'm just
yeah.
gonna
So
say
really
you
quick.
don't have.
So Edna's gonna finish, and then we can't go too long into like little debates. We do have a lot of people in line. So go ahead, Edna, and finish.
Yeah.
And then actually, I'll let Mike respond, and then we'll go to the next person. So go ahead, Edna.
Okay, I was just going to say I haven't done extensive medical research on lymphomas, so I wouldn't have a stance on it right now. But I'm sure that if I were to look into it, you'd be able to find what causes lymphomas or what is the cause of those things. But yet again, Mike's claim is that there is a neurological basis or reason that people identify as a particular gender. He has not proven that. All he's shown are structural differences between the brains, not functional differences that have anything to do with the way that a person identifies.
All right, Mike, go ahead and respond, and then we'll move on to the next guest.
Yeah, there's no study that proves the function of something, right? We're looking at correlative cases. There's no study that proves that gravity functions the way that we know, right? It's just going to be based on correlative cases. There's no study that proves that if I smack my face caused my pain, right? There's no study on that. But we have enough correlative data. We have enough consistency amongst the people who smack their heads and they feel the pain. That's how we make the case that there's a functional change by structural differences. The same, especially with the brain, because of things like lesion data. You know that the brain lesions can affect the functioning of the brain, right? Brain tumors can affect the function of the brain. We can't prove it, but we have evidence that it's the case. Enough of it to go, yeah, the tumor is probably giving you those headaches, right? Like, this is absurd to set the bar so fucking high that, oh, no science exists because everything has to be proven with one study. Yeah, that's so unscientific. That's garbage.
Okay, with that, we do have to move on to the other guests that we have in line. And yeah, Edna, whenever you need to go, feel free to. Thank you for being here.
I'll take one more person and then I'll go because everyone's asking me to.
Okay, yeah, that totally works. And thank you both for being here and being on my platform. I mean,
Thank
like,
you for hosting us.
yeah, like you guys have clearly done research into this topic, and we've literally had like 800 people in this live. That's a very huge accomplishment. People really tuned in for your debate. Some people were saying that we should have got judges instead of just like audience vote. Maybe you guys can run this back again and we can get judges, but it's up to you guys. I would be happy to get that done as quickly as possible. And yeah, we can get judges and like actually like settle like an actual winner. But with that, we can move on to our next guest. Thank you for being up here, Misfit. Come back anytime.
Appreciate
We already follow each other, and yeah, you're always welcome. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. W Mike.
And so we're gonna get our next guest. We're gonna do one more. People were requesting for Tony Tiger, so let's see. But yeah,
What's
welcome,
up?
Tony Tiger. Good to have
Thank
you.
you. Good to be here. Thank you. My question is for Mike. Mike, are you familiar with the 4 types of proof? And if so, what types of proofs qualified or were being used in the evidence that you were trying to present?
So we don't deal with proofs in science, right? That's mathematical, logical analysis. In science, we deal with things like p-values and Cohen's d effect sizes, things like that, in which we look at the available evidence and we build a case, a credence level increases, and we get to an approximate truth based on the evidence. So that's what I demonstrated through the studies I mentioned. We're looking at brains, we're looking at the way the way the brain's functioning, and that changes the way
There are actually 4 types of proof when in use in philosophical and argumentation, which includes logic. And if you're talking about math is just another form of logic. So there are 4. Are you familiar with them? I'll tell you them if you don't know.
Go ahead.
Okay, so there is what's called a rationalist proof, an empiricist proof, a transcendental proof, and a pragmatist proof, right? And so the reason I was asking you, which of the 4 does your evidence you're presenting, what does it fall under, right? Because then that tells us, right, as interlocutors, how to deal with the information being presented, right? Because if, let's say it's a rational...
It's probably going to adhere to more of like an empiricist approach. So yeah.
Okay, so some
I
data,
don't
and
think
then
it matters. It doesn't matter.
okay, so well, I mean, it kind of does matter because if we are to be honest interlocutors, right, and you present an empiricist type proof, which could deal with studies and it could be witness accounting, let's say of some event in history, well then I would have to respond in kind. I would have to respond with a counter empiricist proof. If you gave a rationalist type proof, meaning something that dealt with some sort of formal logic or inference rule, I would have to counter that with an inference rule, or I'd have to discount the inference rule being used. So it would let me know.
Look,
as an
there's
interlocutor.
no reason why I'd have to adhere to any particular form of proof. I don't need to achieve proof. I can achieve evidence, and that's what
you
we've
can't
done.
be taken serious as an interlocutor, sir. I'm sorry.
What do you mean by proof?
Right. Well, when we're talking about like how we give evidence or substantiation, there are 4 types.
Okay. What do you mean by What do you mean by proof, though?
Okay. Well, the type of proof that you're going to give is either going to be empirical, which is going to deal with sense data.
What do you mean by proof? What do you mean by proof?
Proof,
evidence. Proof, evidence sequencing, accounting.
Oh, okay. So it's evidence. Right. So proof is just evidence. Okay. So yeah,
well, that's another way you can look at it. Sure.
I don't know why you're just rejecting the science here. I have cited 3 or 4.
I'm not saying I'm rejecting the science.
That are evidence that achieve p-values that are sufficient to that are peer-reviewed. That apply that constitute scientific articles.
Well, I'm not saying I necessarily reject your proof. I just need to know the nature.
These are scientific articles that demonstrate something beyond chance. That's science. That's evidence.
No one is necessarily saying they reject it, but they need to know.
So then, is that evidence I provided?
Well, I mean, I don't know what type because you won't specify.
Did I provide any type of evidence?
You said you now just more so clarified.
Did I provide any type of evidence?
Okay. So really quick, so this is
right,
turning
yes
into
or
a debate,
no?
but yeah.
According to you, yes.
And then
okay, so then I provided evidence.
According to you, yes.
Okay.
But not to you. Why not?
Well, because I'm not convinced that you even know what evidence is.
You're not convinced. It's not an argument.
Hold on, real quick.
I'm not convinced you know what evidence is.
Wait, guys, hold on. So let's answer that last question. Why do you think that he didn't provide evidence? And then we do gotta move on to the next guest.
Right. Well, because if you're going to provide any kind of sequencing proof evidence, right, well then there has to be a train of logic or something that substantiates it, right? And if we're going to be honest interlocutors, right, I would need to know, like if I was countering it, right, I would need to know what to counter it with. If he was presenting some sort of formal system that dealt with inference rules, I'd have to discount the inference rule, either premise by premise or statement by statement, or I would have to counter it with a superior one. So that lets me know.
Nobody cares about this.
That lets me know as an interlocutor how to deal with them.
Data that there is evidence for what I'm suggesting. Everything you just said is babble.
Okay, empiricist, you're just saying we saw this, we think this. That's all you're saying then with empiricist.
All right, guys, we do have
Congratulations, dude. You're dumb.
You're just rejecting data. Wow.
You're dumb. You're rejecting logic.
Wait, hold on, guys. Okay, so maybe later you guys can like set up a debate, and I would gladly host it. We can fill up my calendar with debates, but yeah, we do have to move on to the next guest.
All right, thank you for having me.
Yeah, come back anytime. If you follow me, I'll follow you, and thank you for being here.
All right, peace out.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh, you have to go, Edna?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
It's not letting me drop it. You might have to kick me.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
You might need proof for that first.
Mike. but Edna, thank
Where's
you for
proof
being
of the
here.
button? Where's proof of the button?
I'll say. Oh, Edna, if you gotta go, you can go ahead. Thank you for being here. And maybe I can talk to you later about doing another match with Mike, and we can get judges for that one that you both agree on. But yeah.
Maybe. I mean, Edna doesn't know what evidence is. They don't understand what science is. So it's hard to talk to somebody who doesn't know what science is.
Well, guys,
I think you just want to prove things.
Who thinks that you have to have conclusive proof in every study? That's just nonsense. Nobody takes you seriously.
That's not what I asked for, but okay. All right. Anyways, host, thank you for having me.
That's literally what you said this entire debate.
You didn't
prove it. You didn't prove it. That's just
all right. But thank you for being here, Edna.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in DMs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Mob, you're the next guest, so you can go ahead and give your questions, comments, concerns, or critiques. And then also, Mike, if you feel like you need to go at any time, feel free to say so. And yeah, you're free to go at like any time you want to.
I like questions. Keep them coming.
Okay, go ahead, Mob.
My question was going to be for Edna, but so it's okay. I'm just going to drop. But awesome debate. Good job, Mike. That was super interesting.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm just going to
go ahead. And then Axiom, you can go ahead if you have a question. Oh, and Mods, let's chill on bringing guests up. I want to keep it like calm, but later I might like start doing a panel to bust through all the guests. But let's hold up real quick. But go ahead, Axiom.
Yeah, so my question would be, Mike, if somebody provided you with like a sound argument or syllogism proving that T woman are not woman, given the utility that things like gender affirming care promote, or just given the utility that you could maybe get from still saying these arguments and conveying these ideas, would you still convey these ideas and arguments that you currently hold to if you were to find out that they were false, or would you drop the arguments?
Yeah, so in my opening, I made that statement where I said there's an ethical case to be made here. Even if what I'm saying is invalid, there's still the ethical side in such that we should respect trans people in the case that we should affirm who they are and recognize them as women, because that's what helps them save their lives. It actually helps them. It actually enables access to healthcare that they need. So yes, we should affirm trans people, as humans, and as women.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions, or is that it?
No, that's pretty much it.
Oh, thank you for coming up. If you follow me, I'll follow you. And yeah, we'll move on to our next guest.
I was hoping to ask both parties a question, but Mike, appreciate your time and sticking around. So I guess this is just for you. I'm really focused on epistemic humility and how that enables like etiquette in a debate, or like emotional stability. I don't know if you have any points on that, or I guess my question would be, how important do you think epistemic humility is in sort of stabilizing our emotions and deploying etiquette based arguments?
Epistemic humility. I don't
Yeah, like
see where I've been epistemically arrogant. I don't
oh, I
see.
didn't say you were. I didn't say you were. I was
Okay, so
just
what's
like I
your
said,
contention?
my
What is your
question was going to be to
contention?
both parties. I was just curious if you find it important or like not important. Like some people don't see it as important, like that they can make rational arguments without epistemic humility, and other people, like for myself, I find
No, I
my
think
own
it's
emo.
important.
Go
I
ahead.
think it's important. Yeah.
Okay. Like, do you see the pattern in your own emotional stability when you cling to epistemic humility, or is that just I'm wondering if other
I
people
don't
see that
understand.
pattern.
My emotional stability is fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, I'm not trying to criticize your emotional stability. I'm just for me, I just see the link between epistemic humility and emotional stability. And like when it comes to the etiquette of debate, I saw multiple interruptions, and I was just curious
Oh
if
my
that
God, bro.
strategically.
Interruptions? Come on. Interruptions happen every debate. Stop it. This is
Okay.
absurd.
All right. Thanks for your time, man.
Yep. Thank you for coming up, Logic Troll. It's good to see you, man. Jambar, you can go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I'm finally on the panel, but okay. So my question is really about the one claim you made that it's kind of agreed upon if you have a difference in structure, then that will ground a difference in function, or it's not really relevant to talk about functional differences. The first thing to say to this is I agree in one direction. If there's a change in function, there'll have to be some change in structure. But what I don't agree is that a change in structure always indicates a change in function. And in particular, different racial groups have different structures in their brain. Would you say that's a difference in function? And would you say that neuroscientists agree
no,
that
so,
since
look, everybody's brain's different, obviously. The point is that where it matters, there's very subtle differences in brain structures, in particular the hypothalamus and the thalamus and the cortical thickness layers. Those particular parts are heavily associated with bodily perception and the gendered aspects that give rise to our identities. And so that's where that's what we're studying, those specific parts. And that is why we can then infer, yes, there are going to be functional differences in those because of the structures. And this is background knowledge in neuroscience, right? You know that brain lesions can affect how the brain functions, tumors, things like that. I mean, this is just the basics of neuroscience. That it's the consensus that this is the case.
there's no let me correct you, there's
But I
no
agree with you. It doesn't
consensus.
prove function. I agree with you. It doesn't prove function. That's a heavy task to come to.
So look, if in this case there is no effect on function, then what would you be showing? Is your view that gender is not largely informed by neurological functioning?
No, so in my opening, I literally said the very first thing I said was I gave a logical syllogism, right, for why trans women are women. It's not contingent solely on the neuroscience, right? You can forget all the science, you can throw away all the papers I gave. It's still going to be the case that trans women are women because that's their identity. And so,
well, I'm interested in the claim you made about. I'm not interested in whatever you gave in your opening statement. I'm interested in a particular claim that there's neuroscientific grounding for their gender identity. And I'm particularly concerned about the piece of evidence you presented where you're saying that there's a structural difference, and that means something important for the gender identity. What I'm saying is that there's structural differences between different racial groups and different areas of the brain that we would consider important for different functions. And I do not necessarily think that means that there's some functional difference. And what would be important in determining gender identity wouldn't be if there's some like meaningless structural differences in brain patterns between the different sexes. It would be if there's some serious functional differences and it changes the way the brain actually works.
I don't think there's any evidence that between races there's a significant difference in the brain. I don't think.
Oh yeah, there is. That's why there's a whole field. There's a whole field in the 1900s of phrenology that neuroscientists have worked to combat, that showing that the structural differences in the brain actually do not lead to functional differences.
Yeah, do you actually have any papers on this that demonstrate?
Sure. You can just look it up. It's pretty much widely known, but.
Or maybe you guys can see.
I haven't seen any evidence that there's a significant differences in the brain structures between races. By the way, what do you even mean by race, right? This is social category.
I'm not playing
It's not a
dumb games.
tangible thing.
I'm not playing these dumb games with like, what do you mean by race? Blah blah blah. We have this intuitive idea between race, ethnicity. More or less, we understand what it means. More or less, there are biological differences that
I don't think
are
there's
very
any
correlated
sufficient
with race.
evidence. There's no
that are
sufficient evidence
important.
of what you're saying, but we do have sufficient evidence that gender identity is coming from the brain. This is why it's the medical and the scientific consensus amongst scientists, and not TikTokers.
You can just okay. So,
But I guess what would be your finishing statements, Jambar? And yeah, we do need to get to the other guests.
Okay, sure. My finishing statement would be this. The first thing is like, if your position leads us to think that there are functional differences between how different races' brains operate, it should be rejected. It does lead to that sort of conclusion, so your position should be rejected. And secondly,
even if you were to
the structural
find
differences can be found with a simple Google search, but I get that you want to move to the next guest, so.
Even if you were to find structural differences in rate between races, that has no implications for their identity. There's no implications.
Okay, yeah, then
for
the structural
anything
differences
talking
you're
about.
pointing out
There
also
might
have
be
no
implications. There might be implications for physiological things, but no identity. No, it's not like, for example, there's no part in my brain that says I'm Native American or I'm Black. It doesn't exist, and so that's why it's not comparable as a category.
This is actually called begging the question.
Okay, but guys, maybe you can exchange like articles over that topic via DMs. But yeah, let me get to the next guest.
Okay.
But thank you for coming up, Jambar. And then people in the comments are telling me to bring up Rue. Who is that? But I mean that as respectfully as possible. What does his username look like? And yeah, I can bring him up. He'll be my next guest. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, welcome to the panel. It's good to have you.
Thank you for having me. So yeah, I just wanted to address a couple things with you, Mike, if that's okay. If you wanted to debate, Mike, I'm sure you and I could organize something, because I actually do study neurology, as you seem to be like very, say you're well versed in. But I just wanted to bring up that the neurological consensus is not that gender identity is in the brain, despite multiple attempts to prove that it is. Most are still arguing that the male and female brain are overstated and methodologically weak. And I can give you some sources to this. Give me just 1 second. So the first source I can give you. So this is a systematic review of neuroimaging in transgender and cisgender individuals. And it said that there's not enough consistent evidence to show gender identity in the brain. And people's brains actually usually resemble their natal sex. And it's called Structural and Functional and Metabolic Brain Differences as a Function of Gender Identity or Sexual Orientation, and the PMID is 339-56296. Then there's also Holmes, and Monks. They did a study in 2019 where they said that neuroscience studies are assuming too quickly about differences in the brain related to gender identity. And it's called Bridging Sex and Gender in Neuroscience by Shedding a Prior Assumption of Causality. And then, so those are the neurosciences. Mike, we can talk about it another day. I can send you these studies, we can talk about it. But then I also just wanted to ask a question, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, so the endocrine societies, right, the APA, the AMA, all these organizations, right? The American Urological Association, the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, the American College of Physicians, all these organizations, they state that gender identity or gender is more than just a sex. That's what their statement is. There's more to gender than just sex. Now,
sure, but that wasn't the claim I was addressing.
I agree with you that the data is, there's a good amount of it, right? It's not like most scientists will say this, but I will say that it's the consensus that gender identity does have a neurobiological underpinning, especially from those organizations I mentioned to you. So, yeah.
Sure, that's fine. I'll ask my question.
It's debatable what.
Sorry, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
It's debatable what the consensus is. I agree with you there, but I would say that there is evidence the strong evidence that my case is correct.
I mean, I can acknowledge a correlation. Like I say, you and I can debate this at some point if you like, because you seem very versed in neurology. I'm currently doing a master's in it, so we can definitely have this conversation. But I want to get to my question because I know the people are asking me to. My question was, do you think that just because people think there needs to be necessary conditions to define something, that means they can define every and any word?
What?
So Nate
There are
said
several
that.
ways of there are several categories of linguistics when we categorize things. There can be categories that require necessary conditions. There also are not categories that do that. Most categories of objects do not require necessary conditions. Games, cars, trucks, gender, none of these require necessary conditions. And so, yeah, does that answer your question?
Kind of. I would just say that I think that even if we could acknowledge that some things don't need necessary conditions, to ask someone to define something that define something because they said that words do need necessary conditions when it's something you're asking them to define that isn't relevant to the conversation. I don't know why it tracks or how it came up, but that was it. But like I say, if you want to debate, Mike, I can DM you and we can definitely
Very
talk about
relevant. It was to
neurology.
show him that I asked him specifically, does it apply to all categories of objects that you need a necessary condition? He said yes. And then I said, okay, define a car.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he knows all the conditions of every word.
Please listen to me. He couldn't define a fucking car. That's
that's my
problem.
point.
This is a red flag. This is a red flag in your view.
Okay, but even if he could have, even if we could have put it, my point is more the fact that.
No, stop. This is the problem with yours and his logics. They do not account for the nuances in linguistics or science or endocrinology or human behavioral research. Nothing. You guys just say, no, there's no evidence. Adult human female. This is absurd on your behalf.
Sure. Well, I acknowledge the correlation. You and I haven't spoken about this directly, so you're just assuming my position. But it's like I say, just because someone says that words need necessary conditions, that doesn't mean they can define every word. So my point is more bringing up define car isn't something that would need to be done in this conversation. But that's about it.
Yes,
but
it does.
We can talk another time.
That's exactly what needs to happen, right? I had to show him how absurd his view was. It was called a reductio.
Yeah, but it was not a reduction. I'll drop. I'm sorry. The host wants me to go. I'm sorry. Mike, we can talk about it later.
To not be able to define what a car is.
But yeah, we can. I'll catch up with Mike. But thank you for having me, host. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Come back anytime. And
he can't define a car, but he can define a woman. It makes no sense, right?
Yeah. Here, let me see. I'm gonna bring the next guest up and.
Hello, thank you. I appreciate you for letting me up. So I had a question for Mike, and I'm totally willing to hear you out on this. But first off, I want to start by saying, I wasn't here for the whole science part, the studies. That's a whole other can of worms. I just want to talk about specifically your definition for woman. You define it based off the social and cultural typicalities, correct? Just to be sure.
I define a woman as a gender identity that aligns with female typicalities. These are going to be multifaceted, right? They're going to be behavioral attributes, hormonal attributes, neurobiological attributes, all of the above.
All of the above. Okay, so you don't base it anything based on anything to do with social or cultural norms either, right?
Yes, I do. There are sociological attributes to women or men.
So you do base it some part in society, correct?
Yes, womanhood or manhood, these are societal constructs. Yes.
Okay, so you agree that these are societal constructs and that they do have social and cultural norms tied to them.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's your stance, right? You do base it on typicalities, right? Social, cultural norms, neurological norms. Let me ask you this, just because I'm really curious. So, just so you're aware, social and cultural norms, they're personal things to each person, right? So for example, me, I'm born in America, I'm Floridian, right? You take a person from Japan, we're going to have different social cultural norms, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't see how you could take something so personal and then go on to make a universal proposition such as trans women are women. Because, right, let's say we take the example I gave, the analogy, me, for example, a person from America versus a person from Japan who has different social cultural norms or expectations for what a woman is based on your own definition and view for it. if that person claims that a woman is something,
Well,
wait, hold
what
on,
we
wait, let me
need,
wait,
it's
let me
embedded.
finish connecting the dots real quick.
No, you're
Let me just
you're
let me land the
rambling.
plane.
You're
Let me at least land the
rambling.
plane. If I were to say that a trans woman or a woman is something different than the person who holds different societal and cultural norms than me, I don't think that statement would be wrong because it's a personal belief within my societal and cultural standards, right? So to say that trans women are women and then take it from a societal and cultural standpoint, which is personal to each person, you seem to be connecting this universal stance when really, if you're taking it from a personal view, you can't really affirm or deny the proposition that trans women are women to anybody.
So, so you
Anybody
agree
can have
that
their own view on that.
Go ahead, Mike, and then we'll move on to the next guest.
embedded in the definition of woman is the sense that it's going to be contextual depending on societies, and you just proved my point because you
If it's
agree now.
contextual, then
You agree now that woman, what a woman means varies by culture, right?
how about it's this simple? Do you think, let's
No,
say,
no, no. Answer my question. What a woman is varies by culture.
no, I don't
right?
agree with that. That's my stance. I'm saying,
But you
I'm
just
saying,
said it did. You just
no,
said it
no, I'm
implies social
putting,
and
no,
cultural
no,
norms.
hold on. I'm
See,
putting
you're
it,
confused.
no, I don't agree with that. I'm trying to put into perspective your view on it, right? If you believe it stems from social and cultural norms, right, that differ per person, then I'm saying this. Let's say, for example, we take a trans woman that lives all the way in Africa or Japan or something, right? I'm from America. I have different social and cultural norms than these people that have lived entirely across the world from me. If this person is trans and they go, well, I'm a woman, and I go, well, to me, you're not a woman. You can't affirm or deny either proposition. We hold different cultural, social norms based on your own view of it.
Yeah, so you
It's a
agree that
personal
womanhood.
opinion.
So you agree that
So,
what a woman means varies
so
by culture.
let's just
You
make it
disagree.
clear.
You agree with me. I
Okay,
agree with
okay,
you.
wait, no, all right. How about
But,
this? How about
guys,
this?
we do need to finish up. So
We
I
have
guess
no
Let
points
me
here.
let
I
me ask
agree that
let me ask it
women
this
vary
way.
by culture.
Okay, let's say I do agree. So is it now wrong for me to say that this trans woman from Japan or whatever, Africa, that I've never met, is it wrong for me to say that they're not a woman?
It
All right.
depends on what you mean by woman in the culture you're in. In our culture, woman has certain
So
archetypes.
it's not wrong. You can't deny the
trans
proper
women
way.
are women in our culture. In another culture,
Okay,
it
wait.
might be trans women or not or something.
So
Depending on what you
can't-
mean,
have to
it's
stop it there.
So just to
contextual.
be clear, you
We
cannot
have to
deny the
stop it
pro.
there.
So just to be
Wait,
clear, you can't deny the
hold on,
proposition that a trans
Trev,
woman is not a woman.
We do have to stop it there because like we're sort of getting into another debate and we have like 20 other people. But
Yeah,
thank
I'm
you for
sorry.
coming up.
All right. I just wanted to ask that. I just don't think you could deny the
Your
proposition that
question
a
is
trans woman is.
nonsense because I recognize that by culture, what you mean by woman is going to be different. I account for that. Your definition as a sex cannot count for any of that.
You're not really accounting
you guys
for
are
that, though.
undermining your own views when
You're
you
not
say
you're
that.
not you're not accounting
we
for
do
it
have to move
because
on.
if I were to say a trans
Yes, I
woman is a woman, you would
am.
go, you're wrong. You can't say that a trans woman is a woman. But then you're saying it's personal beliefs, like it's.
It's not
All
a
right.
personal belief.
We gotta
Nobody said it
keep-
was.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was a mod. But we do got to keep it going. Sorry about that, Trev. But we do have to keep going. I think that was a good choice by the mod. But like, I didn't want to be rude and kick people. I was hoping we could finish it up. But Tiny, do you got a question, comment, or concern? Let me
Mike, I have a question for you. Good to see you, by the way. I have a question for you. Do you think that Edna defined the word definitive in their argument?
No. I don't think so.
Do you think that they defined what a car is?
No. Definitely not.
Do you think language is objective or subjective?
Language is a noun, but I think that when we use words or definitions, they're going to be subjective, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Tiny.
By the way, W, Mike.
Yep, it's awesome to see you, man.
Too. I want to see Cease and Edna debate next. That would be amazing.
Literally, yeah. Like I gotta set that up, and also like there's 274 people in here. If you want to debate on my channel, literally just send me a DM. I will set up any debate, any topic, as long as it's like appropriate. I host debates, not only on my page, but also I'm working with 2 other creators on the Day of Debates page on TikTok. So go check that out. Me, AR, and OG Kyle are working to bring more formal debates to TikTok. So that's kind of the project that I do. But with that, we're gonna go. Haru, do you have a question? And then like Violet, then
Yeah.
Kenyon.
Can I ask 2 questions?
Go for it.
Yeah, Mike, what do you think you could have done better in this debate?
Probably pick a different opponent because you didn't know what science was. Look, I can't debate somebody who has like a second grade level understanding of science. They think that everything has to be proved by a study, and oh my god, it doesn't match what I want, therefore it's not science. This is like absurd. I actually regret this debate because of how illiterate he was in science.
But also let's try to be respectful. But like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not critiquing
Sorry.
anything that you're saying. But like
I'm sorry.
let's also keep it
But
respectful.
yeah, that's all.
My second question is, can you like post your sources or something? Because I have a secondary debate coming up on the same topic.
Yeah, sure. You can DM me and I can give you all this. I have like dozens and dozens of papers, and yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then Violet, you got a question, comment, concern, or critique?
Yes. Hi. Sorry if the Broncos just won against the Chiefs. Sorry. Very happy about that. Yes, I do. So I'm confused about. Well, I'm not confused. I would like your input or your opinion about your prompt saying that trans women are women.
Oh, this is this is a formal debate that we just had. So we're taking questions, comments on the formal debate that we just had.
Oh, you're taking questions. Oh, you're done with the debate part.
Yeah, but the debate will be
Okay.
posted on YouTube. I will be editing it tonight and posting it. So if you want, yeah, you can watch it on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But thank you for coming up. If you follow me, I'll follow you back. And yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Take care.
You too. Kenya, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank Mike for standing up for the trans dolls. I'm a trans queen, and I want to thank you for protecting us and standing up for us. I really appreciate
No
you.
problem. You got it.
Quick question, Mike. Are you single?
Wait, what?
I am single. I am single.
You are single. Okay, I'll send you a DM, babe.
Wait, what?
Thanks. Have a good night, baby.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Bye.
My life turned into Tinder. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Dating life now?
What? Okay, well, next guest. Holy.
Hello.
Do we have another? Okay, go ahead, Kylie.
Hi. Yeah, I'm not here to criticize you, Mike, because I'm on your side. But I do have, I think, maybe one or two questions. So, question number one is about the brain thing. So, when like Nate and a few other people were talking about like structural differences and affecting like functional differences, well, couldn't we say that based on like the correlation between like the structural brain differences in trans women and the fact that like we have a different self-perception and sense of self, that that the very strong correlation between those things would mean that that would be the like functional difference, the fact that we see ourselves differently and have like a different sense of self and self-perception.
Yes,
That would
that's what we
be
can
like the
infer.
functional difference, right?
This is what we could infer based on the correlative data. But to say, prove to me the functional difference based on the structural difference, that's a tall order to come by, right? Because how do you prove the function of a neuron as its effects on the macro level, right? How do you do that?
Well, you'd have to look at
with one
behavior,
study?
wouldn't you?
We don't do it with one study. We look at multiple studies. We look at all the effects. We look at all the data and we go, yeah, there's a good case here that we can infer a functional difference based on the structure. We also look at background knowledge, right? Brain lesions, tumors. We know that those structural differences cause functional differences. And so again, we can infer based on all the data. And this is what neuroscience is all about. And that's what the other side doesn't understand. They think that there has to be one study that proves function and proves trans woman or woman. There's no such thing. There's no study that proves gravity exists. There's no study that proves smoking causes cancer, lung cancer. It doesn't exist.
It's all correlative, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
enough correlation, we can then infer causation. That's how science works.
Yeah, exactly. And that was my point with the whole, having a different sense of self and self perception that's different to that of a typical person who was born male. That would be the functional difference. It was just weird how everyone was just ignoring that because they always ignore trans people. What we say and what we feel, it doesn't matter. They just want to ignore it. But yeah, like the experiences, the mental and conscious experiences and the behavioral differences would be a consequence. It's like cause and effect, isn't it? So like those structural differences are causing this effect. On top of that, I also wanted to say that like I think it's also very like misogynistic of them to reduce women as just egg makers and baby makers
Yeah. If anybody,
and
it's
things
them
like
being,
that.
if anybody, it's them being sexist and stereotypical because they're saying, "Oh, woman just means you have the ability to produce eggs." There's more to women than just their egg production. There's more to men than just our penis. There's more to men than just our fucking chromosomes. Like I was saying, if you replaced all my chromosomes, you replaced my reproductive system, I'd still be a man in every sense of the word. I would not be. I would not become a woman. I would still want to be manly, and that's why you know that there's something more to gender than
Exactly.
just
It reminds me of like those movies where they do like the body swaps and everything. And then when they find out that that happens, they'll treat that person as like what their mind is, if that makes sense, instead of like what their body is. Do you get what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
like
They actually
we
they have
should be
done
treating,
studies.
yeah, we should be
They've done
treating
studies.
people on who they are and on their preferences and on their sense of self and their personality and everything. We should treat people based on that instead of organs that nobody had any choice of being born with anyway. It's just very misogynistic to define women solely as baby makers and just as body parts. It's something the suffragettes fought against for years. It's very patriarchal, in fact, to just define women as that because we're more than that. Women are more than just somebody who can make a baby, but that's what they were defined as for a very long time and seen as all they were worth.
Yeah. But go ahead and respond, Mike, and then yeah, we do have to get to the next guest.
I think I'm done. I think I'm move on. Thank you.
No, thank you for coming up, Kylie. If you follow me, I'll follow you.
No worries.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mike, by the way, for everything you do.
Yo, Coco, I just want to advocate for you to bring up no introduction needed. They've been requesting since the beginning, but they're on private, so only you can bring them up.
Okay.
Also, Mike, I love your Mike's Evil Twin. It's one of my favorite pages on TikTok.
Thank you, Forrest. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. No introduction. Thank you for coming up.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Mike, thank you for all that you have contributed to this debate. You are so smart and intellectual. You won that debate. You were the only one who brought sources to this debate. Nate didn't. Nate didn't even know
Yeah.
what the definition of a car was. And I've watched your lives a lot. So I'm a big fan of yours. I follow you. I think you probably will see it. But yeah, keep up doing the good work. I do appreciate you. I appreciate your voice. I appreciate you using your time to educate the people who are not educated on us. It just keeps spreading the knowledge. I appreciate you so much.
Appreciate you. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for coming out. And then next guest here. Let me see. It looks like we have 16 left, but I don't. It's not even 16, but I have to count it. But let's see.
They made a good point, right? Like Nate brought no sources. I brought several. Wow, that's a stark difference.
But let me see. Alyssa, let me drop you down, Alyssa, and bring you back up. I think you're struggling to load in. Give me 1 sec. I got you. You're gonna be next. I gotta get Alyssa. Gotta find her. She's somewhere in here. Or request again, Alyssa, and then I'll bring you up.
Real quick, Coco, Mike, somebody wants to know if you can send your sources to them. Their name is Will Dot in the chat.
Yeah, you can DM me and I can send you all the sources you want.
How large is your source doc?
What?
How long or like large is your source doc?
Oh, it's like 30 pages.
Oh, larger than mine.
Yeah, I have 30 pages of data and research on this, and Nate brought. I don't know what a color is.
But
You know how they just
Alyssa,
dismiss the data, right? This is what they do. They just dismiss the data. Oh, so you got to prove it functions differently. This is nonsense. This is unscientific. Not at all convincing.
I would say, Alyssa, request again, and I can bring you up. For some reason, I can't find you in the list, but request one more time. Let's see. Oh, I thought I brought somebody up. I said accept. Okay, let me see. Accept this person. Oh, no. They're not. Okay, let me try to get through all these people. Oh, no. Oh, I'm like pressing accept on people, and like I think they withdrew their request, so we might have less people than like it's showing. Okay. Go ahead. We find what you got for us.
Oh, Nate absolutely cooked you guys, and you can cope all you want, but Nate absolutely cooked you.
Can you
Mike,
give the
I don't know
argument?
what
Can
you're
you give
doing,
the
man.
argument
You
that
make
cooked
good
me?
videos, but you're an absolute moron. And by the way, definitely Blue in the chat there.
Wait, keep
The
it
pedophile.
respectful. Keep it respectful. That's a boundary I'm setting.
I love to hear the argument that cooked me. I love to hear the argument. They don't have it.
Yeah, like you can give your thoughts on the debate, guys, but let's keep it respectful. Like no name calling or anything. I'm not gonna tolerate that. Let's see. I'm going from like the bottom of the list. Seeing okay. Me left. You got a question, comment, concern, or critique over the debate?
Yeah, so I'd like to add something with Mike. So, Mike, could you give the social constructs of a woman that differentiate from all men?
Oh my gosh. How many times do I have to explain this to you guys? There is no trait that all women have that men can't have. No, there's an overlapping of traits. This is how cluster concepts work in definitions. We define things not based on definitive traits or exclusive traits. We can define them based on typicalities.
Okay, so then do you think that when we define sex, we don't define it based off of a generalization of something that's biological?
The sex is defined by certain organs in the reproductive system, but the same one. There's no one trait that only males have that females can't have. Chromosomes, there's variations between sexes. Females can have XY, males can have XX. There's all kinds of variations between chromosomes and gonads and androgens and all kinds of different reproductive organs. And so there is no single trait that distincts perfectly or disambiguates
the males and the female species. All males denote into the reproductive pathway small gametes. And
that's not a trait. That's a cluster of traits. Don't you get it?
Wait, but that's still a descriptive trait. You do understand?
That's not a trait.
It is a sex trait. It is a sex trait that differentiates the differences between a male or female, which is us as gonochoric species. We have a differentiation between being male and female.
There is no difference.
Is one of them.
Name the one trait specifically. One trait that all males have.
Yeah, as I described to you, which is the gonads. Because it's the genotype.
All people have gonads. All people have gonads.
Right, but you do see that difference between male and female is the reproductive pathway that all males are surrounded by the reproductive pathway of small.
Hold on,
That's not a single trait. It's a cluster of traits.
Answer the gonads part. He did say, all people have gonads. So what would be your response to that?
Yeah, I agree. All people have gonads, and it's still a differentiation between male and female. Because
what is it? What's the trait? What's the trait?
And I will clear it again, because all males denote to the reproductive pathway of small gametes, which
That's
is
not a trait. That's a cluster of traits. So when you say the reproductive pathway, you're insinuating various sexual organs, gonads, and the clitoris, or there's all kinds of different parts of the reproductive system, sir. Name one that only males have.
Yeah, I just gave you one. I don't know why you're debunking into it because it is still a
You did not give one. You gave a cluster of traits.
Okay, can
Yeah,
you
the
define how
one
it's
that
a cluster?
you
Can you define how it's a cluster of as a male?
What do you
That describes to not that doesn't describe to with females.
What do you mean by denotes a female reproductive or the production of large gametes?
Yeah, so
What
so
precedes from
so you
that?
said that when we talk about the gonads, it's a cluster trait, right? So what is the cluster trait of with a male of the small gametes?
What do you mean cluster trait? You're
You
confused.
no. You brought up the cluster trait, so that's why I'm asking you. What is so you're basing that the gonads is a cluster trait. So I asked the question you, what is the cluster trait of the gametes where a female does not denote into with that of what the males?
Okay, and then after this, we do have to move on to the next guest.
I'm so
No worries.
confused. The point is that your definition fails to account for a single trait that distincts males and females. Males can have all kinds of parts that females can have. There's no
Okay,
one
and what
single
is
trait
that?
that all males have.
Okay,
Males
so
can
you
have
do.
XX. Males can have all kinds of parts.
Right, but I don't define chromosome. I don't define sex by chromosomes. We don't define sex by chromosomes because you can have females, you can have XY, you can have males
Right.
that have
So what's
XY,
the
XYY.
trait? So what is the one single trait that all
Right, so
males
that's why I
have?
brought up the gonads because the gonads is a sex trait. It is not a cluster concept. It
What
is not a
gonads?
cluster
What
trait.
gonads?
Yeah, so gonads is basically the reproductive pathway into with the strategy of with,
No,
for
it's
example, the small
not. That's a
gametes and the
single
large
organ.
gametes.
We're talking about a single trait, sir. Gonads is a single property. The reproductive system is made of a cluster of those properties. You're
Okay.
confused.
Yeah, and with that, we do have to move on to the next guest. I would say like one more question, my left, and then we do have to move on.
Okay, so I can get into the question of how you think that a trans woman is a woman when trans women SMECs are males, and when we talk about genders, because SMECs and gender are synonymous with each other, you can't be a male human and then describe yourself into being a woman, because being a woman is adult human female. All women denote into
This
being
is just question begging, right? This is invalid.
right. So you're running away from the question.
No, it's logically invalid, right? You're question
Okay, can you
begging
prove to
your own
me?
definition.
Can you prove to me a trans woman where there's because all trans
Here
women
you go. To prove
as
to
you,
me. Prove to me. You
so
don't.
that all trans
You
women
have no idea what you're talking
denote
about.
into the SMECs of a male. So I asked you that where does a trans woman SMECs of male describe into the gender of woman?
And after we answer that question, we
Sex
do
and
have to
gender
move
are
on.
not the same thing. You're so confused.
I
takes it seriously.
asked you.
Okay, yeah, we do have to move on. So sorry about that. Gotta knock these guests out the way. We find. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, so you have
got-
definitely blue in
what
the
you got
chat who
for us?
supported a pedophile named Adora. He's in your trans community. That's wild. And there's video of it. If anyone
What,
wants
dude?
proof, they can.
Stop.
They can.
All right, we're not gonna do that.
People do bad things in every demographic. The idea that one bad person means everybody's bad, and that's ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, what that is just an example because I know what exactly they're talking about. Not really.
But Missy. Oh, feel free to block that person. Apparently, that person is maybe stalking Missy. Yeah, go ahead and block that person. Mods, that person that just came up. We do not approve of that. That's weird. Titan, you got any comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, I do. And back, thank you for the debate today against Nate. He just used the sophism and syllogism. It wasn't really a debate at all. It was just you just speaking with a child. Look, I think you had more to offer than just the neurobiological stuff. He just pinned you there. The only question that I really have, because basically we couldn't hear anything above him saying, I reclaim my time, I reclaim my time. Can you explain the cerebral hemispheric asymmetry? Because your words were lost because we couldn't hear you above Nate.
You're asking me to explain the asymmetry between females.
That bit, because Nate kept over talking you when you were trying to explain it, and you prove him wrong.
Yeah. So what he conceded to is the fact that in the study I mentioned, there is an asymmetry in the brain between males and females who are infants. So we know that when you're an infant in the womb or in utero, we know that there are parts of the brain that are going to be sexually dimorphic, right? And so we can infer from this that, yes, we know that testosterone surges can actually affect the gender identity of that person, even in the womb, right? And so that's how we build the case that eventually someone goes up, their gender identity is going to be different than what they're assigned to birth.
you're talking about the size and structure of the BNST because it's because of the affect of its exposure to testosterone during fetal development. That's fine. But if you also look at just next time if he tries that with you, if you look at the work that Ivanka Savic does with the Karoline Institute, the symmetry of the brain is reflected even more with the MRI and fMRI research. So we can see that, for instance, straight men and lesbian women have asymmetrical brain structures, while gay men and straight women have symmetrical brain structures. But I think all in all, everything that you gave was on point, and thank you for everything that you're doing, and thank you for, making a fool of him. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out. And yeah, we're nearly towards the end. We're nearly towards the end. Let me see. Oh boy, Mr. Fox. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fox. Questions, comments, concerns, or critiques of the debate we just had?
Yeah, just had a question for Mike.
Sure, go for it.
So I really enjoyed your logical reasoning and understanding of science. I just wanted to ask you which books you've read to come up with these conclusions. I would like to give them to.
Well, I've done the research, right? So I've looked at I have a page of I have a file of like 30 different pages full of studies and research within neuroscience, endocrinology, right? Various different fields of study, psychology, behavioral sciences, which show and build a case that there's more to gender than just your sex.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, but I meant when you said about cluster concepts, for example, the philosophy behind them, the logical reasoning.
Yeah, cluster concepts is a well-known concept in linguistics, right? It's how we define things, not based on necessary or sufficient conditions, but based on typicalities or different clusters of traits.
So you'd recommend reading books about the logics of linguistics?
Yeah, you don't have to read a physical book, but yes, you can read online. You can study philosophy, study science. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I had to ask.
Oh, thank you for coming up. We appreciate you. So yeah, and thank you guys for being here. We're trying to knock out all of these guests as quickly as we can. I'm looking at it, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have like 15 people left, and then that's it. But yeah, I guess let's see if we can knock them out. But also, yeah, Mike, if you need to go at any time, like, yeah, you're free to go, but it's up to you.
Yo, hi. I'm glad I got to come up. Really, I just wanted to say thank you, Mike, for what you do. And I'd also like to bring up that I think it's ridiculous that almost every single guest, every single person that talks about trans people like this on the opposing side doesn't bring up the one thing that actually matters in this whole debate, which is the ethical case for this. Who cares if the definition of a woman matches what you want it to do? The thing that actually matters is that people are actively dying in danger and being oppressed around the world. And it's so much more important to focus on respecting these people and talking about the effects that it does of continuing to oppress them and allow this rhetoric that even if we would concede that it's wrong, we should still be treating trans people like people. We shouldn't be killing them.
Unaliving for the live, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, oops.
You're good.
And I think it's really just a horrendous mischaracterization or misfocus of the whole debate, focusing on just the definition of it when there's so much more to it.
Yeah, I wish we could just make the ethical case, but unfortunately for these people, we have to like show functional proof, which doesn't exist, right? Because look, at the end of the day, they don't really care. They just see things that are weird to them, go icky, I don't like it, and they're going to try to find any way to disagree and deny. Right? This is called cognitive dissonance. Right?
Yeah,
no matter
absolutely.
how much evidence you give them, they're going to no. They're going to try to find something wrong with any study you give them. Right? Just like climate change deniers and flat earthers, they do the same tactic, right? Oh no, that study doesn't prove it, right? They don't understand science, and that's the inherent issue. But yeah, I wish we could just make the ethical case and make people understand the torment that trans people go through. And I wish I could just make people understand who they are more. And that's why I bring the science. That's why I bring the understanding through neuroscience. That's why I try to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, man, thank you so much. Have a nice day, both of you.
Yep. Thank you for coming up. And next one, we're almost there.
I don't have to be here forever. I mean, you can if you have to go. Yeah, I'm fine right now, but
Oh no,
maybe a couple more questions.
Okay, yeah, no, like I'm doing good. I'll be here for a while. I'm playing video games and streaming it to YouTube and Twitch, but yeah, I'll host a live for as long as possible to get everybody. But what's up, Deke? What you got for us?
Hi there. Good evening, Mike.
Yes.
Host. Mike, I'm understanding where you're coming from. I just had a few statements. Obviously, Nate is a very educated young man, so I don't think it's fair to say that he's not. And the definition of a car could mean many things. It could, like you said, it could be a vehicle. It could be any vehicle. It could be a bus. It could be a train. It could be a truck. It could be anything of that sort.
Yeah.
But that aside, as a mature person, I would actually like to ask you on the topic that you touched on briefly during the debate. You mentioned something that science has now developed a way for utero to be actually determined whether you're carrying a gender neutral person or like a transgender person. You said that the science has reached that far. Can you elaborate on that, please, a little bit? You said
We
in
know,
utero we are able to tell now.
We have background knowledge in neuroscience that the way your brain operates is what gives rise to your thoughts, your personalities, your feelings, your emotions. It all comes from your brain. This is basic neuroscience.
But that's not something we're going to be able to determine in every
Hold on, this
pregnant
is what I
woman.
was going to this. There are certain parts of the brain that we are now understanding are heavily correlated to gender. There are bodily perception in the somatosensory cortex, right? There's a part of the brain that deals with your bodily perception. There's a part of the brain called the hypothalamus that deals with the gender and the way you perceive yourself. There are different parts of the brain that we can study precisely, and we find that there's a stark effect that occurs when we realize, your brain phenotype is going to actually shift towards your identity, not your birth sex type, right? Because there's a mosaic of brains.
That doesn't really answer my question.
We can categorize certain brains as
My question is
male
that
or
to this point, yeah, Mike, to this point,
you're not
doctors
listening.
have been able to do scans and determine whether what gender the child is, what the utero.
No. We can do scans that determine the sex of the brain with certain
But
accuracy.
we are not able to determine whether they're gender neutral or whether they will carry trans.
We can infer based on the data about someone's identity. This is why my case is strong.
How would we determine that in utero? This is my question.
Not in utero. We discover that when the people grow up, okay, and we can talk to them and study them, then we go, yeah, wow, look at how the brain evolves through time, and look at how these parts of the brain are heavily correlated to their gender identity. Yeah, there's something going on here, and it's not just sex.
But you mentioned earlier on in the debate that we can now determine through science, even in the utero, that a baby
that's not
could
what
be
I said.
determined.
You didn't understand a single thing I told you. We can determine in utero the sexual dimorphism, the way the brain structures are different depending on their sex. That's what we can find in neuroscience, and we can see. We know, and that's all I said. We don't know someone's identity in utero.
That's what I'm saying. There isn't scientific way so far to determine whether
We
you're
don't
carrying.
need to know. We don't need to know a baby's personality. We don't need to know a baby's identity. No, this is nonsense.
A utero, there is literally no science to back that up so far.
We don't need science to demonstrate someone's identity in utero. we can't ask a fetus fucking questions, ma'am. I'm sorry. We don't need that, right? We look at the studies after someone grows up and we can talk to them and we go, oh, look, this person's identity is this. Because we see their brains light up when we activate and stimulate those parts of the brain. Yeah, that's evidence. We don't need to talk to fetuses.
I do believe this was a great debate. A lot of interesting questions came up. It was kind of short, to be honest. Would you be open actually to doing another debate with Edna Mode?
Yeah, but again, he has to do some serious learning in science. He doesn't understand what evidence is or
I think we
proof.
had we had 800 people in this
can't.
room, so
It's
you
like
would
it,
be
it
able
would be
to.
like me debating a
let him
first
finish.
grader. It would be like me debating a first grader about like calculus. It's not going
Do
to
you
happen.
believe he's a first grader, really?
In the realms of science, yes, he has a very low understanding of science.
But with that, we do got to move to our next guest.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, D. I appreciate you. And we'll grab the next one. Let's do this. And welcome, boss. What you got for us?
Hey. Well, one, I wanted to thank you because I thought this was a great live, and you did a great job hosting this debate. And I just want to tell the audience, anyone, please make sure you're hitting their gift goals and gift the host for their time because they did put on this awesome debate for us. But yeah, Mike, I thought you did awesome. That was great. I've checked out some of your videos on your page, and you have for anyone that wants sources, he's got sources linked in most of his videos, especially about trans people or gender, and they're really fascinating. So yeah, I loved what you did, and that's the thing is that people don't realize that they think Nate is this big great debater, but when you put him against somebody that actually is educated and has the science backed, he can't even define a car. So let's be real here, people. Okay, we're not talking on the same levels, right? I'm not going to deny that Nate's a smart kid because he is.
He's clever, but again, he just doesn't know what science is, and that's just why I kind of regret this debate because it's like talking to a child at this point, right?
But any other questions, comments, or concerns? Oh, and also thank you for what you said. I'm playing Fortnite and streaming it to YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I host debates. I try to put on very educational and professional debates on TikTok, and yeah, I'll definitely be doing more of those. Tons of more of those.
Oh yes, I wanted to say, can it be longer next time?
Oh yeah. Actually, because before I started on TikTok, I love watching debates and taking notes on them, and I like long debates, but TikTok is a bit short formatted, and some of my friends said I should host short debates. But if the audience wants longer debates, I would personally prefer longer and more informational packed debates. But yeah, we could definitely do that.
Yeah, no, it was a great way you did it. I think that part when they went back and forth, had we had a little bit more time, Mike could have kept going and destroyed him even more. So that would have been nice to have. But
yeah, I wish it was more time. But again, debating someone with that low ability, I don't know.
But
yeah. And if you need any mods for next time, I will definitely help you and love to promote you and have people gift you because you definitely deserve it. Thank you both.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. And let's see.
Well, one more guest here because I'm getting tired.
Okay, no, totally fine. Yeah, thank you for being here. As long as you've been here, I guess this will be the last one, and then everybody else, I guess they can DM you, right? Or it depends on you. Would you be okay with that? But it might be a lot of DMs, but it's up to you.
Talking to me?
Yeah. For the rest of the guests, is it okay to say that they can just DM you, but it's up to you?
Yeah, anybody can DM me.
I guess this will be the last one, and then we'll conclude it there. Oh wait, hold on. We got load in. Let me see. Let me pick a good one. And let's see if they'll load in. Oh, welcome, Calm. Yeah, you'll be our last question, and thank you for being here.
Oh yeah, I just had a question for Mike.
Oh, two people. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it, and then I guess you two will be the last ones. I guess.
Yeah, I don't really mind who goes first. It's up to
Right.
you. It's to come.
I
I'll go
was just
first
gonna
then.
say,
Okay.
bringing up a whole car thing is a L thing for you. That's not like a gotcha for him. Like you bringing up a car thing and debating science. That's an L. That's an instant L for you.
Why?
And another thing,
Why?
Mike,
Why?
is dermatology a science?
Why? Wait, why is it an L?
Because what does cars have to do with biology or neurology?
The point
like
is that
he's
there's a
trying to
linguistic
back
error
up.
in his. There's a linguistic malfunctioning in his fucking linguistics. You can't define a car. That's a problem. Without
Why are
necessarily
you talking
linguistics.
about cars?
This
See,
is
you did
absurd.
the same thing. You did the same thing when me and you debated. And we
Yeah,
were
because
talking
you're
about
wrong as
sexy
well.
gender,
You're
and
both
you went
wrong.
back to cars.
You guys are both wrong.
That's you taking an instant L.
It's
You
not
look
supposed to be the one
stupid.
for one analogy.
He's pointing out.
It's not
He's
a
pointing out
W.
he's pointing out the framework for his definitions. Don't have the capacity to define the car.
Stick to the topic neurology that you're backing. Don't go
linguistic
to
thing. He's
cars.
talking about
That's an L
linguistics.
on your side. Now, Mike, is optometry and dermatology, are they both sciences?
This guy's not tracking.
Dermatology? Skin? The study
Yeah,
of
is that a
skin?
science?
Yes, it's a type
Okay,
of science.
would we use dermatology or optometry to determine whether someone is a man or a woman?
No.
Why not? That's science.
That's why there's different
Why
forms of
not?
science.
Would that be ignoring science? Also, does neurology
It's not
determine
relevant
somebody's sex?
science.
It's not relevant science. Like
It's not
Right,
relevant.
just like neurology isn't relevant science.
to
Stupid.
gender. Neurology isn't relevant science to gender. The whole
No, it's
conversation about,
not.
like, the whole conversation
Okay,
about like,
so
gender
wait,
and sex.
Neurology has to do
I'll
with the
prove
way
it.
you
I'll prove
think,
it. Hold
sir.
on. Mike said earlier that I would still want to be manly. Tell me what it means to be manly versus
You
being
don't think that would be
womanly.
a neurological thing?
Tell me what it means
Sir,
to be manly versus being womanly.
Everything about your personality comes from your brain. Everything
Okay,
you
tell
know.
me what it means to be manly. You said
Calm
that you're
down,
manly, which I disagree with.
calm
What do
down.
you mean? What do you mean by it being manly?
I mean,
What do you mean
exhibit
by
more
that?
masculine behaviors, right? More
You have
masculine features.
okay. What makes you masculine
My
versus not
assertiveness,
feminine?
the expectations for being dominant and assertive and and
no
competitive,
women
right?
want
These
to
are
be
some of the
dominant.
traits.
No
What?
women want to be dominant.
When did I ever say that? No.
You're saying that I'm asking you what makes you manly.
When we say manly, we're referring to masculine features like assertiveness and dominance and competitiveness.
So no.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
No women are competitive, or I'm not.
There can be masculine women. I never said there couldn't. What's your point, sir?
My point is that there's personalities that men and women have, but personality isn't gender. Your gender is given by your sex.
I never said personality is the same thing as gender. Gender
That's
is
what
a
you guys are
larger, more-
misinterpreting. That's what you are. So manly and assertive and dominant, that's part of your personality. That's not your gender.
Those are gender expressions.
Exactly. Expressions
No,
that men and women have.
Stop. Gender is a larger, more broader encompassing thing, right? It includes certain personality traits. It includes certain behaviors. So yes,
Right.
those are included in
Man
gender.
is not a
You
behavior.
have no
Woman is
point.
not a behavior.
Okay,
What?
Human beings.
I'm not sure if you're tracking, but
What?
we have to move on to the
No,
next.
you're not tracking. It's all in your. You're not. The fact that you're a man is not in your head. It's because of your body.
Okay, so if I removed your body, you would be a girl?
Yeah,
It makes no sense, right? You take my brain and put it into a female body, I'd still be a man. Like, I'm not going to become a woman because you remove my brain.
My question for Mike would just be like, so what do you think of like intrinsic humility?
Is this a troll?
No, I'm actually asking like, what do you think? Because like in your
Intrinsic
debate, like I
humility?
saw like you were like arguing over each other and stuff. So I'm just like
Oh
really
my
asking,
god,
you
bro!
know?
It's a debate. We're gonna get heated.
No, like
So
Relax.
do you
It's
think
not
do you
that
think
big a
that we could
deal to
all like
interrupt
strive
you.
to be more intrinsically humid or not?
Humid? What?
Yeah, like
Mike,
intrinsically humid.
what the heck are you talking about? Humid.
Intrinsic humility, like not over talking each other in a debate, but just being like really
You
respectful.
obviously are not familiar with debating.
No. I'm
When
just
you
saying like
debate people,
being
you
like really
often
respectful and
interrupt.
stuff.
You often interrupt each other, and you don't do it on purpose. Sometimes you just do it because you're talking.
Okay, I
It's
understand
just
that,
the
but do you
nature
think
of how things go. It's not
do you
that big
think
a deal.
do you think there'll ever be like a point in your life where you're just like matured enough to be like intrinsically humid enough to like have those like debates without arguing, like and over
Maybe when I
talking?
go to Florida, I'll be humid enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like asking, like,
You mean
What the
humble?
fuck are you talking about? Humid?
yeah.
Get this guy out of here. I'm done.
Okay, yeah.
Mike's.
With
Yeah, I
that,
have another question.
I mean, we do have to conclude. Mike has to go. But yeah, thank you, Mike, for being here and answering like all those questions. And yeah, this night has been like really fun. I appreciate all of you guys being here. I guess I'm gonna keep going live for. Well, actually, I might restart the live because I do have to edit and post this on YouTube. So that's what I will be doing. But thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. And yeah, that's the conclusion of the.
Coco, do you want to tell them about your next debate?
I do have an event on November 28th. That's going to be Day of Debates, and there's going to be like several debates in one day. And then I do have to check. I have like a couple other debates planned. Wisdom Songs is going to be debating somebody in December. But yeah, I'm always hosting debates. I'm always debating people. That's what I do on my channel. And then I host debates on Day of Debates with two other creators, AR and OG Kylo. So 156 people in here. If you like professional debates on TikTok, follow me, follow Day of Debates, follow Mike, follow Edna, who is here today. Thank you guys for being a part of the debate community, and thank you for gifting them, gifting me, being here, watching, tapping the screen. And yeah, I'm going to continue doing this. And yeah, I guess with that, we're going to close the live, and I'm going to start another one. But thank
One
you.
of your moderators said like they could host an after party.
I think I'm about to host the after party with the next live, but yeah, I'll see you guys around. And Mike, yeah, I'll talk to you about maybe a rematch with Edna or maybe debates in the future.
They had divine inspiration.
According
they
to
were
who?
being guided by the Holy Spirit.
According
So
to the Bible.
so when you say someone wrote down a story, my belief, remember now we're talking about what I believe, right? My belief is that they were inspired by, they were written it under divine intervention and were guided by the Holy Spirit.
Right,
So
but why
I
should I
can't
believe
take it
that?
as me writing a book. You're not going to believe it because you don't believe in the Bible anymore.
Right, but why would I believe it?
Because you won't believe it because you don't believe in the Bible anymore.
No, but why should I? Like, what reason? Why do you think I should believe it? Do you think I should believe it?
I can tell you why I believe it. I can't tell you why you should believe it.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I mean, this is a problem then, right? Like, if you give me your reasoning, I can tell you why it doesn't convince me. But
That's
it's
fine.
going to end up being the same thing. Like, you may as well just say why you think I should be convinced. But
No, it's not
the
my
problem is
job.
that currently you're holding to a very, very low standard of evidence, but you're holding other religions to a double standard when it comes to that standard. Because
I didn't
other
speak on any
religions,
other religion.
no, but if you
Didn't
don't
speak on
accept,
any other religion.
but if you don't accept them as being true, when they make claims that their texts say you can trust as well, then you're holding other religions to a double standard. You're choosing to accept the Bible through circular reasoning, but saying, no, I won't be accepting any of those other texts. Even
I
with
never
circular
said
reasoning.
that. I never said
No,
that.
I'm not
I
saying
don't
that that's
know
what you're
enough
explicitly
about
saying, but
them.
that's right. I'm not saying that you're necessarily saying that explicitly about them, but that's the entailment of your position. If you believe that the Bible saying that it was
On Day of Debates?
We can be, but I will absolutely get shit talked. I know it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like because you're gonna have to study. It's gonna be like a professional like event.
I have a lot of sources. I I have a definition he can't refute. I can refute any definition he brings. It's going to be a semantics dispute at the end of the day. Definitely. But I was wanting like a larger debate.
Okay, I mean, like yeah, like I can host it as a separate event. I could definitely do that.
Wait, Coco, can I send you a prompt to run?
For tonight.
Yeah, I would love for you to.
I kind of want to stick with this one, but
Wow,
discard me the.
not caring about the dolls, not caring about trans people.
Oh no, like I do, but
Cancel Coco, y'all.
Discord me the prompt, and then yeah, I'll let you. I'll look at it. But give me 1 sec. I am. Let's see. I'm sending. I'm not gonna release the poll results because I'll just let it be up to the audience.
Wait, how much money did you make off of that?
I have to check actually.
Wait, just like try and gift me and see how much the coin balance is, because you made over 20,000 coins.
Yeah, like I made like a shit ton. Like I'm not even sure if it's registered yet because I like ended the live.
It
Holy
is.
shit! Wait,
How much?
oh my
How
God.
much? Over $100. I know that for sure.
Yo, holy.
Let me guess. That's your first uni you've ever got on a live.
I mean, like, okay.
How do you think I was averaging over 2,000 a month, Coco, when I had 18,000?
It's not a lot, but like I made like $100 off the live. Like, holy
Yeah.
So real quick, I'm not gonna be up here for long. I got some things I gotta take care of, but
Yeah.
I want to make sure that don't let up on trying to get this thing to happen, or at least let me know if Nate responds or what. My assumption is that he's gonna try to decline or run or make excuses. I don't think he'll actually accept to debate me.
And cease.
I'll try to see if I can make it happen. But yeah, I even want it to happen. It'd be really cool to host that debate. I think that's going to be a big event as well.
Yeah, try to see if you can make it happen, because I think I can do a much better job at exposing how confused Nate is.
Yeah, for sure.
How inconsistent he is in his own worldview. So, what were you gonna say, Harry?
And cease. Like I'm debating one like the best debaters on TikTok on trans topics. So can you help me out? Do you want to know who the person is?
Yeah, sure.
He's never lost a debate. His name is Russell. I'm nervous.
God, yeah. I'll yeah. It was always horrible.
He's one of the best debaters. How could you say that?
He was so triggered after our debate. He would not stop complaining about it for months.
Oh yeah, that is right. You and him debated.
Yeah, it was brutal. But
do you have a source document?
A source document for?
Just like the topics that you're
on. Yeah, I mean, I have documents that I kind of compile and put some links to resources or like my own ideas and sort of organize it that way. Yeah, depending on which topic. And also when I do these debates, I will write out outlines of what I'm gonna read and where I'm gonna go. But I mean, there literally all you need is like 4 or 5 questions to show why the gender critical crowd is incompetent, doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, because like I'm using like a long definition, an extremely long definition.
Oh yeah, you mean for what, for gender or for woman or men or?
For woman and for men.
Yeah, my definition is not that long. It's sort of updated as time goes by, but more or less, I just define a woman as any person who corresponds to a set of either biological, psychological, or societal traits that are corresponding to femaleness. So the irony is that when Nate says a woman is somebody who denotes to being female, that would actually include trans women. because he doesn't know what denoting means.
Yeah,
Like he
exactly.
says these words, but he doesn't know what he's saying.
Because like one of the worst things is like I held a live earlier today because like I commented on Coco's panel, one of Nate's supporters saw it, and then like they came in my live and like it was insane. Like it got up to over 100 viewers, and like they were just trying to school me on other denoting, but I completely schooled them.
Well, I mean, you don't find the term denoting in any biology textbook.
Exactly.
Because it's not a biological jargon, right? It's what these people, say without even recognizing what they're actually saying. Denoting, as I understand it, just means sort of symbolic of, right? And by that definition, that would actually include trans women whose expression includes this kind of traits that we might assume exist in females.
Yeah, and cancel cease to know for not following me.
Oh, I don't follow. I thought I followed you.
No, you don't.
Oh, really? Hold on a second.
I think you followed me like on my main account when it was at 18,000. Then it got banned a while ago.
But yeah, I mean, the gender critical crowd is not like I struggle to even call them critical, right? Because to provide an internal critique of a view, you first have to understand what the view is, and all they engage in is a constant caricature and strawman and misinterpretation of what people in academia are saying when they talk about gender. Like Nate has this sort of script, right, where he says, "Oh, the trans movement is misogynistic because it's reducing women to stereotypes." Nobody's doing this. Right? Nobody's reducing women to stereotypes. Right? And so it's just entirely confused. And I wish that Mike had done a better job at showing that to be the case. Instead, he was talking about, we categorize by generalities. And that's true in certain contexts, but it's not very helpful in this kind of conversation. So I don't know. I wish that I'd been up there, but I think Nate knows that he can't debate me on these topics. Like I really don't think he'll actually agree to debate me. Like I think he said it in front of his little crowd of minions to save face, but I don't think he'll actually agree. I think he's scared.
Yeah, because like that crowd, like Envy, Christy, and Nate, like that group of individuals got my main account shut down when I got like Christy's main account shut down, like over a year ago.
But we'll see. We'll see.
IG, who are you referring to me? You said he doesn't even know you. Well, I don't know who he's referring to.
Oh, don't think he's. Well, I don't know what IG's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. He does know me because we've actually talked on a number of different lives before. And I had him up on my live once, and the reason why I wanted to debate him formally was because he doesn't stop over talking people. Like he thinks in his little cult things that if you shout loud enough over somebody, that means they want to debate. Just being loud enough. No, wait. Do you hold the same position as?
Yeah, Coco. Do you believe trans women are women? Coco?
In regards to hosting these debates, I try to stay neutral, but also I don't want to promote like any bad ideas that go against my morals. But me personally,
I'll debate you formally, Coco.
Do I think trans women are women? I mean, I guess I do, but like I don't really debate like trans topics. And to be honest, like I don't mean this in a rude way, but like I don't really care what people do with their lives. I kind of respect people's boundaries, and if someone walks up to me and they say like my pronouns are they, thar, I'm like, okay, and then I just start calling them what their pronouns are. Or like if a trans woman says that they're a woman, I just call them what they want to be called. To me, it's not like the end of the world or like a big deal. So I would say like trans women are women. For me, like there's so much going on in the world. I don't have time to be stressed out about that. I want to love people. I want people to be safe and happy and comfortable, however they choose to identify. I don't feel the need to like be mean to people, and like I identify in certain ways and people respect how I identify. as like agnostic or African American or whatever I want to identify as. So I just want people to love and coexist, right? And like love each other. So like, you know, that's kind
Do
of
you
like,
believe trans women are biological women?
I don't think the people who support the LGBTQ community even believe that a trans woman would be a biological male that has undergone surgery to become the gender at which their brain is identifying with.
Yeah, so a trans woman has to transition into being a woman?
I think a trans woman is born a biological male, and then they try to look the way that they identify in regards to gender, and gender would probably be like a social structure.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they don't have.
I think it's much more than that.
Yeah, exactly.
But I
I don't
have to
understand.
read up, I have to read up on it.
Yeah, Coco, I'll have to sort of explain to you my view because I think it's the one that I think is the closest to what people in the actual like academic field are saying now. I don't understand the question Castro. They said it's a two-parter, but first part is basing thing on I don't know. Cass, what were you asking? I'm sorry.
I was trying to word it in a way that TikTok wouldn't filter the comments. So
Gotcha.
I don't necessarily disagree with Mike. So let me preface that. It's a confusing question that I've had for a minute.
Sure.
So if we can understand that, or let me ask you first, would you say that basing things solely on sex would be harmful not only to the trans community, but to potentially the non-trans community as well?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but I think it depends on what you're referring to, right? Like if you're talking about something purely and strictly biological in the context of biological sex, and that's what you were purely. The point here is that when we talk about gender, we're talking about something in relation to the biological sex and the society, without being either. It's a psychological relationship towards one's biological sex and towards toward one's society.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, right?
Yeah.
So you guys answered the first part of the question, which would be that it would be harmful to only base things based off of sex, and not necessarily being inclusive to gender identity and that as well. And then the second part of that would be then how as we who would be allies to the LGBT community, specifically to the trans community, how would we be able to properly approach / support certain movements that are specifically related to sex-based violence, based off of sex, not gender.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think the conflict between the two is illusory, right? Like, I don't think that the two are actually in the kind of opposition that gender criticals want to pretend that they are. I don't have a problem with the idea that there are certain contexts in which we are more concerned about the biology, or we may be more concerned about the gender identity, or both simultaneously. Like, I don't think that the things have to be in conflict. As far as public spaces, because I think a lot of people bring up legislation in regards to public spaces. People are owed safety in public spaces, not comfort. Right? And safety would apply to anybody with any biological sex or any gender identity.
Yeah, we've got
everybody has the right to their own, safety from any other stranger or any other person.
I won't invite any other
guests.
And
so that should be the priority.
Right, which I don't disagree. I'm more so like, for instance, two main movements, one being the Me Too movement and one being the most recent one, which is the Unbury the Truth movement, which is directly correlated to sex-based violence in South Africa, where they are focusing specifically on females, which would be very exclusive and exclusionary to the trans community. How are we as allies able to support that, knowing the harm that it would be able to cause and does cause to the trans community, with it being exclusionary to them because it's not including them in like the Me Too movement that was founded by I'm gonna butcher her name, I think it was Tanara Burke, who specified that it was specifically only to biological females, and then the Unbury the Truth movement in South Africa, which is dealing specifically with biological females in South Africa, However, we
Okay,
understand that the
yeah, we
Me
can get
Too
started.
movement encompassed a
So,
lot more than just biological
okay,
females.
so thank you
So
guys for
how
being
would
here.
we be able to
Today we're
necessarily
doing
support
Coco
that
Mania
without
6.
also being
My name
harmful
is
to the
Mr.
trans
Coco.
community?
Well,
I'm the
yeah,
owner
I
of
mean, I think
this
it's
page
difficult.
called
Sorry, go ahead.
Controversial Compass.
Yeah,
This
go
space
ahead.
where only the best
Oh,
ideas
okay.
win.
I was just gonna
I'm known
say,
for
I was
on
just gonna
TikTok
say that
hosting formal
you know
debates
one
and trying to
thing
bring formal debates to
is
TikTok.
to
I
show
also help out
how
with like another
reducing
project called Day of Debates.
people to just their
Today we got
biology
Mike Brigandi versus
has been a tool of
Edna
oppression and patriarchy
on
for as
trans
long as it's
women are
existed.
women.
And so
Mike Brigandi's
one
going to
can
be taking the
support these
affirmative,
movements
Edna's
in
going
the
to be taking
context
the
of
negation, and it's going to be a formal
caring about the
debate
safety
where
of
the
cis
format
women,
is going to
while
be
also pointing
7-minute
while
openers,
also
5-minute
pointing
rebuttals
out
to the
that
openers, and then
you know
two
inclusion
rounds of
actually does more to protect women than to harm them.
it's going to be 2 rounds of
And
cross-examination.
you know, you
for
don't
5
have to
minutes,
necessarily
and then, like,
agree
3-minute
with every
close-ups. It's going to be
aspect
a
of
50-minute debate. And
an
you
organization
guys don't have to use all the time
to
for your
show
sections.
support
You
for
can
some.
say, I can see my
But I,
time,
you know,
and
I think
that'll
it's
really be it.
it's a complicated
A couple
question.
clarifications for the
Yeah.
debate.
Haru, what were you going to say? Because
Yeah,
During
like
the opener,
that would
it's
just
only going to be you
inherently like
talking. For
be
your opener, you're going to do your
anti-trans,
opening
the
statement.
same way
Same
that
thing
the
for the
4B
rebuttal. When it
movement
comes to the
in
cross-examination,
South Korea,
I'm
or
going to be timing
I
you guys.
forgot the
If you
country
say the
specifically,
words,
so like a lot of
I
other
reclaim
individuals
my
were calling it the
time,
4
I
N
stop the
movement, like
timer, I
4
calm the
knows because it
conversation
was
down, and
inherently
you get to restart
transphobic.
your time. So like you're in
And like
control of the
whenever like I
cross-examination.
describe like a
So like if
trans
you want
woman,
your
I
opponent
just
to stop talking,
or a
just say
woman
I
in
reclaim
general,
my
they're just a
time, and then
social
I'll pause the
female.
timer,
So
and
like
you
this
know we'll
trans
get
woman
everything
would
under
be a
control
female
to keep
under the
going.
instance that I'm actively describing the
And I
debate.
guess lastly, before we start the debate, thank you guys for
I
being
tend
here.
to sort of
I
stay
appreciate everyone being
distance
here. Thank you for
from
your presence.
particular
You
organizations.
guys
Like
are
I might
already gifting.
support
That's amazing.
sort of the
Gift the
ideas
debaters
of
first. They're here,
protecting all
you know,
citizens,
like
regardless
entertaining you
of
guys for the night. If you have
what they
any extra
identify
change,
with
if not, we just
or who
appreciate
they
you guys
are.
being here and
But
watching.
I
I'm
think
definitely more
Haru
skeptical
was
of movements.
I,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think
Gift them
Haru
first, and
was
then if you
getting
have
at
any
kind of what
extra,
I
gift
was
the host.
trying
But
to
you don't
get
have
to
to. We
is
just
that
appreciate your
these
presence.
movements are
So with
inherently
that, I'm
transphobic.
gonna set the
However,
timer,
these
and
movements
Mike
are
Brigandi, you're gonna
typically the
do your
movements
opening
that we would
statement.
also want to support
It's
because
going to be
being
7
anti
minutes,
these
and I'll tell
movements
you when you can get
makes
started.
us sexist or misogynistic
Are there any
or pro
judges?
grape culture, which
I don't have
obviously
judges for this debate, but if
I'm
we
not pro
really
grape
want to, we can
culture,
do
but
audience
it kind
votes,
of
and the
draws
audience can vote
a
under the
conflict
winners.
in
Or would you actually want
in
judges?
situations where it is
I could
like the Me Too
possibly get
movement,
I'll
right,
get
which
judges,
was
but it's okay.
specifying and
Okay.
socially
Next
was
time we
just
can get
about
judges, but I
SA
could also
victims
get
being
like
able
some
to
people
speak
here
their
on speed
truth.
dial.
However, when you dug deeper
But yeah, next time we'd
into
have to get them in
the
advance.
actual movement, so
But
then when we see other when we see in
so
other
you're gonna
situations
be doing
people
your
supporting
7-minute
movements or
opener,
foundations that are
and
inherently
it
transphobic,
starts
we
whenever you
call
say your
them that.
first word.
But we don't necessarily make the same correlation when it comes to sex-based
Okay, so
violence
to
movements such as
begin,
the Me Too movement or even the
first of all,
Unbury the
thank you
Truth
for
movement
allowing me to be here,
that are
and
inherently
as well as Nate,
transphobic.
everybody
I mean,
being here. I
as
appreciate
I'm
it.
concerned, I think any
To begin,
movement
I'll
should be
define
fairly
the word
criticized
woman
where it should be
because that's
criticized,
typically what people want
right?
to hear,
And
right?
that
So
criticism
woman
does
is
not
a
make
gender
anybody
identity
sexist or
that aligns with
misogynistic. We can
female typical
support
traits.
the aspect of the movements
Trans
that
women
are
have a
that
gender
are
identity that
constructive
aligns
and
with female
needed
typical
and
traits.
helpful, while
Therefore,
also
trans women
holding people
are
accountable
women.
for the ways in which they are
So that's
harming
essentially my
minorities. Right. So
Now,
I don't
since my
think it's
argument is
one or the other.
logically
I think
valid,
we
my
can
opponent
support
would have
certain
to find
ideas,
a
but also being
linguistic issue with
consistent in
this
protecting
in order to
all
render
other
it false. They
Yeah,
could assert that
like,
woman
but
equals
like another
adult human
example of this
female,
would be
but
like
this definition
if like
lacks
this
the
movement
utility
is
that
just to
my
like
definition provides. See, there's a
just to
reason
like
why
help or like
experts agree
speak
that gender
out
and
for
sex
like
are distinct.
sex-based violence or
As
like
woman as a gender
base
identity
violence
actually
or like
encapsulates
that
the
type of
observed
violence, then
psychological,
if
sociological,
they
or
under like my
neurobiological
definition, trans women
aspects
would
of
still be
gender
included
that a
under that.
sex-based
But if
definition
it's
simply
inherently like
cannot.
transphobic and
There's
in
more to
that
a
basis,
person's
I wouldn't
manhood
support it
than
because it's
just a
actively causing
reproductive
harm
system.
to like my
There's a gender
community,
expression.
such as like hyper
There's a gender
invisibility for
expression I
trans men as
exhibit,
well.
masculinity.
Which is kind
There
of
are
what I was
social
getting at,
roles I
Haru,
fulfill
because
with
like
respect
the
to my
Me Too
manhood,
movement and
right?
even the
Expectations
Unbury the
to be the
Truth movement
protector and
were
be
both
assertive.
founded and
There's an
created
entire
by
identity that I
TERFs who
have,
were
and this has much more to do with
trans
my
exclusive
manhood
radical
than just my
feminists who
reproductive
are very
anatomy.
exclusive to the
In
trans
fact, if you
community, and
swapped out
even
my
throughout
chromosomes with
the Me
XX,
Too movement, they
I'd
were
still be a man.
actively having
If
trans
you swap my
creators be
genitals
mass
with
reported
female ones,
for sharing their
I'd still be a
hashtag Me
man.
Too story. And so if we can see that
my
these
entire
movements are
reproductive system
inherently
to produce
transphobic,
large gametes,
but in the same
I'd
sense
still be a
also
man.
understand
I
that
would
they
still
are
want to do manly
inherently
things. I would still
spreading
want to
awareness,
fulfill
it kind
manly
of draws a
roles. I still want
conflict
to
of,
express
well, how
myself
can we
masculine.
support
Literally
this
nothing
while
about my
also not
manhood would
supporting it
change
in the same way?
except for a few
Yeah,
organs.
exactly. Because like
So there
that
are
would
far more
inherently be wrong, and
psychosocial and
I wouldn't
behavioral
support
traits
that
associated
movement
with my
due to it
manhood
actively
than there are
excluding
sex traits.
individuals of a
So to
higher
reduce my
like
manhood
demographic
down
of
to a few
actively being
organs
caused harm to them,
is
and
not
like these
consistent with
turfs
the
and
reality of
individuals
gendered
that are actively
experiences. It's
promoting
just a
harm are
blatant
actively
rejection
like less
of
than
various fields
like
of study
consequences
that
and
are
everything
converging in
to
their
the basis
understanding
of
of gender
transgender
versus sex,
individuals,
challenging my
and are
opponent's
causing like a sense of
bioessentialist
predatory
notion.
towards them.
But to
And
further
like
bolster my
it's just
argument,
like
there's an
pushing
emerging
internalized
consensus
biases
amongst
that they
experts that
actively
gender
have and
identity
wrapping it
has a
up as a good
neurobiological
movement.
basis.
If you're
Studies
actively
find that the
causing harm
brain
to
is
another
responsible
community
for
that
how we
isn't negatively
identify,
affecting
our
you,
body
then it's not
perceptions,
good.
all the
Then it's
gendered
not a good
aspects
movement.
that
The
predispose
same
us
way
to
like
being
with
man or
what
woman
Raiders
or
just
any other
said.
identity. So
Yeah,
here's
and
a heavily cited
and it kind of like
2022
somebody in the
study called The
comments
Brain Sex
made
and
the comment
Transgender
that
Woman is Shifted Toward
that
Gender
it's not the
Identity in
movement
the
that's
Journal of
being
Clinical
transphobic,
Medicine.
it's the
He looked
creator.
at 24
But that's the
trans
same
women,
thing as
24
saying
cis
that
men,
like
and 24
society
cis
isn't
women brains
racist,
via
it was just
MRI,
created on
analyzed
racism.
them versus
If
a
we can
trained
see
algorithm
that
that
this was
sampled
created
500 brains with
inherently to exclude the
90%
trans
accuracy,
community, then we
and
can
was able
also
to
see
determine
that the
people's brain
movement
sex.
itself is
And that brain
inherently
sex was
transphobic
on a
in and of
continuum
itself.
between male and
And that's
female,
kind of where
allowing
I got
for
my
a
conflict
spectrum of
at.
brain
And I kind of
types,
wanted to ask
with
Mike about
cis
it because
brains
I knew
aligning
during
with
the whole Me
cis
Too
men brains
movement,
aligning with
he was
male
in
type
very
brains,
like he was very
and
supportive of the
inversely
Me
for
Too
cis women.
movement.
Yeah,
And
so
it's kind of
after
been one of those
analyzing brain
questions
scans
for
of the
me is like
participants, it was found that
how
trans
as
brains were shifted
allies are
away
we
from
able
their
to
birth
support
sex type brain
something that
and
is so
towards their
blatantly
gender identity.
transphobic? It would be the same
Now,
thing as
statistical
somebody who
tests
is an
found that the
ally for
correlations
like
compared to
BLM
their cis
supporting
counterparts
something that is
had a p-value
inherently
of about
racist to the black
0.016,
community.
meaning there's only a
Yeah, I think
1.6%
that
probability of this
we
being the
should
result
focus
of
on supporting the spreading of
and our identities
education
mostly
about
begin
these
before birth.
topics,
The brain differentiates based
supporting
on
people's
hormones, can be
rights, and
masculinized or
making sure that
feminized,
we are
giving
doing
rise
what we
to
need to
someone's
do
gender identity.
on
Many
the
trans people
politics side of
experience trans
things to
phantom
hold our
sensations,
representatives
indicating a
accountable
mental body
for the
schema
kinds of
in the brain.
legislation that they're trying to
Gender
pass.
dysphoria indicates
I'm
psychological
less
distress,
interested in
and
you know,
gender-affirming care
individual
actually helps
movements
their mental state of affairs.
and the
So
creators
all
of
these
them,
real and
and
observed
more
phenomena
so
are predicted
the,
by my model
the
of gender,
protection
not
of
by my
individuals
opponents.
and the spreading of proper
If what
education.
my model is saying is
For
true,
example,
we would expect to
J-Rob
find all
whining
these sorts
about
of
saying that
features in
we're being the
transphobes.
victim or playing the victim card.
But my
Nobody's playing the
opponent's
victim.
view that sex-determined
This
gender
is just you coping.
says all the neuroscience,
We're simply
all the
calling out
sociological studies,
the
all
reality
the
of
psychology, the consensus,
some of what's happening in
which
the culture.
aligns
I don't
with
have
my
a lot of
position,
time because
right?
I have to
Haslanger, Betcher, Jenkins,
take
all
care of
these
a few errands, but
theorists,
Raiders was talking shit
organizations
in the
like the
comments.
APA,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll
WPATH,
let you
from
handle
society,
him, and then
all
I'll
the
go back and forth
neuroscience,
with
like
Haru here in a
from
minute.
being
Go ahead. Sorry.
claustrophobic and
You know,
sorry.
I'm a him. How do you know I'm a him? Come on, look at you
Raiders,
being
can we have your
sexist
age
right
for the
now.
TikTok?
How do you know I'm a him?
Raiders, can we have your age for TikTok terms of service? We would really appreciate that.
Yes, I'm 30.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Raiders,
We really do
You're
appreciate that.
welcome. I'll talk like you.
let me
Yes,
ask
I'll
you-
talk like you.
Raiders, let me ask you
Toxic,
something.
or can we have a regular conversation?
Clearly, there's more to women
Let me ask you
than
something
that.
very, very quickly.
Right? Typically, people with female
I'm guessing
reproductive
you
systems are
believe
women,
that a woman
but
is
not
just
always.
an adult human female, right?
My opponent's definition
Obviously.
doesn't account at all for any
Okay,
of the
and by
nuances.
that, just to clarify,
So the adult
you're
human
saying that
female
the only
definition is
context in
largely
which it's
compatible
appropriate
with mine, but
to
mine
use the
goes
label
further.
woman
It's more
is to
precise
describe
with
what? Like, how are you
respect
defining
to
female?
observations generations of
someone that
human
produces
behavior.
large gametes?
So there's a pragmatic case for the usage of the word woman, the
Yeah,
way
someone that
contemporary gender
produces
theory
large
does,
gametes,
and not the way my
someone
opponent
that
does.
has the
Now, remember, my
reproductive
argument is
system
not
of
solely
a
contingent on neuroscience.
female,
My opponent
someone who doesn't
would have to
invert
find
their
a
penis
linguistic
into
issue
a
with
vagina.
my
And that's the
argument.
only
There's also an
context,
ethical
and that's the only
case
context in
to
which
be
you're
made
saying
here
the
that
word should be
even if all the
used. So
science is
like,
wrong,
And so
just
there's
because
no
somebody
it would be
possesses,
ethically
just
beneficial
somebody
to
looks
Hey, so I
like
let you
female
talk. Can you let me
as
talk?
women.
So there's
yeah,
a
I'm
difference
asking
between
clarifying questions to make sure they're fair.
there's a difference between a vagina and a uterus. Does that inverted penis go into a uterus?
No, I'm not talking. I'm simply.
You guys use safe words like just say vag or cadoodle or something.
And ultimately
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not making any claims of biology right now. I'm simply trying to understand how you're using the language.
So my view is scientifically,
so let me ask you this then.
pragmatically,
When you go out into the
linguistically, and
world and you
ethically
see people
superior in every way
outside,
to my
do you have
opponents.
access to their game mates and and what they have downstairs, the
Okay.
chromosomes,
With
and all the
that, thank you
biological
for your
stuff you're
opening
referring to.
statement, and now we're gonna move on to Edna's
No, but I
opening
can see
statement.
trans women who
I
like have
am
the deep voices and they say,
the
"I'm not
timer,
a sir."
and Edna,
So
you're gonna get
yes,
Sorry, they are.
there's
They are.
there's something like that.
Well, sorry, they are females. They are adult human females that have deep voices, right?
Good evening, panelists. Good evening, Mike. Good evening, host. I appreciate
Obviously,
you
but
for
we're
so
trying to
having
find
a
the
deep
difference
voice.
between. We're
I'll go
trying to
ahead and
find
start
the
now.
difference.
So, as a
Explain the
gender critical
difference to
individual, I
me
have noticed
of how
an
you
uptick
can
in
put
arguments
women
attempting
and
to prove a
trans women into
neurobiological
one
basis for
category
gender identity.
without
Such claims
using sexism
lack
in it.
evidence and fail
The
to
exact
prove a
same way
causal
that you
relation
do
between one's
when you
neurological
recognize that
development
you're
or
labeling people as
neuroanatomy
women
and their
without
gender
having
identity.
access to the things
These
you're
ideas
describing.
and
Because when
arguments
you go
promote
outside, you don't
neurosexism,
have
the
access to your
incorrect
gay
idea
mates.
that persons'
You don't have
behaviors
access to
and
the
their
reproductive
identities are
organs.
influenced or
You don't
Yeah,
have
it's called
access.
science.
or gendered behaviors
What
are
about
influenced
science?
by parts of neuroanatomy are often
Said it's called
reductive,
science.
Yes, I'm saying
sexist, and
what
reduce
about
women
it?
and
Because
men
science
to
doesn't agree with you.
stereotypes and
So
social norms that have been
again, I'm
Science
not
does agree
denying.
with me.
historically
Gametes, that's all
unsystemically
science.
utilized to oppress them.
Yeah,
Being
so I'm not denying.
phenocolorism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Raiders,
it's,
I'm not
it's
denying. Hold on,
science.
so science. First of all, I'm not denying that when we talk about gay mates, we're describing females. What I'm trying to show you is that when we use the word woman, already we are referencing something that extends beyond mere biology, and science agrees with me.
In today's
right?
debate, I will
I mean, let me ask
highlight
you:
the
can you
key
name a
flaws
single
in
gender
using
theorist
neurobiology or
that's written
neurobiological
anything about
inclusive studies to prove
scientifically
gender
speaking,
identity,
written
and
anything
also
about
prove
gender in the
that
last
my opponent,
5
who
years?
clearly doesn't understand gender,
You're asking
seems
me
to
about
confuse
gender theorists. I'm
concepts of
talking to you about
masculinity
real
and femininity
science. I'm
with
talking
So
about
womanhood
yeah,
and
so am I.
manhood.
You're
So
wait,
Some
wait,
cultural
wait,
norms
wait,
typically
wait,
associated
wait.
with
I
the
let
sexes,
you
such as
speak. You
being
let me
manly or being
speak.
a protector,
Are you
as
an
we
act?
previously
Are you
mentioned,
a
actually refer to
biological
masculine
male? Did your
expectations,
doctor assign
expectations
you
that
male
women
at
and men do
birth?
not have
Yeah,
for
I'm a
men,
biological
are not
male.
defined
Oh,
by.
okay, and you're still
Additionally,
male.
Yes.
the idea of gender
Oh, okay,
identity
okay, yeah.
promotes the
Because there's
idea
no
that
way to
women and men
transition
are
from male to
simply
female
Yeah,
anyway.
nobody's saying that you
Right.
can.
Referring
That's
to
all I'm
womanhood
saying.
as a gender
Yes,
identity simply
exactly,
reduces women to a
exactly,
thought
and that's
group
my
with
point.
Raiders, I don't know
Like,
what point you
why
think
are
I'm making.
you
They are
why
not.
are you
They are
fighting
physical,
against women
unique
rights? Would you
adult
be that
humans.
I'm not fighting
Gold's
against
Gym?
women's rights.
Would you be that Gold's Gym
Additionally,
dude that saw a lesbian African American woman naked?
Yeah, this isn't a good
No,
debate.
this isn't about it.
Raiders,
This isn't about exactly. You guys just get scared.
Raiders,
You
nobody's
guys get
nobody's
scared.
scared of you. So let
Hey,
me respond to you
Raiders, I'm a
directly.
cisgender woman. I would happily debate you if you have a problem with debating somebody who's male.
Okay. Thank you for your opening statement.
I don't
With
share
that,
the
I'm
same
gonna
debate that
end
you
your
do
timer.
You're
because
a
I do
traitor.
see how
That's
your
what you are. You're a traitor.
This is
You're
just
going through
the
these
irony of this is
rooms.
so ironic.
Yeah.
Cross-examine
Like
each other.
it, this person is literally
your
sorry.
rebuttals or
You're a
maybe
traitor.
sometimes you
You're a
disagree
traitor.
with about your opponent's opening
You're
statement.
bitching for no reason.
So,
Women's
Mike,
Wait,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
get,
guys.
Look for women's
5
rights.
minutes, and it
You're not fighting for
starts
women's
when you
rights.
say your
You're
first
trying to
Can y'all
silence
hold
a
on?
woman
Can
who
y'all
disagrees with
respect
you.
the host?
Yeah,
Hold on.
wait,
Can
wait,
y'all
wait, really
respect
quick.
the host? He's trying to speak.
Oh, yeah, thanks. But like, the issue I'm having with this conversation is like, you're not really like Raiders. You're not really like tracking the conversation.
You're muted.
Nobody's saying that like a male can turn into a female.
Everything
That's
you
like
said was pretty
sex.
much false.
We're talking about gender, which is
So,
involving
in
like
the domains of
societal
science, when
terms,
we,
right?
study,
Like
especially
man and
neuroscience,
woman,
we don't,
and that's probably
we're
gonna be
not
like the
looking
distinction
at
that we're trying to talk about.
causal
You're kind of
mechanisms,
conflating
right?
like boy
The
and girl with like
causal,
man and woman,
trying
or
to
like
demonstrate a
sex with
causal
like gender,
mechanism
and some people would say
cannot
those
be
are
done
like
in just one year
distinctly
study,
like
right?
different. Some
It
people
is
would say that
something
they're the
that
same.
takes a cumulative case
Let me
to
just
do
say this, and then I do have to head out.
For example,
but I want to make one
for the
point.
longest time, it wasn't known
The so-called gender
conclusively.
criticals, like this
There was no
individual up
causal
here,
mechanism between
can't even
smoking and lung
engage in the
cancer,
basics of the conversation.
but
Like,
enough
it's a constant
correlative
strawman or
data
caricature of
added
what
up
we're
and
saying.
accumulated into the
Right?
causal
Like the
case.
host had just said, nobody's claiming you're
Same with things like
changing your
autism,
chromosomes or
right?
gay mates or
We still
biology.
don't know the cause
Nobody's making that claim.
necessarily of autism.
And you're
We still
pretending
don't
to
know the
fight for
cause of
women's rights
gravity.
while actually
So we don't need a
diminishing
causal
women
mechanism
to
to know
simply
that,
biological
yes, there's
functions,
evidence at this
which
stage.
has been
Want them in our
historically
restroom. You want
which
them
has
in our
been
locker
There's a gendered
rooms.
aspect
which has
That's
been
the
to the brain.
difference.
This is,
historically
this is why
till he
it's,
finishes
which
his
has been
consensus among scientists and
historically
experts in the
a
field.
tool of oppression
So yeah, that
that's
was all
been used
nonsense.
against women
And identity is not the same thing as a
merely. I'm actually
when
fighting
I
for
say
women's
identity, I
rights
don't mean
across the
I
board.
just
I'm
feel
fighting
this
for
way or
women to
have
be
a
seen as
thought.
more than
It's
just
a
their
deep
capacity to give
internal
birth or have
sense of
periods.
who you are.
Right?
It is
And like I
something
said,
that's
you
done
don't use a language the way you're
unconsciously.
claiming
just
because
a
it took me
feeling
2
or
seconds
or
to
a
show
thought.
everybody
Right?
that
It's
you
something
don't
innate
that
to
you
all
don't
of us,
label
innate to
you
our
don't label
conscious
women
Women are men.
by being
That's like
female
saying,
because
you
you
know,
don't have
consciousness
access
is
to
a
the things
feeling.
you're claiming are
it's
necessary to
it's
use
an
the label.
identity. It's something
You're
deeper
completely
than that.
contradictory.
So that's a straw man that
Yeah,
to
okay.
say that I think sex
again
is a
like
feeling.
all other gender critical, so-called gender critical
Studies aren't
I've
conclusive. This is
debated
another
or
flaw
talked to,
he's saying.
you are unequipped to have the conversation. It's just pure incompetence.
When
I
a
understand you're
study
angry,
says
but you're
it's
angry at the wrong
inconclusive, that
people
doesn't
for
mean
the
that
wrong
it's
reasons.
invalid.
You're
It
not
doesn't
even
mean that
You're
it's
tracking
making
what
us
we're
women
saying.
look
That's
bad.
just not how science works,
You're
right?
making us women with a
Again, we
brain
build a
actually look
cumulative
bad.
case.
I
We
gotta
build
head
a
out here,
case
but I appreciate you letting me up.
that
And
accumulates evidence and
Coco, let me
data,
know if
and
Nate
then we find it matches
decides
to some
actually take me up on the
conclusion.
offer. I
So
don't think
no
he
one
will.
study
I
is
think
going to
he's
necessarily
scared.
be conclusive. In
But
fact,
if you can make it
if you were
happen,
to
please
say
let me
that
know.
you have to find me
Absolutely.
one
I'll
study
try my
that's
best.
conclusive,
Sounds
then
good.
you just have
Thanks,
to
guys.
reject climate change,
Everybody has a good
reject
rest of your
all the
night.
things we know
You
about
too,
the
sis.
science, because
I
there's
mean,
no one
Raiders kind
study
of
that
proved their
makes it
point in the
conclusive.
conversation, though, by saying, like, how
It's
can
almost
women and trans women be
rare
in the
to
same
find such a
category
thing
while
in
using the
science, but we can
same
still get
classification of woman, right?
data. We
Even
can
if
still extract data.
even
We can
like
still
gender criticals will
understand how
acknowledge
things
that
happen
trans
through
women
science, like
are a
climate change and
classification
autism
of women.
and lung cancer.
Yeah.
The last thing you said, another thing you said was
Yeah,
gender
Yeah, also,
expectations
sorry,
that I
J-Rob
described
in the
mean
comments,
every person
you
has to
didn't
do that.
define
No,
female like I
again,
asked.
that's why
You
I
defined
made sure to mention
woman,
the
which you did
typicality
not define it
aspect
correctly.
to
I
gender,
asked you,
right?
again,
When I
define
say that
female.
men typically, when I say that men are
Oh, yeah, like,
masculine,
what
I
a
mean that in a
night.
typical
Like,
sense.
dude,
Typically,
this
men
was
are
like,
masculine, but
this was
clearly
Right?
there are women
Yeah,
who
the
Also, let
trans
me
men.
say,
masculine.
welcome back to
But
TikTok.
again,
It's
how
been
we
a minute since
categorize
I've
men
seen
versus
you.
women is based on
Also, want to
typicalities.
say thank you
And any
for
kind of
trying to make debate
oh
talk
no, you
not
have to
so
have necessary
redundant and actually
conditions
bringing formal
is
debates
a
back.
blatant
Love that.
begging the
I'm so
question
tired of
fallacy,
seeing the
right?
same
Because what you're saying
stupid
is
TikTok
my theory
lives
of
about
categorization has
abortion
to be true,
and trans
which
rights,
is
and they're like
essentialism,
5-minute
right?
debates of
I
people
say
just
no,
muting
that's not what
and
I'm
going
doing.
back
So
and forth,
you're
and it's
question
just
begging when
so
you say
redundant
that
at this
there
point.
must be necessary
So
conditions,
props to you for being
or
able
else
to
you
get
don't
that back
have a
on the
definition.
platform.
That's just
Definitely
not how
think we need to see
definitions
that more in
work
the
in
debate
linguistics.
community.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I literally
And
love what I
again,
do. I
last
love
thing, if I have
working
some
with the
time,
people that I
sex.
work
You
with. I
mentioned
love
sexism
making
and stereotypes.
I love editing
No,
and
by
making like the promo
definition,
videos.
there's no. I'm not talking. I'm not even
The
talking
goal
about
would
sex,
be to
right?
like do
I'm
this
talking
for a
about
living, but also
gender
like
norms
I gotta
and
keep my
expectations.
expectations like
A
realistic. But
stereotype
I
is
love
an
what I do, editing,
oversimplification or a
making videos,
generalization about somebody
me
with a
personally
negative
debating
connotation
people, and then
attached
other
to it,
people
right?
debating.
Like women are bad drivers.
And
That's
actually,
a
I want to
stereotype.
debate
But
more,
when I say
but like
that,
between like
when I
work,
say that,
like I
when
don't
I
really have time
describe
to
an
like study
archetype
that
of
much. I
something,
do need to
right?
read
Like
more because I debate about like Christianity.
women have long hair. That's not a stereotype.
But yeah,
in the
like
sense that
I
I'm
do.
not saying
I
all
want
women must
to.
have long
I would
hair or
love
all
to
women
do
must be
TikTok
this
for a
way.
living
We're saying
and
it's a
just read
typicality.
a bunch of
And
stuff
so we're
about like
describing an
religion and
archetype,
maybe like get
not
into like abortion and politics and like all the other realms.
How much time?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, you're on the right path. I mean, you're over 10K, so you can monetize fully on your TikTok.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Definitely
gifts that
take
are
advantage of that.
coming in, but you had 30
Definitely take
seconds.
advantage of the
But
TikTok
would that be
Shoppy
the
Shop.
conclusion of your
Even if
rebuttal?
it's like microphones and stuff that you're doing, take advantage of it.
Okay.
The commissions on that
I'll
stuff is
end
out the
your
roof.
timer, and
So
now Edna,
there's
it's gonna be your
definitely a
turn
way
to
to
do a
make it your
rebuttal
full-time
to
job
Mike's opening
if
statement,
you're
and then
putting,
after
even
that,
if
we're
you're
going
not
to
the one
get into the
debating. If you're
cross-examinations.
just putting in half the
You're
time
going
and
to
half the
get
energy
5
into it, there's
minutes, and
definitely
it
a way you can
starts
do
whenever
it.
you say your first word. I think I might start doing some TikTok shop stuff
Okay,
about
so
stuff
I'd
that's
just
sort
like
of
to first
related to what I
clarify.
do. Like microphone
I'd just
sounds
like
like
to
a good
first
idea, or
clarify
like
that
headsets,
the
or
claim
like
about
maybe
neurobiology
You
like
can get
has
like
references
free
to something that
samples
Mike's
for the like
cited, which
little
was
microphones that
brain
plug
sex
into
and
the bottom
transgender
of
women
your
are shifted
phone, and you
towards
just
gender
click them on your
identity.
shirt.
It actually states in the study
And
that
then
he
like
listed
you get a free sample on
that
it,
the
and then you
brain
make
sex, the brain
60%
sex
commission
metric that
on
they
it. So
utilized
even though
still
they're
had a
only like
trans woman with
$8,
closest
you
hysteria
having
than if
them
he had actually
pinned
raped
during
the
your
study,
live
which
and
he
you're
clearly
wearing
hasn't.
the little microphone,
Additionally,
that
you did
classifies as an
reference the
ad
laws,
for
you did
TikTok shop
defining women
qualifications.
and men by
So you
giving
could
them
be
specific
running debate on
categorization
debate on
just
debate
based
on
on
your
those things.
TikTok, not even be saying anything, and just
Your
have your
statement
microphone
about
on and have it pinned in
roles
the
in
little shop,
society,
and you'll
yet
get
again, are
commission from it.
reductive because
I might actually do that.
stereotypes do
Actually, yeah,
oversimplify
because I
And
need
characters.
make a
They
video
represent
with the
categories
like go
as
live feature, because even
distorted
if
as
people
possible
aren't
and
going
actually
live, if they click
categorize
on the
a group
little
of
link,
people. When you
once you
use
hit
language
10K
like
followers,
typical,
you
you're
get
not
like
including all women,
I
you're
think it's
including most
$100 for
women at
every
all.
10 clicks
Right?
that somebody
Therefore, it
clicks on
doesn't
the
actually
little go
encompass
live
the
icon. Like for me right
category.
now,
You're
I'm under
just using a
10K. So for
typicality
me,
or
it's like
generalization.
every
It's not
100 I
what
get
we're here to prove. We're not
$10.
here to prove that
But
typically
for other
trans
ones,
women are
it's
women.
like
We're not
every
here to
100
prove
you get $100.
Yeah,
quote
I
50%
do need to think about like monetizing and like how to sort of like turn
Yeah,
this
I
into like
can. Here, let me pause
actual
your time.
like
I'm gonna pause
incoming
it,
money.
like,
But yeah, I think I'm gonna
I'm gonna
start
give you like 3
low-key
minutes,
doing
50
so.
seconds.
Let's
I
say
need
like
to, yeah,
plan
check for that
it.
echo.
But absolutely, definitely.
I think Mike
Maybe
needs
but
to
no, like that dude, it's so cool.
All right,
Wait,
you
Haru,
real quick,
I literally
and then say
made
something
like
again.
I just checked. I
testing,
made
testing.
I made like
gone now.
$98
Oh,
from
okay.
the debate I just hosted.
Okay, cool.
And then
Here,
also
I'll
like,
time you for my
I'm
laptop.
Nice.
Give me
like
one
I was at I think I was at 10,851
Right. So
followers.
there, if
I think I hit like I think I hit 11K tonight.
Yeah, you're at
So,
11.1
That
as
is
of
as
right
far as
now.
the social arguments are concerned.
11.2 on my
Aside from that,
Oh,
back to the
yeah. So you've
neurobiological
grown
arguments.
even
The
more since the
neurobiological
last time I
arguments,
checked.
if Mike
And
agrees they only
definitely,
prove
like, you can
correlation, they don't prove
definitely do
causation.
it to where,
He cannot
like,
then make
and
claims
what
that
I
gender
would
identity
recommend
has a
for your next
neurobiological
debate
basis, meaning that it is based in,
is
caused by, or exists
prioritize
because
the
of
gifters when they're
neuroanatomy.
coming
He
up for
can state that there are
requests at the end
hypotheses
for
that
the gift
may
or for the
attempt to
questions
prove
and
or
their
attempt
comments,
to insinuate
because you
or
had people in here
propose the
that
idea
were
that gender
filling
identity is
your gift
neurobiologically
goals,
based. But
filling,
in order
you
for a
know,
person to make the
dropping
claim
big gifts
that
on you,
gender
and
identity
even Mike
has a
and Edna
neurobiological basis,
that waited in the
is
requests
simply
and
to
never got
indicate
to
or
come
to
up.
propose that
But I
it is
definitely
based
think that
in
if you
and or is
prioritize and if you
defined
emphasize that you're
by or caused
prioritizing the
by
gifts, which
one's
you as a
neurological
host can
development.
see it,
Additionally, as far as
you
the social arguments
as
are
a host
concerned,
can make
we have
more
to
money,
understand
because
that there are
personally
differences between
speaking, there
associative
shouldn't have
and
been a reason
definitive
why Edna
characteristics of men
walked
and
off
women.
of your
My
platform
opponent
with
here
more
is
money
not
than you did
defining men
tonight.
and women, but
Oh,
simply
no, I mean like they're
defining
the
them or
debaters.
referencing
I'm just keeping time
characteristics
and
that
like
are commonly
They
but
wouldn't have
traditionally
a place to debate
associated
if you didn't
with men and
facilitate
women.
it.
When we
Yeah,
look at
Coco.
history, we understand that there are lots
I
of
mean, I
women
did
Like,
who do
kindly,
not
the
conform
debate
to
wouldn't have
traditional gender
happened
norms, do
without
not
you.
conform
So
to social norms and stereotypes or
Coco,
archetypes associated with their
what
sex,
I used
yet
to
are
do,
still men and
but
women.
this was over a
So
year
the
ago,
idea
I'd
that men and
make them
women are
pay
defined, even in
$20
typical
to
cases,
formally debate.
by
I mean, like
archetypes and
that's like
social
when my
norms is
platform
completely
becomes like
sexist and yet again
modern day
ignores the
debates or
lived
like something
experience
where
of
Coco,
women
I have a
and
question.
also ignores
want to
the
like
oppression that women
debate on my
historically
platform
and
like
systemically have
seriously
faced on
so
the
bad,
basis of sex,
but
not
Coco, what's the
gender
product
identity.
that you're selling?
Finish. Go ahead.
highly educational and like entertaining debates.
nope,
To the
you're
opening
selling
statement.
yourself.
Now we're gonna move on
Yes,
to
exactly.
like not like a schmostitute. Like
Well,
you
no, you're
during
selling your
this time,
services,
Mike
your
Pagani, you're gonna
platform,
go
your
first. This is your time
character,
to
and in all
substantiate your
reality, that's something
position
you have to
and
take into
delegitimize your
consideration,
opponent's
especially
position.
when you're doing
Like I said in the
controversial
beginning,
lives and
if your
controversial
opponent is
debates.
talking
Is
and you
your
want them to
character's
stop,
on the
all you have
line
to do
just
is
as
say,
much
I
as the
reclaim my
debaters are.
time, and
So
then
the
we'll
same
stop
way
the
that
timer,
somebody
get
can
everything under
clip
control,
one of
then
their
resume the
debates
timer when
and
everything
call
is
their
like
jobs is the
back under
same way they
control.
can clip the debate and call
So,
your job because
Mike,
you're
you're gonna start your
facilitating and
5-minute
hosting it.
cross-examination.
Yeah.
I'll time
And
you from my
Laura,
laptop.
he does. Like, it's the same hashtag and
And give me
handle.
1 sec. I'm currently editing it.
And yeah,
Yeah,
you're good
actually,
to go whenever you say
as
your
we're
first
speaking
word.
right now, I'm downloading the TikTok footage,
So,
and then yeah, I'm gonna like edit it and put it on YouTube.
Edna, do you think that
but yeah.
That
in
is
order
all
to
really
define
good
something
advice
in a
from both
category,
of
you have
them
to have a
about
necessary condition?
Like I have to write that
protecting
down.
yourself
I believe
as well.
it is best to
Yeah,
to
like
always. I'll actually say
I
yes.
have to like write that down. Like I have a journal for
Okay,
like
you do. Okay.
this project I'm
So,
doing, and like yeah, I need to monetize.
like when you're defining
and,
anything, this applies to every
um,
category. There has to
yeah,
be a
like
necessary condition.
what am I
In order to make
offering
the claim
to
that it
people
is
who are
definitive,
watching?
yes.
And yeah, like there's
Okay.
this guy who like manages social media and stuff, and I took notes
I'm
on like
getting
stuff that he was saying, and like
sorry.
yeah, what you're saying is like
So,
right. And
I was making
what would you
easily
say the
$2,000 a
necessary
month,
condition of
some month more,
a truck
at just
is,
18,000 followers on
or a
TikTok.
car?
Like,
I
that's
wouldn't have
basically
said
carrying
for
me
the
through my
I
college
wouldn't have
tuition.
necessary conditions for the
Like a
content,
year
therefore I
ago,
would
it's
say I
still
don't have a
carrying
definition.
me because like I invested in
You can't
everything,
define a car.
and then like I got
Not
scholarships.
in terms of necessary conditions of
Like
The last thing I would recommend to
So
you
you
is
have no
especially
idea how
with
to
you
define a
debating
car.
topics and
I
you're
don't.
having people who definitely don't agree with
Not
your
in a
position,
definitive, necessary
because just
ne-
hearing your
with
position,
necessary
you don't
definition.
agree with
This is
Edna's
insane.
position. You should definitely, when
So
you're doing
clearly, okay,
one-on-one
when we
debates, make
define
sure that
words
you
in
have something
linguistics, we're
on
looking
your
at
topic
typicality. So I
background
take a
that
prototype
says that
theory in
the
linguistics. Right?
guest's
This is
views don't necessarily
a
align
theory in
with the
which we
host,
categorize things
to where
on
it takes the
prototypical
liability
things,
off of you.
like a robin.
I was
Is a
thinking
type
about
of
that too.
bird.
Like
It's a prototypical bird.
before the debate started, I was
But
gonna say
not
something
every
like
bird
that,
has
but
to
like I
have
didn't end up saying
those kinds
something
of
like that.
features of a robin.
And it
And
wasn't really much
so
of a
that's
problem.
a
People
kind
were
of theory
like
in
asking me like what my
linguistics. That
position
doesn't mean
is, but
necessary
yeah, I do need
conditions.
to like
Another one is cluster
say that in
concepts,
like the opening
right?
statement and stuff.
There is no
Well,
such
the
thing as
problem is
necessary
the people
conditions
who are
in
going to
cluster
come for you,
concepts.
they're not going to
How
say
do you
it, right? The
define a
people who are
game
clipping
with any
the
condition
the
that's
clips from
necessary? You
debates and
can't.
they're
It's not
sending it to
possible.
people's
That's
jobs,
why
or
we use
they're
cluster
calling
concepts, and
people's
that's why they are
schools
valid
and
ways of
they're getting
using
people fired or
definitions
expelled from their schools.
and
They're not going to
categories.
be in your comments telling
Next
you these
question.
things. They're just going to clip it and then send it to your employer
And
or
if
send
I
it to your
replace
school and
my,
say, look
since
at what this
your
person was
definition of
hosting,
woman
or
is an
look at
adult
what this
human
person
female,
was
correct?
involved in.
Yeah.
And then that falls back on you
A
if there's
female is
nothing
somebody
clearly
who is
stating that you
female
don't
is a
necessarily
reproductive
agree with their
system
positions.
organized
Like,
around
for
production
instance,
large
the
gaming.
Raiders
I'll
person who
clarify the
came up here,
definition.
right?
A
If they
female
came up
organism
here
that is of all kinds of
dropping a whole bunch of very harmful speech, which they did, or just started dropping a bunch of slurs, and you're not necessarily saying, oh, I don't
So if I
align with that,
replace my
they can
reproductive system with
associate
the
and lump you in
females,
with that because you're not
everything else stay
necessarily
the same.
negating
Would
it.
that make me a woman?
Yeah.
No,
No,
because
I
my
totally get what
definition
you're saying.
stipulates
Yeah,
that
that is a
basic
good point.
categories defined with reference to
Yep,
characteristics
yeah.
developed
Yeah,
independently
this
of
makes
surgical
sense.
augmentation
Okay,
or
so
medical
Yeah,
intervention.
because I got
The
doxxed
replacement
twice.
of one's reproductive
Well,
organ
like
via medical
Let's
or
say
on
I,
my
surgical
major
augmentation.
platform, yeah.
yeah.
Before it got
Let's say
banned.
there was no
It
surgery.
was insane.
Just I happen to wake up tomorrow morning
Oh,
and
but
have
back
a
to what me and
female
you were
reproductive
speaking
system.
about,
Would that make
Haru.
me a woman?
If you were
So like for when
belonged
it
to a
comes to like
sequentially hermaphroditic
the
species, yes,
situations like
sure. But
for
humans are
instance
not
like the Me
sequentially
Too movement,
hermaphroditic.
right?
Humans are
Like
gonocardic.
I'm an SA
That would
survivor,
not
so
apply to
my
real
first
humans. Humans are
instinct
gonocardic
was let
species
me
are
post to the
sequentially
Me Too
hermaphroditic.
movement
So no.
until I did more research
Yeah,
into the
so
Me Too
I think this
movement
is
and
insane to reduce women down to
that it wasn't
their
really
freaking sex
beneficial
organs.
or supporting of
Now,
cis
here's a
women or
great follow-up
trans
question. I
women when
mean,
it came
do you
to
agree that
SA
there's more to
or
womanhood than just having a reproductive
sexual
system
violence towards women,
around producing large gametes?
and it was
I believe that there
very
is more to
turf
womanhood in the
based.
associative
So
sense, not in
it
the
kind of
determinative
comes into
sense.
those
So I
situations where it's like you want to support a
womanhood
movement
into two
because you
categories. You have
understand that
determinative characteristics
the
as
the
sex as woman being,
impact
and you
of
have
it, right,
associative
is still going to
characteristics.
be spreading
The
awareness and is
determinative
still
is
going
valid
to
if it
bring
refers to the sex that the
some
individual
form
is
of
born.
positive
However, there
light
are
to this
associative attributes,
situation.
things that are
But
not
on another
necessarily
hand, you
definitive, but instead are
understand the
simply
harm
ascribed to
and
women.
the problematic
So
that it is
there is more to
causing.
it, but not
It puts you
definitively.
into
Yeah,
a
what I'm
dilemma
saying
because
is,
it's like, well, I don't want
yeah,
to
what
go
I'm saying
against
is
a movement that is very clearly
womanhood is
supporting,
comprised of
you know,
just my
SA
sex,
and
or is it
advocating
comprised
against
of
it.
more
But
things?
you also don't want to be in
Definitively, it
support
is
of something
composed
that
or
is
comprised
very
of sex.
exclusive and
Associatively,
harmful
it
to
can
one part of
reference
the
other
community,
social and
especially if we
cultural
can
factors, but not
understand
definitively.
that
So
this
if you're
part of
asking
the
only
community
definitively,
faces
yes, it only
the
consists of
most
sex definitively.
like
Yes.
So
sexual
nothing
violence
makes me
out
a
of these
man except for
situations.
my reproductive
Yeah,
system,
like
correct?
I would just simply like call out like the
Okay.
part
Not
of the
my
movement that's
experiences as a
actively
man?
causing
No,
harm.
because none of your
Even
experiences
if like in
are
the overall
definitive.
sense
The
it's
experiences
causing
that
like a
men and
net
women experience
positive,
socially
it's still causing
intersect. They
like
are
harm and
definitive.
oppression to like
Okay.
different variations
So
of
I don't know what you mean by
communities. That's
definitive.
why
They
I
don't provide
personally would
necessarily
not support that
definitions for
movement, but I would
All right.
support some of
Now,
that
when we
movement's
see someone on the
ideas
street,
and
how do you guess their
ideals.
gender?
It's the same reason why like
How do you guess
individuals will
someone's gender?
change
I often
movements
assume or
to a
insinuate
different
based upon
variation than
particular
they were
characteristics.
originally.
What are those?
Usually
What are
secondary
those?
sex
Yeah,
characteristics.
like
What are those
currently the
Often
the
secondary
purple
sex
profile
characteristics are
movement, or
characteristics I
it's
use to
called
insinuate or
the
assume the
formal name
person's
behind it
gender.
is
The
called the
operative word being
Unbury the
assume.
Truth movement.
Okay, and you think those are
It's
sufficient?
very and
Those
it
are
blows my
just as
mind
good
because some
indicators
of
of
the
sex
most
as
vocal
sex is to
trans
those secondary
advocates are
characteristics?
participating in it,
because
Okay, answer that
where
question.
in the
I'll
same
conclude.
sentence
secondary
it
sex
is
characteristics do not define
excluding
sex, and they are
trans
not a good
individuals,
indicator.
including trans
It is not a
individuals that
No,
are
I
in
asked you.
South
I asked you if
Africa
they're
that
good
are facing the same
indicators,
violence
not
as
if
Ask
they're
if they were
biological
just as good
females
an
are.
indicator.
Okay,
And
okay,
it's
we're
one
gonna
of those
stop there.
situations
We're
where
gonna
it's
stop
like,
there. So,
to
so that's
me,
gonna be the
it's the same
conclusion
thing
of
as seeing
the
like
5
somebody
minute
who
cross
supports
examination from
like
Mike. Now we're gonna
BLM
go
also
on
supporting
to
something that the
Edna's
Triple
5
K
minute
would
cross
support.
examination.
It's kind of
This
one of
is the
those
part where you establish
contradictory
your
things.
position
It's like,
or
how can you
legitimize
support it
his
in one
position by
sense
asking
while
questions.
understanding that it is
Again, you can
hypocritical
reclaim your time. We'll
and
stop the timer, get everything under
contradictory to
control
the
whenever you
movement
want
as a
your
whole?
opponent to stop talking.
Yeah, because the
So your
majority
5
of
minutes will
like
start
these
whenever you
individuals
say your
don't
first word.
actually do research
Alright, so
into
Mike, I have
like
a
the movement in
question.
general. They just
Do you
do
believe that the
like
red nucleus
research
of
on
the
the
striatum
positive
terminalis in
like
the human
aspects of the
hypothalamus
movements, not
causes
like
or
the
is
senses of
causal to
oppression that
one's
are
gender
actively
identity? Yes or
happening
no?
through these
we don't. Again, we
movements.
don't know if it's causal, but we have evidence that is correlated to gender identity, and that's sufficient to
And
warrant
like that's how
the
I would see
belief
it.
in the model of gender
And
theory in
that's
which
and I
we
would
understand
kind
it
of
to
agree with
be
that.
the
It was just
reason
kind
why white people
the
have
question that
gendered
I
That's
had
it's not
for
just
some
that,
of
by
the
the way.
larger,
There's
like
multiple
for
things.
instance,
I will say
Mike,
my
because
point.
I know
But
when
when you
the Me
refer
Too
to the reason
movement
for
first
something, you're
started
referring to
coming
gender.
around
So when you
TikTok,
say that it's a reason for gender
him,
identity,
Dean,
you're
and
referring to
Parker
Not
were some of
necessarily.
reason
the
that it was there.
loudest creators supporting it,
Well, we
while
can
in the
infer
same
cause, right?
sense
This is how
trying to
neuroscience works.
advocate
We
for
infer
trans
causes
rights
by
and
the
transgender
correlated data,
individuals
and
who face
there's
sex-based
enough of it.
violence
We can say that
or
there's a causal
sexual violence.
mechanism
Let me
here. That we can
rephrase that.
infer that there may be a
And
causal
it's
mechanism,
one of those
just like
things
lung
where it's
cancer and
like
smoking.
I wish trans
Sure.
allies
All right. So I'm
would
going to ask a
do
question.
more
Do you believe
research
that
before
persons are
they
born
just
trans?
blindly support a advocational movement, because when we blindly support an advocational movement, we oftentimes forget about the negative implications of it. And even if there is a net positive, right, if we can understand that there's 50,000 women or biological females that are saying that they've been essayed, and we understand that there is a net positive, what does that net positive still doesn't negate the harm that it's causing, which has been my biggest dilemma with
The
it.
evidence suggests that it develops
if I could,
even as a fetus.
Because I totally understand that. I think there is a way to agree with the principles of something without backing up an entire movement.
We study brain scans of
or
people
even
and fetuses
choosing,
in the womb, and we
because
look
there
at
are
their
people who are
dimorphisms in their brains.
inclusive that
This is
are
like basic
vocal
science.
I reclaim
within
my time really quickly.
the
How
Me
did
Too
we determine
movement,
this is the
and
question?
focusing in
Just to
on
clarify, I'm
them
answering the question. The question is,
determine
what was the?
is
I
a good
reclaim my time.
alternative.
I
But
reclaim my
for
time.
example,
The question
in
is,
my
just to
local
clarify,
area,
what are
there is an unsanctioned, and
methodologies that were
it became
utilized and the name
unsanctioned
of a
because
source,
it came to light that the leader of it,
Methodology is by observing
it's like
with MRI
BLM
scans
757.
the
The guy who
fetus's
created it and
brains,
chaptered it here
and we look at the
is
sexual
a horrible
dimorphic parts of the
transphobe,
brains
and also has
between
aligned with like
females and
3%ers
males,
and
and
all
that's
this
how
other
we
stuff.
know that there's a
And
sexual
so
dimorphism
I
happening
think
even
that
in the utero.
even though we
What-
agree
what's
with
the
like the
source for
principles
that?
of it, there's a difference
let me pull it up.
between fully going behind
Post, I
the
have a quick
movement
question. While a
and
person's
supporting
looking
it
up
in
a
its
source, does the
entirety,
time continue or does it pause? Since
and
there's no dialogue happening.
It is up to both of you guys. Are you
I don't know
both
if
okay
that's
with
making
pausing
sense.
the time?
Like, there's a difference
one
between
called thalamus development
just
in fetuses.
coming right out and supporting the entire
It's
thing,
called
or taking
complex
parts of it and
trajectories of brain development in the healthy human
supporting the
fetus.
people that are
And
using
looked
it
at
to
the
talk about
thalamus and saw
essay
it
or
observed these dimorphisms in fetuses.
Which I
You want
agree
more
with, and I
stuff?
think,
Really quick
and I
pause,
would
guys.
agree
Are
with
you
that. I
both
think my
okay
dilemma with
pausing
it
and
is
you guys
like,
look for sources, or do you want the time to fine?
Yes,
I don't know how
please,
to
yeah.
phrase this.
So
Like,
repeat the name of the source, please.
we can support certain aspects of
trajectories
a
of brain
movement,
development in
but if
healthy
we
human
like,
Complex
for instance, if
trajectories.
we like, this is a complete hypothetical. I'm not saying this as accurate.
And where in that study
Like
does
for
it indicate a
instance,
methodology
if
that
we
proves
seen that the
sexual
Triple K
dimorphism in the
was
brain?
supporting
Says we studied
or
166
advocating
healthy
against
fetuses that
essay,
underwent
right?
MRI
We wouldn't
between 18 and
obviously
39
then
completed weeks
support
gestation. We
the
created
Triple K
three-dimensional
because
high-res
of X, Y,
reconstructions
and
of the
Z,
brain
and then
calculated
quote unquote
volumes for
net
left and right
positive
cortical gray
of them
matter,
advocating
fetal white
against
matter,
this.
deep
And I think
subcortical
that's my
structures
biggest
in the
dilemma when I
cerebellum.
see larger
This
creators,
doesn't reference
especially
anything with
ones that
regard to
claim
sexual
to be allies
dimorphism.
to the
Where does it prove sexual
LGBTQ
dimorphism in the
community,
human brain?
supporting movements
It
that
looked
are
at the
innately
differences
harmful
in
to
the
them,
brains between
because
these
even
female
with us
and male
supporting the
fetuses.
It does not
movement
say that.
or certain
Sex does not
aspects
reference the
of
ones
the
in the study.
movement,
You haven't
we
read
are
the
still
study.
inherently
The study
supporting the
references
social
nothing
construct
about
of
sex.
that
The study
movement
simply states,
and what that
yeah,
movement
where in the study
stands
does it
for.
reference
So
sex?
even if we ourselves don't necessarily
I
agree
can pull it
with
up if you're just
the
looking
trans
at the
exclusive
I'm
methodology
part
reading
of
it.
of
the study.
it,
Do you have the
it
full study
inherently
in front
has
of
that
you?
I
exclusive
have the abstract, which is
nature
what I'm able
to
to
it.
access.
Oh, the abstract. That's why you're confused.
Well,
The abstract is not the whole study. If
well,
you
you
look
just
at
read.
these
You just read the.
instructions, materials, and
I
methods,
reclaim my time.
In
Mike,
supporting the
can you
movement, we should
show
make
to
sure
us
that
where
like
in the study it references sexual
the leaders
dimorphism?
of that movement are not
Yes.
like
Yeah, read it
involved in
and show me
things
what
that
line
are
I'm to look
kind of
at.
Image
like
segmentation
immoral,
and
essentially.
volumetric analysis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
so
just
this
directly
study just references
contradictory. It
normal
would be
fetal
like
brain growth independent of
supporting
sex. The words
like
male and female are not
supporting
used
a
once in the study.
movement that was
Yes, it
net
is.
positive for
Where?
the black
You're
community,
not
while
reading it in front
still
of me. You're not
understanding
reading
that
Read what it
that
says about sex.
movement
You're lying.
inherently
The
was
study,
based
the
off
study
of like
references
race
nothing.
realism,
I reclaim my
right?
time.
Like
The study
we can
references. I
understand like, yeah,
reclaim my
sure, there
time.
might be
I
a net
reclaim my time.
positive to this,
Source, I
but
reclaim
the
my
inherent
I reclaim
nature
my time.
of that is
Pause real
rooted
quick.
You don't
in
have the study in front
harm
of you.
to that
I do,
community.
and
and
doesn't
then
reference
continue.
sex. Yeah, the
No, I
source
totally
is
get
the
that.
source doesn't
It's good to
reference
do like
biological
research
sex. It does
behind
not
like
reference sex differences
the
in the brain
movements that we like
during the
support.
fetal
For
period.
sure.
It just references normal fetal growth with
But
regard
that's
to
yeah,
MRI
it was just one
measurements
of
of
those
brain
like
volume and how the brain
I
regions develop
agree
between
with
the
Mike's
period of
position for
18
the
to
most
39
part, and
It has nothing to do
it's
with
just one
sexual
of those dilemmas that I've had
lying
when
about
it
what his
comes
campaign
to like
Okay, we have to
movements
stop
that
right
I've
there.
seen,
Now we're
particularly
gonna move
him
on
and
to
a
the
lot of
second
other
round of
trans allies
cross-examination. Mike, you're gonna get
support,
5 minutes. It
because
starts when you say
in
your
my
first.
mind it would be the same way as me supporting something that would
Yeah.
be
So,
very contradictory to BLM while still
Edna, do you think
advocating
that
for BLM, understanding that
in order
they contradict
to know
each other
something,
and
we have to have
contradict the net
conclusive
benefit of it?
evidence of it?
But I'm gonna hop down because
To
I
know
need to
on
go to
something,
bed.
no.
But I'll see you
I
later,
think in
host.
order to make definitive
Bye,
claims
Kevin.
about things,
Bye, y'all.
I think
I reclaim my time. So everything you just
Like
stated about
something
your
that
prior,
like the last
everything you
question
just
I
stated
was going to
before
ask him
was nonsense. That I
was,
have to
have
have
you ever heard
conclusive
of
data to know something.
hyperinvisibility?
No, so let's just want to
But
clarify my statement. My
have
statement
you
is that in
have
order for
you
you to make
Coco?
definitive claims about things, like making
It's
the
a problem
statement
that
that
trans men
there
like
is a
especially
factual
deal with.
neurobiological basis for gender identity,
And
that you
you
would need
see
to have
like why in the
definitive proof of.
prompt I
Saying
put
that,
like
for
trans
example,
women
okay,
and
I
trans
reclaim my
men
time. What do you mean by proof?
Oh,
pardon?
because
What do you mean by
my group
proof?
chat between
It
you and
just needs
Russell.
to provide evidence
yeah,
or to
because it's
provide
inherently
proving or sorry
like
to
it's
establish a
inherently
factual
like
truth of something,
sexism,
essentially.
like to a basis.
That's
You
not what
asked me for
proof is.
you asked me
Because
for
like
my
that's what
you
I
asked
was
me
going
for
to
my
bring up
reduction
like
of
to
one.
Mike. Have
You
you
saying no
and
is
ask
not
him,
That's not what proof
have you
is.
ever heard of
Well, this is why you're being
hyperinvisibility?
confused, right? Because evidence
Because
is not the
trans
same
women
as
get
proof.
targeted
We
more
don't
than
look at
trans
proof
men, but
in the realms of
trans
science
men don't
mostly.
have their
It's
voices
mostly in the
heard
realms of
because of
logic and math.
hyperinvisibility.
However,
There's
do you agree that I
there's
don't
also
need
this.
proof, just
I don't know what the word
evidence
for it
of
is. I've just
of
noticed
something
it
in order to have to
recently.
make a claim about
It's
something
becoming more
to
and
be
more
true?
prevalent
A
of like
definitive claim. You're
in
making
an
a definitive
effort
claim that
What do you
your
mean
of
gender
definitive?
some
What do
identity.
you
people
mean definitive
thinking that
claim?
they're being
Yeah,
trans
you made a
inclusive
claim
by
that
like
it is proven
attacking
factually
trans
that there
men
is
like
a neurological
for
basis for
being
gender
men,
identity, and then provided
and
a
it
source
comes
that
off
actually had nothing
as
to do
just
with
being
the statement. And also, just to clarify, there's a difference between sufficient
transphobic.
evidence and just evidence. There can be
Like they're trying to
circumstantial evidence,
affirm
evidence
trans
that
men
is
and their
only true
identity,
in
but in
particular
doing so,
instances. And then you
they're
have
like
sufficient evidence
I
to
reclaim
prove.
my time.
essentially
I reclaim my
equating
time.
them
So
exactly
again, we
to
have
like the
sufficient
societal power that
evidence
cis men
because
have,
of the
and
cumulative data.
then
So you're
like
looking at
using
one
that as
study
an
and go, oh, that
excuse
study's
to
bad.
harm
But you're
trans
forgetting
men.
the
Yeah,
dozens and dozens
exactly.
of papers that
It's
demonstrate
just another
that the sexual
aspect
differentiation of the brain. Right? I have
that
multiple
I
other
would just
studies.
say
You
that's
look at
another
one
doesn't
aspect
prove
of
it.
like
well,
hyperinvisibility
another one called the sexual
to a
differentiation
spectrum.
of the brain
So can
and
we
sexual
concede?
orientation
Can we
does.
concede? Can we concede that the
And
Perfidy reference has
go
nothing to
ahead.
do with sexual
It
dimorphism?
does.
sorry.
It does. If you looked
Okay,
at the
can you
actual
show
I
it?
actually
Can you
just
show it?
No,
was
this is not
asking. I
my.
was
This
just
is
gonna
not
ask
your
if J Rob
time.
was
This is
even in
my
the
time.
request.
Well,
Um,
the
No,
whole
he's
thing is
not.
that you had the
I
opportunity to
reclaim
prove.
my time. I reclaim
I
my
I
time.
think I've debated him on a trans
So
topic
yeah.
before,
So
but like it didn't end well
at the
for
end of the
him.
day, you are just
I've
denying the
debated him
science.
on
You're just
religion. I've debated
you're
him on.
rejecting the
I think.
entire
Well, actually, I
scientific
think I've only debated him
consensus.
on
You
religion.
haven't
Do you
proved on
acknowledge
the
that?
consensus.
Do you no? Do
He
you acknowledge
normally
that the
gets
scientific
very
consensus is in my
spanked
favor? That there is a
publicly.
neurobiological basis
Well,
for
I mean,
gender
like
identity?
you guys
No.
should probably like
There
debate
is not
him.
a neurological. There is not a
But, like,
Yeah,
pardon me,
Coco.
there is
I
no
get what you're
neurological
saying,
basis that
but
is
like
proven or
I'm
conclusive.
gonna
There are
remain Switzerland
hypotheses.
this
There are
way.
hypotheses.
Yeah,
Reclaim my
Coco.
time.
Yeah.
I
You
reclaim
should
my
put up
time.
one of the prompts that I sent you.
Okay.
No,
Wait,
you're
here,
You're
let me
rejecting the
check.
scientific consensus.
Because
Right? The endocrine
like I've been
society
running this
agrees.
prompt on my
This
life,
is
it
an
hasn't been getting a lot of
organization backed by
traction, but
thousands
it's
of experts
would
who
you
agree that
assault a
there is a
trans person? If
neurobiological
so,
basis
why?
behind gender
Oh my.
identity.
You have yet to
16
provide a
people
source
have
to
said
that
yes so
definition.
far.
All
Like
you're doing is
seriously.
denying science.
Oh,
You're
Yeah,
not
it's like
actually
a
providing
like.
science.
You-
No, I reclaim my
Okay.
time. I reclaim my
Go ahead.
time.
You know
Explain
forest,
it.
All you're
right?
doing,
Yeah.
you're not
Yeah.
It's a
providing
variation
a
of his
valid
prompt.
criticism in
Yeah, like would you
scientific
sacrifice
criticism.
your
You're just
child if
pretending
God
I'm
told you
wrong
to?
because I don't meet your own standards that are subjective to you. That's
You
not a
should try
scientific
that prompt.
criticism.
It would
You're
be
going against
fun.
the
Well, there's
consensus
not
Because
a
for
lot
what?
of.
a reason.
Yeah.
They
There's a
also
lot of
have
people who are
an
openly
analytic review,
violent
a
towards
mega
trans people.
analysis,
Like
which
Yeah.
looked
you
at
see it in the comments all the
hundreds
time
of
of like
trans people and
this whole thing
found,
of
again,
if I see a
meaningful
trans
brain
person in the
differences
bathroom with my kid,
between
you know, they're gonna get it,
between
or
cis
with my
men
wife.
and trans women. So
I think
again,
that
it's called the
especially Americans
neuroanatomy of
have kind of this
transgender identity, a
knee-jerk
mega analytic
appeal
study
to
in
violence.
2021.
Like
This
that's like a
further demonstrates that my
major
case
problem that we
is
have.
true. Um,
Coco,
okay,
can I
anyway,
talk to raiders if
um,
they'll
when you
like be
say
kind?
I'm not
I
even
want to
sure if
talk
they're
about
still
before
here.
when,
They
when you
like
reduce
ran
They
away.
are.
are you going to reduce
Oh,
womanhood
they are.
just
Can
down
I?
to their someone's organs, or is there
Um,
more more to something, and more to
do I
womanhood
want
than just
to
that.
bring
This
that
question was
person?
already
I mean,
answered.
they don't track the
I didn't get a
conversation.
clear
So, like,
answer.
I don't see
You
the
did.
point.
I
But
said that it is definitive.
like,
it is
I
only
guess.
Wait,
So
defined
who
how,
wants to
by
talk to me?
biology.
It's
and
up
then
to
there
you,
are sensitive
Coco.
aspects of
wait,
it.
before you guys go,
What do you mean?
Logic
So
Troll
there are
is
other
up here.
aspects to womanhood than
Logic
just
Troll.
sex.
Yeah,
But they're
I'm
not
just chilling.
definitive. That's the thing.
What do you
I'm
mean?
ready
What do you
for
mean by definitive?
opposition
I just
anytime. I
explained
mean, I
they don't provide
disagree
necessary conditions
with
and no criteria
basically
for
everything
practical
being
work. So
said, but
necessary
I'm
conditions
patiently, I'm chilling. It's all
for
good.
necessary
I'm just kind of
conditions for
listening.
What's the necessary condition for being
Okay.
female?
Oh yeah.
you would the necessary conditions
Actually,
are
kind of felt
genetic.
bad the
So
way your
for males and
question
females,
was
there are genetic necessary
answered.
conditions
I sent
that
you a
allow you
DM
to
on
fall into
Discord. I
either
was
of the two
like,
reproductive strategies. So I'll give you for male
like
and
I
female.
get
What
what
is
you're
the one
saying,
single
but
trait
also
that
like
all
I think
There
like
females
isn't
have?
a
there
little
isn't
bit of
one
debate
single.
culture
It's a
is
conjunct
like
of genetic traits.
Oh, okay. So there is no
epistemic
single necessary
humility
trait.
and
There,
like
but there are
Cluster.
necessary.
It's a
people and stuff like
cluster.
that. Like I
No,
got
there
what
are
you're saying.
necessary.
No,
There
I
are
reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
Yep.
You are
guess,
using a
the
cluster
contestants were
concept for
tired.
female because you're
But yeah.
associating 3 or
Well,
4
like,
different parts
couple
of the
things on
female
that.
reproductive system
I
to
found it interesting
determine
how
sex.
he took
So
my
you're using
question
a
personally.
cluster
You know,
concept
that's the
just
main
as
thing.
I
You
am,
don't
and
owe
you're
me an
saying I
apology
can't
or
do
an
it.
explanation at all. I
However,
asked him the
that's a
question.
special case.
But he kind of took it personally. I didn't mean it to be directed at
Now we're
him
gonna
in
move
terms
on
of like
to
emotional
Edna's type of
stability
the
and things. But I do
cross-examination. It's gonna start
think
whenever
that
you
there's a
say your
connection
first
between epistemic humility
just want
and
to
someone's
clarify that I'm
etiquette.
not using a cluster
For instance,
concept because
Oh,
cluster concepts don't have
Edna, I
necessary
think,
conditions
managed his
even
time a
conjunctively.
lot better and
I'm
was
giving
able
you a
to
conjoint of
do the
necessary
whole like,
conditions,
you know,
just to clarify
I
the
reclaim
judgment.
my
It doesn't mean
time
it's a
thing,
cluster concept
which
because
isn't as
the
impulsive.
cluster
He wasn't
concept
doing that
uses
same
sufficient
interrupting
conditions
and
conjunctively, not necessarily.
impulsivity on the
So you
other
actually
end. And I think
mischaracterized what a
that's a
cluster
part of
concept is.
epistemic
Cluster
humility. So
concepts
the
don't have
blunders that
conjunctive
you were
necessary
seeing
conditions, they
coming
have
from Mike is
conjunctive
just a
sufficient
it's just
conditions.
a you know a
You see, we know the
symptom of
difference
that.
between
That's just my
necessary
opinion
and
though.
sufficient conditions.
Mm.
Now, I'll give
But
you necessary conditions just to
I
clarify before I
guess
move on to your position. To be
okay,
male, you
Haru.
need,
Yeah, you
in order
got
to be
it. But
male,
I'm gonna give you
necessary
a time.
conditions are a
I'm gonna give you
functioning
a
sex
timer
determining
though.
maiden gene of the Y
How
chromosome
long?
in conjunction with complete
I'll
or
give you
Prove
like
God's
majority
logically
determining
necessary.
necessity and or the
okay.
obligation
I
of
don't
analogous
understand what's
morphic
about
gene
God,
You
bro.
give
What the
Haru
hell?
and
in conjunction with
Raiders
complete
like
or
15 minutes. Or
majority
what do you guys
determining
think? You
necessity.
guys can
15?
With that being
yeah.
said,
That is going to
you're
be.
Don't
yet to
even give
prove
him
in
a
your
timer.
source
Let
that
him
you
just
listed
talk about it.
originally,
Who
which I'm
cares?
not
Well,
going
lately,
to run
we
away
can't
from.
go on
The source
forever.
that you
Okay.
provided
I'll
about the
give you
MRI
10
data
Well,
does
minutes.
not
And
have
then
anything
like
to
we
do
can
with
go
sexual
on
put
dimorphism
it
in the
put
brain.
it put
I'd
it at
like you
2
to point
minutes.
to the
Go
page
for like
and
10 hours on this
paragraph
topic.
where that
Okay,
study,
let
the
me
study
just
title, let me just pull up
like
the
well, let's
title
do
again for
God's
you,
logically
where the
necessary, by
study
the way.
titled,
It's banger.
Yeah,
sorry,
so
Yeah, it's
Raiders.
get it up
called.
for you.
I would
I'll
love
give
to
it to
have a
you. It's called
conversation with
cerebellar
you.
hemispheric asymmetry. You cut me off.
You
That's
can
why I
unmute
couldn't
now.
say it, but now I can say it.
Sorry, where is that in the study?
Oh my
Am
gosh,
I allowed to unmute?
cerebellar
Okay,
hemispheric
thanks.
asymmetry.
Yeah,
God's
so my
logically necessary.
pronouns
Where does it
are
reference
he.
sex?
Can
I
I
reclaim
speak
my
for
So
a
time.
second?
I
Raiders,
reclaim my
in this
time.
conversation, my
I reclaim
pronouns
my
will be
time.
he, him.
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm
Do you
asking you to
I don't
understand
do
that?
prove
pronouns.
that your study
Sorry.
has to do with sexual
You
dimorphism
you
I
and
just
gender
use
identity. Those two
grammatically
words are not
correct
used
That's
in the
not what
language.
study.
That's not what
I
I
reclaim
So,
said.
my
were you
time.
born male?
Please listen to the
Yeah, why does that
question.
matter for this
Your
conversation? Can you
your
please
It
explain
matters
that?
for me
your
because
study
it matters with
titled
science. So
the
I will not call you
complex
he, him.
trajectories of brain
And if
development
you
in the
were
healthy
born
fetus.
Matters of
female, I
Where
will
does it
call
state
you.
in that study
I will
that it
call
has to
you.
do with
So
gender
like,
identity and
I
sexual
would love to
dimorphism?
have
So
a
now you're moving the
conversation with
goalpost.
you.
I'm not moving the
You're
goalpost.
Okay,
Can
I
you?
reclaim my
like,
time.
Yeah.
I reclaim my
can
time.
you
I reclaim
respect
my
that
time. I reclaim my
I
time.
don't do
Your
no,
source,
I don't
the
affirm
original
your
source that you gave,
delusion?
was
Okay, sir.
complex trajectories of
I
brain
don't. I
development.
don't.
It
What
can be,
sex
sir.
I
what
reclaim.
It
I
doesn't
reclaim
bother
my
me
time.
because I'm female, so
Where
it's
does it
okay. I
reference
Okay,
still have
sir.
a
sexual
coochie.
So
dimorphism
let's have
in
a
that study?
conversation.
asymmetry has also been noted in
Okay,
feces.
Maybe you
so
can talk to
okay.
Banga instead. He's more good faith.
Males and
It really
females.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Where
So
Really
what
is that
topic
doesn't.
would you
Yeah.
like to
Show it.
discuss?
If you
God's
read the
logically
actual study,
necessary.
it's
I
called
wanna
cerebellar
discuss
Can you show it on
hemispheric
screen? Show
why
it on screen
males
from that
think they
study.
can come
Oh
into
my god,
female
bro.
spaces
You're
and
so
discuss
pathetic.
the Gold's Gym locker room
Show it on screen. And what I'd
of
like
a
you to do when you show it on
African
camera is to show
American
the title of that
lesbian
source and
who
scroll down in the same source and then show it.
supposedly
So show us the
trans
title first, please.
woman
The title.
looked at
Show
while
us
she
the
was
title of the
naked.
source that you're reading.
Yeah,
The
because
title.
is the host obviously we can tell that,
No,
right?
no,
Because
go
his
up to the
melanin.
top. Okay, complete. Okay.
But the
Yeah,
Haru,
that's
the
the
person who
Go
has the
down to
camera
the
on.
I'm not a
source where
lesbian.
it
I mean,
references
like I like
sexual
women, but
differences.
like
Right there.
Well, I didn't say you were a lesbian, but I said you were
Hemispheric
African
asymmetry, the
American,
cerebellum has also been noted
probably,
in
right?
infancy
Like
and
that's
later
a
adulthood with regional differences in
yeah. It's a logical.
Melanated people are from America, they're not from Africa. Yeah.
So you
That's
concede that I was right?
true, right?
Okay, look at you guys all ganging up on me. I was trying to have a one-on-one
Now,
conversation.
with
The
regard to
Haru.
American or not?
Look at the Haru.
right?
Like she's
Are
a
they
traitor.
African
She's
American?
a traitor.
But
She's a
also,
traitor.
Haru,
so
if this gets
how
taught-
do
The
we know that
Haru
gender
is a
identity
traitor.
correlated?
Yeah,
But
I don't
can
think
you
we
really
can
speak?
debate in good faith. I don't think it's even worth talking to her.
Yeah, see, you guys just run, man. You guys just
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, Harry, you look mad
dozens and
good, Harry.
dozens of
What's your
papers
numbers?
on this that
Let's,
show this.
let's exchange digits.
I'm sorry. How
Yeah,
is
she's playing the
Should
victim
I prove
card
God's
100%.
logically necessary now? Light up with regard to the gender
Look at the
identity.
MRI. Oh my gosh.
Haru,
look,
did you
this is-
want
you're
the
not
7
giving a
minutes,
scientific
or-
critique, right?
No,
How do you do this by looking at the
I just
brains,
wanted to
looking at the parts
expose
that light
something
up,
because
that
whenever
are
do you want
different
Hodge?
networks
because
that are associated
like
with identity that we know
a
from
lot of
previous
individuals call
background
me
neuroscientific
androgynous, so
knowledge.
like
And then we recognize
that's
yeah,
why I
there's
was
a
talking in that
horrific
voice because a
history
lot of
here that
individuals,
the
since I
brain
am
has a lot
genderqueer,
to
a lot of
do with
individuals
gender
call
identity.
me androgynous
This
and
is why the
everything. So that's
consensus
exactly
amongst
why
neuroscientists
I said my
is
pronouns were
highly
he,
against
him,
it.
because I use any and all for that conversation. I was just showing like a simple like
We get it. We
anti-trans
respect your pronouns.
without
But
making
back up
it.
and prove
Hodge,
logically
stop.
necessary.
Is not functional
Hodge.
differences.
So,
Can you prove that these
Chill,
differences
let
are
Haru
functional?
finish talking.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
So
was
do you
just
agree
like
that
a bright
if I were
example
to
of like an individual
impact
not
my brain somehow, that there
understanding
would be a functional
what I
difference
was
there?
born as because I wouldn't classify it and I was talking a more
The answer
like
is you don't
quote
need to
unquote
have a
feminine
functional
tone,
study that
and that's
says
just an
the
example of
brain part
transphobia, like
causes
being
this to
expressed in
function
different
differently.
ways
This is
when they were
background knowledge.
actually
This
being
is this
I
basic
transphobic.
reclaim
They
my
were
time.
actually
Is
being
gender
hurt
identity
in
a
the brain
function?
structure
Is I reclaim.
without even
Is gender
realizing it.
identity a function or a structure?
I
Neither. It's an identity. It's a
Not
human
a.
sense
I'm
of
I
sorry.
mean,
Is
like, this is
identity not a
really
function? I
chilling
reclaim my
tonight,
time.
but like,
Is
I guess we
identity
can
not a
get to
function
the
of the brain?
proof of
It's a
God.
way. Yes, you're right. It's a way the
Okay,
brain
so it's
functions.
not okay. Great. So it's not
Banger
that
to
you
the time.
concede that then it's actually a function. So you have to
Yeah,
prove now
look,
that these
the
dimorphic differences
argument
are
is just as
functional.
follows.
Can you
No, I don't
prove
have to.
Premise
functional?
one,
Yes, you do.
there
I
exists
reclaim
some
my
set
time.
C
I reclaim my
such
time.
that
I
C
reclaim my time.
is a set
If
of all
you're saying
contingent
that
facts.
gender identity is a
It is
function of the
either the
brain,
case
We have
set
evidence
C
the
for
is
brain.
an
that.
I
element of
reclaim my
itself or
time,
is not.
and you're saying that gender
If set
identity
C is an element of
has
itself, then
is a
invalidate
movement
the
in the brain
axiom of
structure. So you have to
regularity.
prove a functional
Conclusion
differences.
set C is
You have to
logically
prove functional
necessary.
differences, not structural.
Which
So
premise
can
do you guys
No,
reject?
that's false.
I,
I don't
I
have to
just,
prove a
I just,
functional
as a,
difference. Just like
at
I don't
least
have
for
to
me, I
prove
just
that
reject
if my
tag
brain were to
arguments
get a
because they
weakling,
conflate
I would have a functional
subjectivity
difference.
with
This isn't
Wait,
even a
wait,
tag
stop.
argument.
Stop.
Yeah,
So
Tag,
okay.
now
right?
we're
This
gonna follow
guy's clearly lost.
the final statements. That
This
was
guy's
2
clearly
rounds of
lost in the sauce.
cross-examination.
Look, he's just
Now we're
given
moving on
disjunctive
to
elimination.
closing
He's saying that
statements.
there exists
Mike
a set in
Lagonti,
which
you're
it
gonna get
contains
3 minutes
all
on
the
the clock.
contingent
And
facts.
give me one
The set
sec to set
itself
up
is
the
either
timer.
contingent or not contingent. If it was contingent, it would contain itself, which would
Start
elicit a
whenever you say your first
contradiction
word.
as the axiom regularity
Yeah. So
precludes
again,
or disallows sets from
Nate's
containing
entire position
themselves,
is
such that
scientifically
the set must not be
dull.
contingent,
There's nothing
therefore it
to it
must be
because
necessary, right?
we
That's all
don't
he's
have
really
to
saying, so
prove
it's real simple stuff.
functional
I mean, due to
differences.
easy
We have
mathematics, I
quantitative
can just
data. That's
like cause
enough.
you're
We don't
cause you're
have a
dealing with
causal
sets, I can just
mechanism for
posit
freaking
Russell's
autism. We don't
paradox.
even know
Knows
what
it.
causes
That only
autism,
works
but
in
we
naive
have
set
evidence
theory.
of
Any like people are
correlative
using
data
naive set
that
theory.
happens. That's how we can
Because
suggest
my
that
You
autism is
understand
caused by
So
something in the brain.
reason as to why.
We know
let me
that
talk to
brain
let me talk to
lesions
this.
can affect the
So you know
functioning
what
of the
Russell's
brain,
paradox
and
is,
so
right?
it's
deals with
basic consensus
well, it
amongst
tries to debunk the
neuroscientists
sets of all sets.
that the way the brain is
That's just Cantor's
structured gives
paradox.
rise
It's
to its
what Russell's
function.
paradox is concerning
There's no
the set of
study
all
that
sets that doesn't
proves
contain
this. Just like
itself, right?
there's
The
no
set of
study
all
that
sets is
proves
Cantor's.
gravity
There's
is
a slight
caused by
difference.
I get
something.
I
We
But
don't
yeah,
know the
that's
cause.
only true. Yeah, that's
We
good, right?
still
But
can make
that's only
correlative
concerning naive
correlative
set theory. Right? He's
cases.
using clearly ZFC because
Yeah,
the axiom of
but my
regularity
opponent
is only
couldn't
true
even
of ZFC,
define
and
what a
other set
car
theories
is.
have a
Means his
conservative
entire
extension of
linguistic
ZFC.
framework is just
So this wouldn't
car.
be an issue for his argument, right?
Obviously,
Because
we
not using a
can
naive
define
set
what a
theory.
car is.
Does that make sense?
I showed him
that
the
makes sense.
evidence
Yeah,
of
I get
sexual
the
dimorphism
both
in
compute all
infancy.
the time.
He just rejects
Yeah,
it.
yeah, Banger does that
He
too.
has
Banger's
no.
pretty
He
lame
rejects
too.
the scientific consensus. He rejects any data that even remotely challenges his view.
But actually, like,
moving the goalpost, and he
honestly,
what he
like, my
does is
brain's
he
kind of dead
sets the bar
tonight.
so
Like,
high.
What, you a
my
Christian now,
Because
sir?
most people
Say
are
what?
not scientifically literate.
Have I
They don't know that
converted
you
you?
don't have to prove causation.
This
You
honestly
have
would be like the
evidence in science.
perfect time to
You
pull
rarely
one
do
on me
that in
because my
science,
brain is like
but we have
literally dead.
evidence. Sex
But
versus gender
if you
associated brain
DM
structure,
me
right?
like what you're talking about, and I
Neurobiological
can
characteristics
sit on the
associated with gender
argument for a
identity.
little
These are
bit
all studies that
and give you my
demonstrate
thoughts
my
maybe
point.
later.
And they all form the
Okay.
consensus. They
So let's just get
charge
this
the
clear. You're dodging, right?
consensus that gender
I mean,
identities
like,
come from the brain.
I guess
And
you can
by the
call it
way,
dodging. I don't
my
think I'm like
argument
mentally in a place to
actually
like
is not
to
contingent
dissect
solely
an
on the
argument right now.
So we
neuroscientific data.
mentally took you out
Remember,
that place.
it's
Is that what you're trying to say?
women have
Well,
women
no,
We
identities.
mentally dealt with
That
you.
is something
Wait,
that
no,
can
I just
obviously
finished like
understood.
facing a whole
We all
debate.
have
Don't flatter
gendered
yourself,
roles,
hon.
gender expressions,
Well,
and
me?
gender
It was all
identities.
him.
This is something
Why
that's
am I getting
blatantly
mentioned?
obvious, and
Oh,
he's
sorry,
just
I
rejecting
didn't
that, saying
know
no,
it
it
was
has to do with
longer.
sex.
No, it's fine. I mean, if you want my digits, just
He's
let me know.
reducing
But look,
people down to their their sexual organs
yeah,
and their
so
genitalia. This is absurd. There's more to me that
Previous
makes me
debate
man
was
than just
very
my penis.
tiring.
It's
Is
more of that than that, right? It
yeah.
has to do with far more
okay,
than just
okay,
that.
okay.
And
But
so,
you know,
yeah,
our debate is very
there's also
nourished.
the ethical side to
Look,
this, right?
I'm not having
Acknowledging trans women as women saves their lives.
But
Enabling
yeah, like
access
if
to
you
gender
DM it to me, I
affirming
could
care
evaluate
saves
it.
people's lives. And so his view, which
But
is
actually, wait, run
inherently
the premises like
dogmatic
one more time.
and
Oh,
inherently
they
bigoted,
left.
and unwilling to listen to the science, is
Okay,
only
okay.
They're
in the
holding
long
hands
term
together
going to
and
harm
left.
more people
Oh, no,
and
but no, they're
make
cool.
the world
I
even
also,
more
I also
bigoted.
do need to.
And so,
I need to study more philosophy and like
he didn't remotely attack my
inference
position.
rules and
He did
like
not
premises and stuff
remotely
like that. I do
challenge
get
the science.
some
He
people are
did
like really studied
nothing
on that, and they
but,
do get one over
just
on
say,
me
no, no, no,
pretty
I don't
frequently.
believe you.
But
no, prove function.
I do
prove
need to probably
function.
look into that.
This is not a
That's
scientific.
I mean as well. I have a hard time with
I'm done.
a lot of the
Okay.
linguistics
Thank you
of
for
philosophy
your
debate
closing statement.
where
Edna, now you get
and it makes me feel bad because
3
like
minutes
I'm
on the
not a
clock to do
philosophy
your
student at all.
final statement.
So
It
like if
starts
I
when
have
you
to
say
have
your
like
first
a
word.
certain thing defined, it makes
To
me
close
feel
this
kind of
debate, I
dumb.
would like to highlight that I
But it's
vehemently
not that I
disagree
don't
that my opponent has actually provided
I
sufficient
don't not
neurological
understand what
data
they're
or
saying. It's
neurobiological
just
data to
I don't
vindicate
know
his claims. His claims
how it's
simply
following
highlight
with the way that
structural
they're putting
differences
it.
between the brains of males and
Yeah.
females, not functional differences
But
between
yeah.
males and females. Functional differences have to do with
I
the way that the
agree.
brain
Jay, what's
behaves or the way
up?
that the brain carries out
Jay,
a particular
yo,
role.
did you
Structural
watch the
differences simply
event,
have
my
to do with
dude?
the way the part of the brain is formed,
Jay.
for example, things like volume and size. My opponent has failed
The one
to
that happened
sufficiently
today.
prove his claim that gender identity has a neurobiological basis, but instead has
Oh,
provided
Edna.
structural dimorphic differences
You
between
didn't
the
see
brains of
it?
males and
There's a whole
females
like
and not functional ones.
trans women or women
He has
debate
not
today with
proven
Mike and
that
like
the differences are functional and
Mike
have to do with gender
Brigandi
identity, but
versus
instead has emotionally stated that
Edna
I'm just
and the
denying
Rose.
scientific consensus without providing said consensus. Right? There is no scientific consensus that gender identity is located in the brain,
symposium
because
on
although there are subtle differences or group
problem,
differences between transgender and
the logical
cisgender
problem
people,
of the
the
Trinity.
findings are inconsistent, they overlap, and are not diagnostic. There is
learn
no
some
clear
information on the
neurological
logical
sign or
problem of the
signature for gender
Trinity,
identity, and no causal mechanism has been demonstrated.
because
So my opponent
his freaking
failed to
name?
demonstrate his claim.
Bought by Blood.
Additionally,
He's got, like, this-
it is not a reduction
this,
to
like,
refer to men
argument
and women
where
as adult human males and
he
adult
talks
human
about,
females.
like,
Actually, you mentioned ethics, and ethically,
instead of,
I think it's best to define women as a sex class because it
instead
acknowledges
of, like,
and
identity,
creates space for me
he's
to
using,
fight for their
like,
sex-based rights, something that women
predicate-
historically
predication.
has struggled with, something that women historically and
I
systemically
wanted to
have
know,
been oppressed
like,
on the basis of.
what the
So
hell he was
acknowledging
talking
that women
about.
are adult human females not
It
only
just
allows
turns
me
out,
to
like-
protect their
like
sex-based
that
spaces and
he's
their
got, like, a
sex-based
lot of
rights,
holes
but
that
also
hold,
allows for me to acknowledge who they truly are, without reducing them to social norms, gender roles, as
predicating
well as
that God is-
neurobiological behaviors. Thank you.
That Jesus and
Are
the
you
Holy
concluding your,
Spirit is
closing statement
predicated
I can see
to be God or something like that. It's a whole
well,
lot
there
of
you have it,
problems.
guys.
Oh, no, I
this
totally
debate
hear what you're
was
saying.
a
No,
good
that's
debate. It was
base.
an amazing debate on the topic of
took me
trans
like
women
4
or
hours to
women.
listen. I'm listening to this
Edna
freaking-
and Mike can stick
There's a
around.
Muslim-
We are going to do
there's a
audience
Muslim dude on
questions
YouTube.
like I normally
He did
do
like
for
a
like these
4-hour
debates.
symposium
Audience,
on,
you can
like,
come up and you can
what
do
the logical
questions,
problem of the
comments,
Trinity is
concerns, or
and
critiques.
the different logical
We'll take as
problems
many as
that
we
it
can before they have to go.
entails. And
Please be respectful.
I like fell
I don't
asleep
want
on
any
it for
like
a little while
disrespectful
and I woke up.
comments
I
or
know,
anything. Let's try to
Mike
keep it
Brigani,
professional.
dude.
And
Where
with that,
Dude, he's been
I
off
am going
like
to do an
TikTok
audience
for a while,
vote.
dude.
I'm not
Yeah.
declaring a winner for this debate, but I'm just going to do the audience vote.
It
and then give
was
the
awesome.
results,
But no, like,
and it's
that
up
is
to
a
the
good
audience who
reason to
won.
miss it. But, like,
the audience
it was
vote
awesome.
can
Yeah, like,
be
I do need to look into the
not
logical problem of
necessarily
the
so
Trinity.
accurate because there might be like more
Danny runs
fans
it all
of
the
one
time, and
creator
it
than
seems to
there
be
is
a pretty
the other.
efficient
So
argument.
take it with a grain of salt.
But yes, I'm
But
currently
with
editing
that,
the
yeah, we're going to
debate.
start bringing
I'm waiting
up,
for it to download. I'm
audience
playing
members to
Hogwarts
ask questions,
Legacy,
comments,
and I'm
concerns,
streaming
or
it to
critiques,
YouTube and Twitch.
And
But yeah, I'm waiting
you
for
guys
the
can respond
TikTok
to them while I
footage
get
to
the poll
download,
ready.
and then I'm gonna edit it a little
So I'm
bit, then
looking
post it on
at,
YouTube tonight.
We got like 23 people.
But no, Jay,
lined
there was
up,
literally
so
like
try
max.
to make
There was
this fast.
830 people in here. It was pretty fucking awesome.
Hey Max, welcome to the panel. Feel free to ask
I'm
your
so sad I
question or
missed
give a
it
comment,
because I
question,
would have loved to
concerns,
see
or
that.
critique.
I've had horrible
this was a wonderful
conversations
debate.
with Edna,
I really wanted to ask a
and I would
question
have
to
liked to
both of them
see
because I wasn't
how
here initially,
well Mike was
where
doing.
I would
From
say
what
like
I've heard,
the
or from
first
what I
half,
caught,
so I may have
it was
not
it
gotten a
was pretty
clear
good.
answer to this because I've been looking for it from the both of them because I've seen them
I just
do
know
lots
that
of
like
debates on
a lot
gender
of people
and
who
trans
consider
women
themselves
specifically,
gender
and whether or
critical,
not they
like
are or
Edna,
not women.
have
What
kind
is
of like
it?
a
What
cult
do you guys use to
following
differentiate the two
almost.
categories
So like
that
they
would
when they go
make
up on
each
panels,
one
they just
distinct?
validate
Because
each
I know
other's
we
like
have the term man, we have woman.
misunderstanding.
To Mike, I would
Which
love
is
to
a
ask,
huge
what do you use to
problem.
differentiate the two
But
categories?
that's
and the same
crazy.
thing
That's
to
like
Edna as
800
well.
people. That's so
Typicalities,
awesome.
right? So that's how we
Yeah,
that's how we
like that's like
categorize
a lot more
things,
than
but
they've
for the
ever
most
had.
part, we use
I
cluster
mean, like
concepts,
other events
folks.
will bring in
We don't
like
use definitive things.
maybe like 200,
only when one category can have. We don't use
300 is a
exclusivities,
stretch,
right?
but
We don't
like,
use this with
right,
anything.
like 200. Because
And
there was
so
an event I
we
had
use
where
it.
it was like
I
Ian
differentiate
versus
them based on
Jason,
typicalities, right?
and that
Male,
brought
men,
in like
typical qualities.
175.
Women are more female typical qualities, and this actually
Yeah, 800 and like
encapsulates
30s, like
everything
a
about
lot.
who women are. Okay? And so everything
and I made
Nate
like
said was
$100
just
off of
about
it too,
you have to
which
have
is
is pretty cool.
necessary condition is just nonsense.
But
And really
but
quick
no,
before
like
you
I
guys
literally
continue,
sauce
the
it.
poll is up.
Have like
It's this little blue
but I'm
board in
still
the
gonna
corner of the
stream.
screen.
But
Everybody that's in here, all
yeah, you guys could probably tell I'm like
785
mentally
people,
tapped.
feel free to vote for
Yeah.
who you thought won in that
But-
poll.
understandable.
And thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the gifts. And if you can, please
But
tap your screen, like
but
the
no,
like, and share
it was
the
really
video.
fun, and like I need to
think
study
is
more stuff
interesting.
about like I support the LGBTQ community. I
Yeah,
need to study more
so,
stuff
like,
and maybe debate in
I
that
want
space.
actually I want Eden to
It's
speak
not my
because I was
thing.
asking to both of
I
them.
mostly do like Christianity and like theology and
So I defined
philosophy
males and females, as I
studies,
said
but
before,
I
by
could probably
adult human
do
males
like
and
other
adult human
things.
females, sex-based difference. So
It
females
just
are
is
animal organisms that
it is
are
interesting to me.
primarily indicating or denoting the sex of
If
the
there
use of
was any
gametes,
kind of
and
basis
men are
in
adult human
reality,
males, meaning,
most of the people
adult humans
do
who are
like
over
the
primarily
trans topic
denoting
or like
the
are
capacity to produce small
anti-trans
gametes.
typically tend to be
Mike's definition of typicalities
religious,
doesn't really address
and so I
much
think it
because
is interesting
societal
though that
typicalities between men and women, as I stated before,
I
are largely
mean
stereotypical.
it's obviously
and
why
don't
they
actually give an
correlate,
accurate
like because
impression of men and
religion
women. They
is
actually oversimplify
specifically
men
has
and women.
mentions
If
of
we were
like
to do this with any other
being
category, it would actually be quite absurd. For
anti-LGBT
example,
in
if I
general
said
in
black
most of
people
these
typically
books
go to
that
family barbecues,
that
or
they
black
follow,
people typically
but I think that
listen
there's
to
a
Tupac
correlation
Shakur,
of like
or black people
being
typically do a particular
anti-science
set of social
overall
actions.
with
It would just sound a little
religion
bit racist,
that
or
also
just
feeds
wouldn't be
into
actually
not
encapsulating the
understanding
entire category
the
by
science
just be
behind
excluding lots of black people
like
and then not
sex.
defining them accurately. So when
So-
you use the societal typicalities to define
So
men and women,
somebody in the
it's
comments
excluding lots
said,
of women and
"Oh,
men, and it's
$100
also
bucks.
using
That's
a lot of
cute." Like I
stereotypes.
know
So
I want to make more, but like
And with
That's
that, we
$100
did get
bucks
to
for
the other
you,
guests, but
basically
thank you,
just to
Max, for,
not
coming
like
up,
you
and,
didn't even have to
feel
engage
free
in it.
to
Like you still did
come
work
back
for
to
it,
my,
but like
panel anytime.
$100 bucks
if
for
it's
like
for you,
I edited
thank
the
you for
video,
being
I
here.
posted the promo
course, have a nice
videos
one to all of
everywhere. I
you
posted it
guys.
on like 4
You too.
accounts. And yeah,
To make it
like
clear, I do have to
editing,
leave in about
posting,
4
and then I'm gonna
minutes
edit
because,
this
I was
the
supposed
whole
to host
debate
a
and
live
put it
at
on
7
YouTube,
to
and then like it was
all
like
of us.
1 hour, 2
I'm sick,
hours
I
of
do have
like
bronchitis, I'm supposed to be resting, so
comments,
I only have
questions,
about 4
critiques,
minutes
and also
remaining
like the
before I have to
debate
go,
itself.
and then go and get my rest after I
But
host
I'm
my live
excited for the $100. Normally I make like 50 or 60 off
And
of
that's
debate
totally
events.
fine.
This
We'll
one
do,
made like
like,
100.
2 more guests, and then-
But yeah, no, this
and
is
then
lit.
go ahead.
Like
Cease really
it's a
wanted
step
to
in the right
come up.
direction, I guess. But
See what he has to say. Go ahead.
you know.
No, I'm going to be very brief. Nate, I wanted to challenge you to have another debate on the same platform against me this time.
yeah, I know that Edna's argument may. Oh, I didn't catch the debate, so I don't know.
Are you,
but
are you, are you
I
willing
think
to
that
do
it.
it?
I was just talking about how it's
Okay,
interesting that a
then in
lot
that
of the
case,
times
just
people who are
post,
anti-science,
you
who
can set it
don't
up,
understand
and you know,
biological
let me know
sex
what day
and
works
how
for him,
we
and
define
we can
it,
figure it out.
tend
Would
to
you be
also
fine doing
be
it
religious.
next week? Would that work?
I'll let
was
you
my
know what
point.
time because I have a few
Logic.
stuff coming up. That
Oh, I'm not even sure if Edna is religious.
Okay, just let me know.
I don't know.
because,
I
I think
tend
I
to
can
disagree just
show
because most of the
everybody
time when I
listening
hear
to
people
this
debating
conversation
this topic,
that,
I rarely
just
hear
completely
a
incorrect
religious
in the way you
argument.
framed
They
it.
seem to be
That
mostly
actually
secular.
your
But
perspective and definition
maybe the
is
point you're
completely
making, yeah.
inconsistent
So I
with
don't
how
know
even
really
you
what the
navigate
point
your
you're
Yeah,
making is.
not that
So
they're
I'd like a chance to
a
show
lot
why
of
that's
times
the case.
they don't use a
in a
religious
setting
argument.
where
It's just that they
we're not
typically
over talking each other. So.
it's that they both have two
Absolutely.
misunderstandings of science. One
All
when
right,
it
thanks
comes
for
to
letting me know.
religion, and one
I
when
just
it
wanted
comes
to throw that challenge out there. So
biology.
don't
They
keep me waiting too long,
misunderstand
right?
science on two different levels.
I'm gonna drop and come back on a
And
different
it's just,
account.
I
My
think
phone's
it's
about
funny
to
that
die and the
they
mic is plugged
often
into it, so
do
I'm gonna
have
just
those.
jump off on my
You
iPad,
mean
so I'm
religious
just dropping for 10 seconds before I turn.
people
Totally fine.
misunderstand science, right? But
Well,
yeah.
usually the people who are transphobic also are have very big misunderstandings.
The issue I have with that is that just assuming that someone disagrees with, gender ideology is somehow transphobic.
People in this guest request.
Like, you're kind of just labeling anyone who disagrees with the ideology as toxic.
Randomly pick somebody.
So what would be the,
Yeah, give me 1
non-toxic
second, we'll
reason
get to
for
you.
disagreeing with trans ideology? Or, I mean, I don't even like to say it because I don't even think that it's an ideology. But what would be
Well, how would you, then how should we label what we're talking about if it's not a philosophy? You're saying it's a science.
Okay.
Right. So
You're good now, Edna?
the science behind being trans is its own thing. If we're talking about, I don't think that there is an ideology where you can
We're just waiting for him. Thank you guys for being
like
here.
get
Thank you
people
guys for
onto the
tapping the
side
screen.
of being
I guess continue to
transgender.
tap
That's
the
like
screen.
why I
Thank you
don't
for all the
consider it
gifts.
an
Thank you for gifting
ideology.
the
The
debaters.
way I see it is
Clearly
that
they have done their research in
okay, we don't have
regards
to label
this.
it an ideology if you don't
And
want
yeah,
to,
like,
but
I love that
the
I'm
way I
able
see
to
it is
host
that
these debates.
regardless of
You
your
good, Edna?
stance on
Yeah, I think I'm here. Can you
let's
hear me? Or am I
say
cutting out?
any premise
Yeah, we can hear you.
related to being trans or the trans debate
Okay.
if,
So
could just
the
be right. critiqued from science from either standpoint. That's how I view it. So if we had two bipartisan, two secular people, both educated in science, I feel like the debate would still
wasn't really good
could still
analogy of the car
unfold.
thing of why
I think it really does. I don't think I've, and this is purely anecdotal, I don't think I've ever seen anybody who is well versed in science and understanding of biology and how we determine sex ever
had nothing to do with the conversation. It was
an
irrelevant. Also, the question between the both of them is, can they
standpoint.
give me one definitive characteristic of a woman that does
I
not
would
apply to
say
any
that's
man?
ignorant.
Like I said, I just said that's my anecdote. That's my experience. I've never.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You gotta. Well, if you're interested in the topic, you gotta seek out the opposing opinion. That's kind of on you.
Every way we categorize.
I very much so do.
Obviously, a car.
Logic troll. What does science have to say about like trans people?
A car is going to be an
Point is
automobile
that
carries passengers.
science is neutral on the point because you could leverage science in you. You could leverage science in either direction. Science is just a method for dissecting science in either direction. Science is just a
that usually transphobic people, or let me
all the time. So
reword that
your
because
version of linguistics
are
is just
that
completely confused.
you are equating that to toxic, which I agree.
But you didn't define what a car is.
Somebody
You didn't
who
answer the
is
other question. What
anti-trans
is one definitive characteristic of being a woman?
An automobile that carries passengers.
Science that would uphold their viewpoint.
Sure.
So, I mean, we could get into, but a methodology that just any methodology, right, that is scientific. So, if I wanted to go into the empirics of biology, empirics of genetics, questioning the logic or rationality behind the claim, right, just the validity of the argument, we could dive into it using the scientific method many ways. You could also imagine, for instance, you could imagine like a LGBTQ ally whose mind is in the right place, whose heart is in the right place because they're an ally and they want to defend trans identities, who just happens to not have like strong scientific arguments.
Questions, comments,
right?
Concerns with that?
Yeah, sure. It was the final question of can both of them define or give me one.
So
one
whether or not, my
definitive
point there is
characteristic
just whether or
that all
not you
women have that no
support
man has.
trans identities is irrelevant to harnessing. You're trying to say that anyone that disagrees with trans identities is somehow
thank you.
Different
no welcome down mode. I
perspectives on
appreciate y'all.
science.
He won.
Female's not a
That's
trait.
the whole debate. So to
I don't think that there is a different perspective on science. We know, or what we understand about sex is pretty.
Genetic necessary condition.
It's nothing to do with gender.
Hold on for a second. You just said that like science is neutral in this particular
necessary
subject,
trait.
right?
It's just a cluster of traits.
So
If
if
it's
necessary,
Go ahead.
States that science like has nothing to say about this or is neutral in this position of trans people or non-trans people, right?
I want to ask Edna why
would it be the case that like
Mike made a direct correlation
people would
between
use
three
science
different
or any type of scientific theory or any
because
type of
that
scientific
second paper that you tried to
investigation
debunk, all
or
he was
data
proving is that we
to,
can
like,
analyze the
uphold
differences
their
between male
arguments
and female
either
figures'
on either
brains,
side,
right? That's all he was proving.
That's a great
He
question.
did not want to
I think we do
claim
have to be
anything
careful about how we
the
propose
difference
conclusions
between sex
and
gender
theories.
from that one
Usually
paper.
a well-formed formula
from
or like
all
something that
papers.
turns into
You
a
had a distinctive
hypothesis
question that he
has
had to prove, and he followed that
falsifiable
evidence
elements
by-
to it. So in terms
did,
of
'cause he
science's
referenced the
neutrality
other
on the
papers,
trans
'cause,
topic,
again,
some issues I would have maybe are like contradictions or unfalsifiable claims, but as long as the premises weren't those things and they were testable theoretically and they remained within the bounds of scientific validity, then I have no problem with it. But you are right that that's going to be difficult, I think, for most people that defend trans identities. I think most of the arguments do come from more of an emotional or rhetorical point of view and non-scientific. So it's again, but that I will admit perhaps might just be my own bias there, because Lexi and I seem to have like a strong disagreement there. But that's where I think our epistemic humility kind of, where I'm willing to admit, that there isn't this bias, whereas Lexi isn't. Interestingly, like Lexi's the one claiming that most people who are against trans identities are unscientific. So although I'm tempted to make the same claim in the opposite direction, I remain epistemically humble, and so that I sort of concede that point that perhaps I'm wrong, and I think that that
basic
further,
correlational
you know,
science.
sort of
Like,
points to my point that I'm leveraging
that's how
the
we literally
scientific
go
method,
through science.
even though
We
I'm
have to find
arguing against
correlations
trans
from different
identities
positions from
more
different studies.
potently than Lexi.
Structural
Because I'm remaining at least epistemically humble and leaving room for the opposition to at least convince me, whereas she's claimed that she's never seen that. I'll say that there's, you know, even in the Burgundy debate here, that he remained at least partly scientific. He was attempting to remain scientific through his arguments. He didn't do. I think Edna did a better job, but I wouldn't say that he was like. That's the thing, right? There's different levels to scientific ability and credentials and those kinds of things. But as long as you're really open-minded and open to criticism, open to being false. For instance, Jay, a person who is convinced that trans identities are real still needs to employ the scientific method in order to either falsify or confirm
so with
their
that logic,
theory.
we would have to then
So
redefine
the scientific
the
method
entire
doesn't really, I
diagnostic
think, from
system
my
when
point
it
of view,
comes
get
to
us to any
medicine.
sort of like conclusion. It
Yes,
is more of
can you
like an
prove to me
etiquette
the
around
functionality
discourse
and
on how we
structure from a
engage and
lymphoma
empathize
right
with
now? Can
those
you
who
find me a
disagree with
paper?
us, or
Can you
you
find
know,
me a
in good
definitive
faith
paper
put
that can do
forward
that?
criticizable or falsifiable claims.
Can you find me
that kind of thing?
Because the evidence in this thing that you want from Mike, can you do the exact same thing for me for a lymphoma? Think something that we know exists.
Individuals
I haven't done much research on
are
lymphomas. I'm not
indeed
sure that I
trans
could, but I'm sure if I looked into it, I would be able to.
Well, that's an interesting question in terms of
That's
proof.
the
Like
answer.
this kind of came up in the debate. I don't think science gets us, or at least empirically, to any kind of, you know, certain proof. So we have to use this word proof a little bit carefully when employing the scientific method. You know, so there may not be a conclusive, in terms of trying to parse out people's identity, there may not be a conclusive empirical data point that science can offer us, but we can at least protect ourselves from things like contradictions, right? Contradictions, and also like in this debate we saw the cluster concept come up, and whether or not, you know, necessary and sufficient conditions are required for those kinds of conjunctives. And I think we again saw the strength of Edna's point there, you know, because definitively without any sort of necessary sufficient conditions, categorically we can't make scientific measurements. So he's leaving his this is to your point, Jay. It's like that you know, even if a person's attempting to employ the scientific method, sometimes, well, I don't know if it's an educational thing or a lack of experience, they lead themselves away from that method, and you can, as a scientist or as an educated person, you can kind of see the invalidity or the insound. That's why science is such a gift. Doesn't really confirm my intuition about trans identities not being true. It just at least confirms that Mike Brigandy can't scientifically prove his claim. So science has just protected me from sort of being convinced. I remain skeptical. Those kinds of things.
But we have evidence that it's the case. Enough of it to
So
go,
I'm still a little confused on what you mean by
headaches, right? Like this is
when
absurd.
we're talking about
to
proof
set the
and
bar
evidence,
so
right? When we do have
high
scientific studies and
no
things that would
science
be
exists
denoted
because
in
everything
as
has
you
to be
were
proven with
defining
one
as
study.
falsifiable.
Yeah,
We have
that's
studies
so
of the
unscientific.
existence
That's
of trans
garbage.
people. When we look at
With that, we
brains,
just move on to the
brain
other
scans
guests that
of
we have in
transgender
line.
individuals and
Yeah, Edna,
how
whenever
that
you need
correlates.
to go, feel
I'm
free to.
confused
Thank
by
you for
that
being
because
here.
I take, you know, gender to be a social construct and sex to be a biological.
Right, but
I mean,
there's
like,
they obviously do
yeah, like,
have
you guys have clearly done
a
research
correlation
into
because
this
the whole
topic,
thing
and we've
is that
literally had like 800 people in this
the
live. That's
differences
a very
between
huge
sex and gender and
accomplishment.
how
People
they
really tuned
are
in
not
for
the
your debate.
same, and how
Some people
somebody
That seems like a
we should have got
contradiction to me
judges,
because you either have to
instead of
admit
just
that
the audience vote.
gender is a
you'd
social
like me to
construct.
finish
Run this
what I'm
back
saying.
again, and we can get
Well,
judges,
you can.
but it's up
Sure,
to you
go ahead.
guys. I would be happy
So
to get
there's
that
a
done
difference
as
between
quickly
sex
as
and gender,
possible.
and
Yeah, we can get judges
how we
like,
are
actually,
defining
like,
sex
settle like an
and how
actual
we are
later.
defining
But
gender
with that,
is part of the
we can move
conversation
on to our next
because
guest.
people who are
Thank you for being up here,
against
Misfit.
trans
Come back
people
anytime.
or against the
We already follow
existence
each
of
other,
trans
and
people,
yeah, you're always welcome.
we have to look
Perfect,
at
thank you.
their
W Mike.
biological sex and how that differentiates from their gender identity.
And
You
so
can't
we get our
just
next
completely
guest.
separate
We're
the
gonna do one more.
conversation
People were
by
requesting for
acknowledging
Tony
that
Tiger,
gender is different
so
from sex,
let's
because you're
see.
right, it is different, but there's
But yeah,
What's
welcome,
up?
Tony Tiger.
you
Good
have to
have you.
acknowledge
Good
the
to be here. Thank
biological
you. My
component of
question is for
sex
Mike.
in order to have that
Mike,
discussion
are you
of
familiar
gender.
with the 4 types of proof? And if
Okay.
so, what types of proofs
I sympathize
qualified
with
or
everything
will
you're
be
saying there.
used in the
The
evidence
issue
that
I'm
you're trying
having
to
is if we define gender as a social construct,
we
even
don't
though it's
deal with
linked
proofs
in
in
some way or
science,
another
right?
to
That's
biology,
mathematical,
now we're having
logical
to define
analysis.
that linkage
In
in.
science,
So
we deal with
it's kind of begging
things
the
like
question.
p-values
It's a social
and
construct not
Cohen's d
related to
effect
biology,
sizes,
or it
things
is,
like that,
and
in
in that
which
case, then you'd
you
have
look
to
at the
provide
available
the
evidence,
necessary and
we build
sufficient
a
conditions to
case,
link
a
those
credence
things,
level
and that's what we
increases,
can't seem to,
and we get to
you
an
know,
approximate
scientifically
truth
prove.
based on the evidence. So
I
that's
would
what I
disagree and say that
demonstrated
we
through the
have been
studies I
able to.
mentioned.
I have a
We're looking
number
at
of
brains,
studies
we're looking at the way
in
the
which we
function
do talk about
the way
how
the brain's
even
functioning,
though
and that
gender
changes the way
is
there are actually
socially
4 types of
constructed,
proof when you use
the way that
philosophical and
we
argumentation,
present
which
it
includes logic. And if you're talking about
does have a
math,
tie
math
to
is
it.
just another
It's
form
no
of
different
logic.
than
So there are
That's
4.
a
Are you familiar
necessary
with them? I'll
tie?
tell you them if you don't know.
A definitive tie.
Go ahead.
Okay, so there
I
is
don't
what's
know
called
what you
a
mean
rational
by that.
proof,
Like
a
in every
empiricist
case,
proof,
in every
a
case,
transcendental
like
proof,
an
and a
indicator in
pragmatist
the
proof,
brain that
right? And so
is
the reason I was asking
definitive
you,
of someone being
which
trans.
of the 4 does your evidence you're presenting, what does it
There's no
fall
such
under,
thing,
right? Because then that tells
right? We
us,
can
right,
speculate
as
on cluster
interlocutors,
concepts
how to
about
deal with the
maybe
information
different levels
being
in the
presented,
brain,
right?
right?
Because let's say it's a
Chemically,
rational.
but
It's
we
probably going to adhere to more like an
point to it
empiricist
and be
approach.
certain about it, right?
So yeah.
Okay, so
I don't
some
think,
data,
I don't
and
think
then
it matters.
Just
It doesn't
are there
matter.
like markers?
okay, so
Yeah.
well, I mean, it
determine
kind of does
whether or
matter
not a
because if we are
person
to
will
be
be
honest
trans later on in
interlocutors,
life,
right, and you
or
present
That's what you would have to
empiricist type
define
proof,
into the
which could
gender
deal with studies,
identity,
and it
and
could
that's
be
what you
witness
don't want to
accounting.
do
Let's say
because
of
the
some event
identity
in
is
history, well
fluid,
then I
right?
would
It's a
have to
social construct.
respond
Like with
in
the
kind. I'd
biological
have to
indicators,
respond with
there
a
are
counter
hard
empiricist proof. If you gave a
identifiers that
rationalist
are
type proof, meaning something that dealt
empirically
with some sort of formal
verifiable.
logic or inference rule, I would
But
have to
see, with
counter
gender, there
that
isn't
with an
because
inference rule,
it's
or I'd have
partly
to
a social
discount the
construct and
inference rule
part of
being
one's
used.
identity.
So it would
So
let
to
me know
biologically
Look,
as an
there's
interlocutor.
no reason why I'd
scrutinize
have to
one's
adhere to any
identity
particular form of
through
proof.
the
I
lens
don't
of
need to
gender
achieve
is
proof.
contradicting.
I can
It has
achieve
nothing to
evidence,
do
and that's what
ultimately
You can't
with
take
your
me serious
sex
as an
or your
interlocutor, sir.
sexual
I'm sorry.
indicators, right?
What do you mean by
That's
proof?
the whole definition,
Right? Well, we're
unless
talking
you
about
want to
like
change
how
the
we give
definition.
evidence or
So it's
substantiation.
a
There are
round and
4
round we
types.
go in circles.
Okay, what do you mean
Yeah,
by
I don't
what
think
do you mean by
that
proof,
what
though?
you're bringing
Okay,
up
well,
is
the
has
type of
anything to
proof
do
that you're
with
going to give is either going to be
the
empirical,
brain.
which is going to
Cease to
deal
know
with
is
sense
very
data.
well
What do you
educated
mean
on
by
this. I'll
proof?
defer
What do
to
you mean by
Cease to know.
proof?
Proof,
There-
proof, evidence.
I appreciate it.
Proof,
Thank you.
evidence,
Yeah, logic
sequencing,
troll. I
accounting.
think that
Oh, okay, so
you're
it's evidence.
right.
So proof is just
not quite
evidence. Okay, so yeah,
That's another way you can look
tracking
at
what's
it.
actually
I don't
being
know why
said
people- I
here
don't
in
know why
terms
you're
of
just
how we're
rejecting the
defining
science.
gender.
I have
Like, it may be
cited
true that yes, there is a
I'm not saying I'm
societal
rejecting
aspect
science.
to
I-
gender,
evidence that
and we're talking
achieve
about
key
things
values
like
that are
the
sufficient
constructs that
to
are
enter puber
projected
being
onto
that apply
the assumption of somebody's
constitute
biological
scientific
sex,
articles.
the
They're not-
I'm not
rituals
saying I
and
necessarily reject your
expressions
proof. I just
that
need to
men
know
and
the
women, and
nature.
experiences that
Scientific
men and
articles
women
that
have
demonstrate something
in a particular
beyond
society.
chance.
But that's not the
no,
full
science,
picture.
no one
right?
is necessarily
There's an
saying they
aspect to the
reject it, but they
identity
need to know.
that is
is that
not
evidence I provided?
social. Rather, it's simply
Well,
the
I mean, I
congruence or
don't know what type because you
incongruence
won't specify.
Did I
psychologically
provide
that the
any type
person
of evidence?
You
has
said
towards their own
you now
biological
just more
sex.
so clarified
I provide
So the
any
idea
type of
here, when we talk
evidence?
about cluster
So really
concepts,
quick,
that's separate than
All right.
Yes or
the
no?
correlations we can make
According to you,
in
yes.
terms of brain structures.
Okay, so
I mean,
then I
that's
provided
besides the
evidence.
point.
According to
I mean,
you,
they are
yes.
those two,
But not to you. Why
right? But that's
not?
not really
Well, because
what's the most
I'm
relevant.
not convinced that you even know what
Here
evidence
we're
is.
talking
You're
about
not convinced. That's not an
how we
argument.
use language.
I'm not convinced you know what
Right?
evidence is.
And
Hold on.
and
So,
the whole point here is
so let's
that
answer that last
already
question.
we
Why
don't
do you
use the
think
word
that we
woman
didn't provide
to
evidence? And then we'll
solely
do
we mean
move on to the next
female,
guest.
because when we go out into the
Well,
world,
because
right,
if
we don't
you're gonna
see people's
provide any
gametes,
kind
we don't
of
see people's chromosomes
sequencing
or
proof evidence,
internal
right?
organs.
Well, then
Are
there
you
has to be a
genuine? What do you
chain
mean? Like,
of
are you
logic or something
I
that
don't get who you're
substantiates it,
claiming
right? And if we're
the
gonna be
language. You're the
honest
probably the
interlocutors,
most
right?
flexible
Right, I would
person
need
when
to
it comes to
know, like,
language.
if I was
So I'm
countering it,
confused
right,
by
I would
that
need to know
generalization.
what
Like
to
you
counter
know
it with.
a
If he
person.
was
There are
presenting some sort
several
of
interpretations of the
formal
word woman,
system
and
that
there
dealt with inference
maybe
rules,
infinite
I'd have to discount the
interpretations, right?
inference
So
rule
why are you trying to
either
generalize
premise by
about how
premise
people
or
use that
statement by
word?
statement,
No, no,
or
no.
I would
I'm
have to
saying that
counter it
already we use
with a
the word
superior one.
in different
So
contexts,
that lets
right?
me
That we
know,
use
We
it.
why are
that
you
lets me
including
know
we
as an
though
interlocutor how
when
to
you
deal
say
with
we
them.
and
Well,
how we use
I
that
mean
word?
societally. I mean
Everything you just
generally
said is babble.
speaking.
Why?
Okay,
Why are
empiricist,
you
you're just
generalizing
saying
about
we
language?
saw this,
Well, because
we
I think
think
that's what we
this.
do when we talk about
That's all you're
utility
saying.
of
Then what's wrong?
words.
we
We
do
have to do
Congratulations,
that. Like
dude.
we.
You're
The
dumb.
point is that language is fluid and
You're
flexible
dumb.
and
You're
not
rejecting
general.
logic.
You don't want
Hold
to.
on,
You don't
guys.
want
Okay,
to.
so
You don't want
No,
to.
no, no.
Wait, logic. You already even said you already even said like when we talked about like social contracts. So you understand and you admit
yeah, we do have to
that
move on to the
society,
next guest.
like
All right.
there is a
Thank you for
difference.
having me.
how we
Come back
use things
anytime.
in a
If you follow me, I'll
society.
follow you.
So
and
when
thank you
people
for doing that.
know is
All right.
you've already
Yeah.
conceded that there's a difference with
I mean,
society.
let me
Okay, you have to
clarify.
go
Like
ahead.
the fact that yes, language can
Okay.
change over time
It's not letting me
and
drop
is
it. You might have to
fluid,
kick me.
and that
Oh,
meaning
okay.
has
You
particular
might need proof of
context
it for
is
that
true,
first.
right? But it doesn't mean that we can't observe on a general level how these words tend to be used, and therefore judge the utility of a
If you gotta
usage
go, you can
based
go ahead.
on
Thank you for being
that
here.
usage,
And,
right? So I'm simply
maybe we'll
pointing
talk
out
to you
that
later about doing
already we don't
another
use the word
match
woman
with,
to
Mike,
only
we can get
mean
judges for that one they
female.
both agree on.
Somebody
But
could.
you do concede that some people might.
Maybe. I mean,
Some people,
Edna
yeah,
doesn't know
sure,
what
some people
therapy
might,
is.
but what I'm
Okay.
saying is
They don't
that
understand what
you're
science
quickly
is.
going to
So it's
see
hard to talk to
that
somebody who
that
doesn't know what
usage is not very
science is.
useful,
Well, guys,
and it's actually going to be very likely inconsistent. Like they might say that in a
So
debate.
your critique is of the utility of language being inefficient.
Anyways,
You seem to think that your like opposition is just using language inefficiently.
You didn't prove it. That's
Well, I'm saying that
Alright,
the
alright.
opposition
But,
isn't
yeah,
even being
thank you for
honest
being
about
here,
how they're
Edna.
using
Yeah,
language,
we'll
and if they
talk about
are,
it in the end.
That's their critique of you.
yeah, sure, but again, it's easy to show why they're incorrect, and actually they're projecting, and I'll show you
That's
why.
how they feel. But okay.
Sure, but I can show you why that's
Okay.
not the case.
Okay.
So, and by the way, even if they were being honest about it, they would simply be running. They would run into a linguistic wall of now having a definition that's not very useful in terms of the need that we have in society to label things. So I'll give you an example, right? I mean, do you agree that when we go out into the world, we don't observe people's gametes and chromosomes and internal organs and stuff, right?
Go ahead if you have a question.
So already there, when we categorize somebody as a man or a woman, if we were to use the female definition that they pretend to want to use, they would not be able to use the word woman other than in a very minute, particular scientific context where gametes and chromosomes were being observed, like in like a hospital or a laboratory or whatever, right?
Given the utility that things like gender-affirming care.
So, I mean, do you really think that most people, when they go out into the world, they are actually looking at gametes or thinking about gametes when they say that's a woman or that's a man?
I don't care really what most people are doing. That's why I'm interested in why you're trying to generalize. But we'll keep going down this path. Like, no, I don't. I guess no.
In my opening, I made
Okay,
where I said,
how do you? Okay, well then let me ask you personally, how do you use the label woman when you go out into the
there's
world?
still the ethical side.
Well, I
such
use
that you
language
should,
very loosely. That's why you and I think have some good conversations. Like I'm not dogmatic about my and I'm willing to even be flexible usually on most definitions and most words I use. Like I'm really not rigid in any words.
Okay,
really.
cool. Would you agree that how you categorize men and women is based on secondary sex characteristics, or do you use some other thing?
I'm open to both
questions, or is that
the social construct and you know the categories that go along with women that aren't biologically associated. I'm willing to adopt it in that way.
Well, but how do you use it? I'm just curious about how do you categorize them currently?
Might appreciate your time and sticking around. Yeah, so like currently, because I'm to be honest, I'm really currently I find the terms confusing if I'm to adopt modern like vernacular. They don't seem to have much meaning if I'm coming from a gender on that, or the only place that I find refuge in these terms would be like a biological, scientific, or logical, strict sort of formal logic sense. Otherwise, they do become just loose colloquialisms that's more of conversational than they are like formal deductive arguments.
Right, so what I would say is that if we were to only use strictly the biological, that would leave us at a severe disadvantage. We would not actually be able to categorize men and women in society outside of a context where they were in a laboratory. Because again, we don't have access to that biology when we navigate the world on a daily basis. So I would push back on the idea that the usage of the word woman as I'm using it is some sort of like modern approach. I would say it's actually consistent with how it's been historically used, which is a label that can describe a multitude of things, sometimes biology, but more often than not, secondary sex characteristics that are observed, and the cultural and societal context.
The issue I have with that is like generally no, I would disagree with you. I think that they are terms that are speculating on the biology. If someone was, found out later that certain biological indicators weren't present in the person that they wrongly identified their gender identity as, then they would concede their error.
Jambar, you can go
No,
ahead.
but hold on.
Yeah,
This is
wait,
this is
real quick,
this is an error.
okay. So
my fault. Coco,
my
follow me
question
back,
is
bro.
really
Like,
about the one
I've
claim
been
you
with
made
you
that
since
it's kind of agreed upon
since
if
before
you
you
have
even blew up, bro.
a
Follow me
difference
back
in
right
structure,
now. I'm
then
not
that
playing
is
ball game
ground
with you.
difference in function,
Okay,
or it's not really relevant to talk about.
Yeah, let me just
Follow me
respond.
back right now. I'm waiting.
Okay, let me just respond to
The
what
first thing to say to
Logic
this
Troll
is,
said.
I agree in one direction. If
So-
there's a change in function, there'll have to be some
Logic
change
Troll,
in structure. What I
you
don't
said-
agree is
Troll, wait, hold on,
that
Logic Troll,
a
what's
change
up,
in
bro?
structure always indicates a change in function. And in
what was
particular,
it? Sorry, that's-
So
racial
it's
groups
this
have
idea
different
that like
structures
if
in their
let's
brains.
say
Would
loosely
you
in
say that's a
society
difference
300 years
in
ago,
function? And would
the
you
word
say that
woman would
neuroscientists
be
agree that's
used
Oh, right.
the way
I
that
remember
you're
what you
talking
said now.
about.
I remember what you said now. You were talking about like the
point is that
expectation
where
of
it
somebody's
matters,
biology.
it's very
But
Or,
here's
or
the
at
problem.
least them
brain
being able
structures,
to
in particular
not
the
even an
hypothalamus
expectation,
and
them
hypothalamus and
conceding
cortical
they're
thickness
wrong
layers.
based on biological
Those particular
facts. Like
No, no,
if you
but-
called
heavily
someone a woman
associated
and then on
with
day 30
body
they
perception
show
and
you that they're
the gendered
not,
aspects that
it's
give
like
rise to our
it would,
identities.
you
And
know,
so that's
it
where
would
we're
be
studying.
proof
That's
that
what we're studying.
that
Those
apparently you were
specific
wrong,
parts.
No,
and
but
that's
this
the
is-
word
And
woman I'm
that
using.
is
No,
why we can
but
then
this is
infer,
the issue
yes,
here
there's
is
gonna be
how the
functional
word
differences in
woman
those-
is
in those-
being
because of the
used and
structures.
categorized.
And this
Right?
is
I mean,
background
you're using it
knowledge
with
in
logic
neuroscience,
troll, right?
right?
So you
The brain
understand
regions
that
can affect how
logically
the brain,
speaking,
functions, tumors,
if something
things
is
like that. I
different
mean,
than something
these are
else, you can't
just
say
the
that it's the
basics of
same,
neuroscience
right? So if
that
you're
it's the
saying that
consensus
woman
that
equates to
this is
female,
there's
which equates
no,
to gametes,
let me correct you. There's
and
I
then
agree with you.
and
That
then
doesn't
the
prove function. I agree
categorization
with
of
you. It doesn't
woman is
prove
arrived
function. That's a
at
heavy
through observing
ask
secondary
to,
sex
to go to.
characteristics.
So
Those secondary
look,
sex
if there's-
characteristics do not equate
if in
to
this
being
case,
to the gametes.
there is
They're
no
two
effect on
different
function,
categories.
then what would
Statistically
you be
significant,
showing?
though. They're different
Is your
categories,
view
but
that
now
gender
you're
is
the one
not
that's being
largely
pedantic, because I
informed
mean,
by
the statistical average is that
neurological
they're
functioning?
correlated.
Right, but the
And that's why the
issue,
language is utilitarian.
no, but the issue here is not the statistical average. Like this, that's besides the point, right? Because the issue here is that regardless of the average, what matters is what is being described when the term is applied. And what I'm saying to you is that because of the fact we don't have access to the game mates, right, what's being actually described is not the game mates or even the assumption of the game mates, but rather the observation of the secondary sex characteristics. That's what's being used to make up the category,
I'm particularly
not
concerned about
the game
the piece of
mates.
evidence you presented, where you're saying that there's a
Colloquial,
structural
general
difference.
sense, yeah.
And that means something important.
People
for
just
the
use
gender
secondary
identity.
sex
What I'm
characteristics
saying
as
is that
proof of
there's
gender because
structural
they don't have
differences
access to a
between
lab.
different
Yeah,
racial groups and
totally
different
agree
areas of
with
the
you.
brain that we would
Like when you
consider
walk up to a
important for
person,
different
right,
functions.
at a
And I do not
cashier's
necessarily think that
stand
means that
in
there's some
like a
functional
Target
difference.
or something like that,
And
right?
that and what would be
You're
important
immediately looking
in
at
determining gender identity wouldn't
what
be
this person
if there's
appears
some like
to be,
meaningless
right? And
structural differences
your
in
mind is
in
going
brain
to say
patterns between the
that
different
this
sexes. It
person
would
is
be if
either
there's
a
some serious
woman
functional
or a
differences
man,
and it
right?
changes the
You're
way
not
the brain actually
worried
works.
about at
I
that
don't think
time. You're
there's
not
any
worried
evidence
about
that
like,
between
does this
races
person
there's a
have large or
significant
small
difference in
gametes?
the brain. I
Does
don't
this
think
Oh
there's
yes,
person
there
have,
is.
you know,
You might go
That's
through
why
life
there's a
never
whole
even
field. There's a whole field
yeah,
in the
right. So
1900s
never
of
even know what those
biology
mean.
that neuroscientists
like
have
that's why
worked
the
in
language
that,
was
that's showing that
adapted
the
because
structural differences
because
in the
of the
brain
fact
actually
that
are
like
not
when we walk up to people,
do not lead to
what we look
functional
at is their outward appearance,
Yeah, do you
know,
do you
maybe their
actually have any
mannerisms,
papers on this
maybe
that demonstrate?
you know
Sure, you
how
can
they're
just look it up.
dressed, maybe
Pretty much
the length of
widely
their
known, but-
hair, maybe
Maybe you guys can see.
maybe the
No, I don't
structure of
think- I
their
don't- I haven't
face or
seen any
something like
evidence
that,
that there's a
right? And
significant
it just
differences in the
it
brain
helps to
structures between
associate
races.
more.
By the way, what do you
It helps
mean
to
by
associate
race?
more
Right? That's a
easily
social category.
those
I'm not playing
type
it's
of
not a
terms
dumb game.
tangible thing.
the people
I'm
that you're
not
going to
playing
come
these dumb
across like in a
games
daily
with like,
day,
what do you
right?
mean by race?
Like you're not going to
blah,
go
blah,
around
blah. We have
walking
this
around,
intuitive
and every
idea
time you
between
see
race,
someone or meet
ethnicity,
someone or have
more or
to
less
talk to
understand
someone,
what
go, hey,
more or
just
less there
a
are
quick note, do you have
biological
large or
differences
small
that
gametes?
I don't think
You know what I'm
there's
saying?
any
So I know what to call you.
There's no
that are
sufficient
important.
evidence sense what you're saying.
just doesn't
But
happen.
we do have
In
sufficient
our real
evidence
life,
that
right? So
gender
like
identity is
brass
coming from
tacks
the brain.
is
That's just
like
this is
when
why it's
you
the
see a
medical
person,
and the scientific
right?
consensus.
You're either going to say
amongst
that this person
scientists
fits the
and not
description
TikTokers.
of what a
can just
woman, or
okay.
a girl,
So
or boy,
But,
or
like,
man
it's,
is going to be, right?
what would
And
be your,
you're going to
finishing
associate that
statement to the
person
gym bar?
with
And,
that
yeah, we
particular
didn't get to the other
definition
guest.
okay,
that's in
sure.
your mind.
My finishing
right?
statement would be
And
this,
with
the first
the
thing is like
definition that we
if your
were
position
using,
leads us
we
to
wouldn't be
think
able
that
to do that
there are
because,
functional
again,
differences
like
between
C said,
how
we would
different
have to know
races' brains
what the
operate. It
size of
should
their
be
gametes
rejected.
are,
It does lead to that sort of conclusion. So
what they were
your
born
position
as,
should be
that type
rejected.
of
All
thing.
you
And
would all you
secondly,
would need is some
functional
necessary
differences can be
sufficient
found with a
condition if
simple
you're
Google search. But
flexible
I
on
get that you want to
language
move to
and
the
willing
next
to use
guest.
the terms
No, even if
that
you
we
were to
can just
find
use
structural
whatever
differences
necessary sufficient
between
conditions. If you
races,
don't want to have a
that
sufficient
has no
condition
implications
for meeting
for
the
your
criteria of being a
identity.
woman and
Has
you
no
want to use
implications.
Okay, yeah, then the
cluster
structural differences
concepts
you're
rather
pointing
than
out
There
having
also
might
have
be
no
definitive
implications. There might be implications
claim
for
to proof
physiological
of
things,
that
but no identity.
logical
No, it's not
progression,
like, for
that
example, there's
the
no part in my
antecedent
brain that says
of
I'm
leading to
Native
the
American
consequent, the
or I'm
actual
black.
claim
It
that you're
doesn't
making. You
exist,
need
and
some
so
sort of
that's why it's not
identifier.
comparable as a
No, but hold on.
category.
But you have
Formal.
identifiers.
This is
But
actually
this is
called
but
begging
this
the
is confused though,
question.
because like
Yeah, but guys,
so it's not
maybe we
just
can
because
exchange
something
like
doesn't have a necessary
articles
condition
over that
does
topic
not make it
via
not
DMs,
logical,
but yeah, let
right?
me
Like
get to the next
many of
question.
our categorizations are not based on necessary conditions for
Okay,
value.
but not when it comes to empirical proof.
Of course it does. I can give you an example, right? So if I say to you, imagine that you're observing empirically a mound of sand, right? You know what I mean, right?
No,
Right.
because you no, and this is what exactly the point. Until you strictly define what actually makes up a mound of sand right down to the grain, then no, you cannot empirically prove what that term is. That's a use, you're using a colloquial generalization,
Okay,
not a
then, okay.
formal, a syllogistic,
Now you
right? You're the
from
one here using a loose term.
Okay, well, in that sense, then I would say this, that you and I have a different perspective on what empiricism is. Because I think that many of our categorizations are not based on this sort of strict
You're
abstraction.
you're just saying proof that you can never prove that there's a mound of sand.
No, I'm saying that when we categorize or have concepts, we are actually most of the time applying cluster concepts. That although there
We're
isn't
using not when we're strictly trying to prove something using the scientific method empirically, bro. What are you talking about?
you can't empirically prove that there's a mound of sand. Okay, first of
Yeah,
all,
that would be the
how
least
many
scientific
grains of sand?
generalization.
How many grains of sand does it take to make a mound in the first place, right?
Well, that's my point. Is that there isn't
You're
such a thing.
critiquing language, cease, not the scientific method. You're critiquing the abstract, loose variables of language, but that's the exact thing that formal logic restricts, cease.
No, but I'm saying that it's illusory. Sorry, let me just say one thing, and then I do have to head out actually. But let me just say this: I think it's illusory to think that the problems of language or the limitations of language or the way in which language is used is somehow that the science is somehow spared of those problems. Like
Not science as a whole, but logic, of course. Math and strict formal logic. That's the whole point of syllogistic reasoning.
I would fundamentally disagree that logic somehow escapes what I'm describing here. Like maybe we may be talking past each other, but I think that even what logic is or how it's used is an open conversation. I'm simply saying that when we use these labels, we can still categorize and communicate meaning in a way that's not vacuous, even without necessary conditions.
I agree with that. I
All right,
agree with
I gotta
that.
head out, but thank you for letting me up. I appreciate it.
Much love, Cease, as always. One of my favorite interlocutors, genuinely to talk to. I always have a great conversation with him, even though we disagree contentiously. Sincerely, I cannot thank you enough for your time, Cease. Whenever we engage, bro, the fact that we disagree so hard and that you're willing to have these conversations with me means the absolute world to me, man. Actually makes me tear up. There are not a lot of people in this world that are willing to parse out our differences like that. So I consider you like an online friend, bro. Much love. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Oh, sorry, my attention is shot because I'm editing now. I'm editing the debate as we speak.
You're good, Coco. Yeah, we've been running self-sufficient here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Cease though. Like, and I don't know. I don't think that, like what you were saying, where studies have to show necessary conditions to be sufficient, where empirical data is concerned. Like, I just don't. So.
See, I want to give you the same credit that I gave to Cease. This is the first time I think we've really gone back and forth, and your good faith and genuine, back and forth really means a lot to me as well. So.
Yeah, of course. The only time I will ever argue in bad faith is if it's somebody is being bad faith in response. I will 100% agree.
Yeah, energy match.
Person. Yeah, I'm an immature person when it comes to it. Speaking of which, user, why don't you come off mute and let us know if you're the same person as Raider. I have a hunch, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Interesting.
User? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Raider?
Yeah. Yeah, like that person, for example, who wanted to use a bunch of slurs against trans people. That's somebody I'm not going to show respect to. Like, point blank period. Like, I'll 100% be in good faith of, like, debating about, like, how we come to a conclusion on something. And, like,
Nate
with that, but, like, usually
we already got
once it gets to, like, a rhetoric
like
type thing,
awesome. Competitors.
I don't think there is a good way to debate in good faith based on rhetoric.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think there's something to be said about, like,
68 people in here.
Etiquette being linked to sound reasoning. Like, even though Cease and I disagree, I think we're both probably employing a similar method, which is sound. Like, we might be coming to different conclusions, but at the end of the day, through not having personal attacks and not interrupting and all those wonderful things, and actually like steel manning each other's point of view, I do think that we'll inevitably get closer to the truth or whatever, so it's cool in that way. It's like I think there's something to be said about people's discourse being linked to how sound their reasoning is. If a person's polite and in good faith, I think that probably does say something about what they have to say. You should probably listen to what they have to say. They have a good method.
I could agree with you on that aspect, but I think that's a good example. Like what I was talking about with in regards to like people like Edna, right? There does tend to be a thing where people who are gender critical, and this is why a lot of the times it's rare for me to see Edna on somebody else's panel, to be honest, because I only ever see her on her own.
Yes.
So nothing makes me a
on his
man
own.
except for my reproductive system, correct?
Edna, because I always think of the Incredibles character, so I keep wanting to say her. But on his, platform where he has a bunch of his other gender critical friends, where they kind of validate each other's misinformation.
Sure. Yeah.
So.
Sure. There's that here too. There's a bit of that everywhere. Like, that's what I mean. It's hard. I'll be just honest about myself. Like, it's hard to interact with the opposition in a good faith way. It's tempting to get right. It's tempting to become insecure or go to ad homs or back yourself up with all your friends. It's scary to go into a room and just hold your own and just talk. So most people do, affirm their own bias by, insulating themselves in echo chambers and all that. He's if anyone though, I do appreciate, like, again,
My bad,
Mike,
Logic.
no,
my bad,
don't
my
be.
bad.
What up? You go ahead. I'm rambling. Go
Coco,
ahead.
you still haven't followed me yet. What are you doing?
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. So like, I remember your voice, but like, I don't remember like.
I'm Real Geek Monster. I'm Real Geek. Do you remember Real Geek Monster?
Wait. What was the last thing we talked about?
I haven't come in here in a minute. Like, it's been the last time I came here, I don't remember what we're talking about. But listen, I'm an OG member. I was here before you blew up.
Yeah. Okay. Right now,
Follow me back right now.
Yeah, you've been on TikTok for like 8 months or so, man. Like, I remember that. I followed. I think I was following you when you were Real Geek Monster.
Yeah, yo, Jay, you follow me back too. Hold on, let me follow you.
But Jay, bro, like...
Yo, Jay, follow me back right now.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not playing no games with you guys.
Wait, Jay, okay, look, before the wit stuff happened, all that wit stuff, bro, like, this is what I was telling you about, dude. We could have worked together and built, like, a debate platform, bro. Look how it's, like, blowing up and clicking together. We got, like, Mike Brigandi. I hit, like, 11.2K today. Bro, this is what I wanted for us, man, but you had to insult wit.
I was probably not the person you could have did that with, because like being perfectly honest, like I suffer from ADHD, and so like I'll hyper focus on something for a little while, and then like once I find something else to hyper focus on, I'll hyper focus on that, and I'll forget about the thing that I was hyper focusing on the other time until I go back to it, or somehow my brain just shifts back to that thing. Like
Moderators said
like
they could host an after
like
party.
I've been on TikTok, somehow my brain just shifts back to that thing. Like I don't know. Like I've been on TikTok for like a long time, but like I get those sporadic on some. Oh wait, TikTok. So
Yeah.
I'm probably not the best person to do that with. To be honest, I'm very I don't know what's the word, like I'm not very dependent, I should say, about certain things.
Yeah, we already got
Like I'm
25 people in
dependent when
here.
it comes
That's
to
like
I'm
fucking
very
awesome. Thank you
dependable
guys
when
for
it
being
comes to
here. I appreciate
like a
it.
job or something that I go to like 9
I'm
to
going
5 that I
live
have to do.
on YouTube.
Yeah, when you get
Invite the
paid,
competitors.
it's easy to
You
get.
see,
Like my brain,
Yeah.
and then we can get
my
started.
brain just kind of, I don't know, it just does weird like.
Oh wait, I won't invite any other guests. It's just gonna be you
Spread
two.
thin, bro. You're spread thin.
And
You're doing a lot.
yeah, we'll get started.
Doing a
next
lot.
No,
week.
it's not even that I'm doing a lot. It's just
So I don't know what you mean by
like
definitive.
earlier today, like I told you, like earlier today, I was on
Reproductive
I was
system,
listening
correct?
to a YouTube video, and it was like
Okay.
4 hours.
Not my experiences as a
And
man.
like,
No,
I didn't
because
even.
none of your experiences
I only wanted to listen
are
to it for
definitive.
like this
These are
one
the
thing.
experiences that men and women experience
And
socially.
then after that, I was gonna like
intersect.
turn
They
it
are
off
definitive.
and then come back to TikTok
Okay.
and like kind of go around and get on different lives that I found interesting. And like 3.5 hours later, I was still listening to it, and I'm literally saying to myself in my head, why the hell am I still listening to this? Like, what is going on? Like, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not really dependable. I mean, I could do like a silent partner thing, as long as I don't have to like do too much, like, cause I don't know.
Yeah, no. Like, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I have like, I have anxiety, but like, I'm not like diagnosed for like anything, so I probably don't. But clearly, like, some of my friends can like tell by my behavior. They're like, "Do you have anxiety?" And I'm like, "Wait, what? Wait, how do you know? What?" Or like, I don't know. Like, I need to go get diagnosed for stuff.
I think anxiety is one of those ones where it's kind of evident. I think that's one of the ones where it is kind of self-evident without having to get a diagnosis. Are you generally anxious about things and that hinders your life? Then you likely have a general anxiety disorder.
Yeah, like I overthink like crazy, and like I'll apologize for stuff, and my friends will be like, "Wait, we weren't even thinking about that. Wait, are you okay?" And I'm like thinking about like so many things.
Now the problem is
So you
though
guys wrong.
is if you go get that diagnosed, because from what I had when I thought I had just generalized anxiety, I'm like, yeah, I'm anxious about these things and I'm having these like worrisome thoughts and they're like affecting my life. And then I went to go get diagnosed with it so I could get on medication, and they said it's not just anxiety, you have a form of OCD. Like, you are doing this over and over again. It's a form of OCD. So you should get diagnosed just to make sure that it's not anything else. But if it's general anxiety is pretty common, and I think that that's not something that you have to have a diagnosis for to realize you have.
Yeah, but also like really quick, like I totally know what you're talking about, Jay. Like there are days where I'm like, I don't even want to like do this TikTok stuff, but then like I do TikTok, and then like something happens, like I meet somebody new, or like I make progress, and yeah, like there's a lot of people that I look up to, and I've heard their stories, and like before something becomes like successful or like paid, like they literally spend like
6 years, 10 years doing like innovation and like not getting paid for it, and then it just like pops off one day. So I totally get it. Like it's a long and tiresome journey until like it becomes successful, and it's not really a job. It's a lot of unpaid work. Um, yeah.
Look how many times I've gone live like in the past like 5 months, right? I had like this spurt where I was going live almost like every day, and I was like getting crazy amounts of followers, and people were actually starting to like take notice and all of that. And then suddenly, just as suddenly as it started, it just ended. And I and I just got focused on something else. And it was like, I don't, it's like, I don't know. It's like it was never, it's like it never really actually happened. Like that long spurt of doing lives, it's like it never really actually happened. So now I'll like get up in the morning and be like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do a live today. And then by the end of the day, it's like I completely forgot that I was gonna do a live, and or it just, it's not even a forget thing. It's just it just goes out of my mind. Like I don't know. Like I never even thought of it in the first place, and then 2 or 3 days later, it'll pop back up in my head as if it was there the whole time, just sitting there waiting or something. I don't know. It's weird, hard to explain.
Object permanence.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing here for you, Coco, is the fact that you need to have a business plan about what you would do with money if you had it. Money and learning about money is going to be your biggest barrier to building a business and being successful. If you don't want to be employed and have some other, unless you're totally down to have someone else just like hire you as a host or pay you to sort of run their brand and their business, you're going to eventually have to bridge that gap of, if you had $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 thrown at you, what would you do with the money to grow it to $200,000? And how long would that take you? That's the ultimate right problem you're gonna have to solve if you really want to like turn this into a business. It's got to be, you're gonna have to focus on what to do with money. What do you do with the money? You buy a new chair? What are you gonna do if I gave you 50 grand? How are you gonna turn it into 100 grand doing what you're doing?
Yeah, like that's yeah, I totally agree. I actually need to, it's on my to-do list, but like I need to actually do my to-do list. But like um um
Throwing into the jungle though, let's just have a bit of a thought experiment here. If someone gave you 50 grand and they were like, I believe in you, I believe in what you're doing, like, and let's say, I'm not talking about paying your bills and getting out, right, and getting an apartment and all that. I'm talking about if someone gave you 50 grand as an investment into this business, right? Well, how would you spend the money? What would you buy, and how would you generate another 50 grand from that money?
I have an idea. Okay, well, like if I'm like going off the top of my head, okay, wait, hear me out. So like the first thing you might not
No pressure. It's just fun to think about, I think.
But yeah, for me, like if someone gave me like 50, if someone gave me like 50 grand for like what I'm doing, I would probably like pay off all debts, right? Like
that's what I'm saying. Don't think in terms of the personal equity. Think in terms of building a business. Let's say you're, you know, let's just assume you're making a little more than you're already making, and that's besides the point. I'm talking about how do we turn a $50,000 investment into 100 grand using a debate platform? Where's the cash flow model of making money out of money, putting your money to work through, right? You have to have a model for that.
Yeah, so like I would well, like I would like replace my computer, and then obviously like I would like register this whole thing as like an LLC and get like an LLC like bank account, and then there would be like a certain percentage that I would put into like savings, and then like I like the stock market and I know what stocks to invest in and I know what I'm interested in, so I'd probably put like some money into stocks, so I would have like savings.
Let's say all that's covered, and now another additional 50 grand is given to you, but this 50 grand is barred under strictly only what the business, like would you hire an employee? Your computer and stuff, even call that too. You get a new computer, your bills are somewhat paid, and you have some savings. But now you also have on top of that an additional 50 grand, and this 50 grand is not your personal money. This money is for the business. It's like how and let's say you and I were on the team together and we're just sitting on a $50,000 budget right now for a day of debates or Coco platform. And it's like, so how are we going to turn this together as business partners? How are we going to turn this money into how are we going to double it? How are we going to make 50 grand into 100 grand using this debate platform?
So like, okay, if that was the case, if I had like money, if I had LLC registered, I had money in the savings and money in stocks, and then I had an additional 50 grand, like
patient with this question. I don't expect you to just like answer it, but
yeah,
give it a go.
Like,
Give it a
I'm
go.
just, like,
But I think I'm just saying to you that this is the problem we would need to solve. So your shit is growing, and the thing that's going to separate you from all the other people who do this is that you have to have the business sense to manage money and grow a business financially. It's about how the cash flow model is going to actually work.
Yeah, and actually, like you're right. Like, I do need to sit down and like journal all of this stuff. But I mean, my answer to what you were saying is like, I mean, like tonight, right? I hosted an event and I made like $100. So like, the idea is probably to like host as many events as I can host without being like overwhelmed because I do need to promote each event. And so like, I would say if I had like an additional 50 grand, um, I mean, I could send emails out to like prominent people, like probably like William Lane Craig or like probably like Dean or Parker and stuff like that. And maybe like a partial amount of that money used to get them to debate. But then also I would like edit videos, promote debates, and then use money to push my videos out and get more people to like see them, to follow me, to like engage with the debates, and then just host as many as possible. So like you're bringing in money, your videos are being pushed out, you can hire guests to like come on your platform and grow your platform more.
Okay, ultimately, now you're making me think, like, I think ultimately selling tickets to like a live event is probably the most profitable. Like, if we looked at the history of the market of sort of like debate money, like I would assume that most of it's in like live events. I don't know, like,
well, not just that, but not just with tickets too. Like, but when you grow to that point where if you are hosting like live events, or not even just live events, but like virtual big debates, advertising is then where that would come in, where people like marketing yourself to advertisers about like, hey, I have this event. Would you like to, advertise your business at this, like,
that's the traditional route, but I think the issue here is going to be the fact that controversial topics of debate are constantly going to restrict your advertising, right, clientele, because unless they're like very open-minded and like willing to let you take the reins here, that's why I was kind of trying to put you into a closed small business mindset of building your own brand, because I think ultimately you'll be more successful in maintaining the authenticity of the debate rather than what you typically see with mainstream platforms, right? Is that the more advertising and things they get involved with, the more skewed or like, I don't know, controlled.
And actually, like what you just said, I've literally written this down before, but like I used to work for, or I work for this company, Gallery Panda, and like they would do like Comic Cons. They would sell their stuff at like Comic Cons and stuff like that. And
merch.
Yeah, like we print like the acrylics that you see in the background and like computers and stuff like that. And like I went to the Comic Con and basically like I was asking some questions, but like basically the person that like runs the Comic Con, they'll like take out a loan, but like I'm not saying I would do this, but like with a certain amount of money, they would rent out the whole place, and then they would charge individual companies to sell their stuff at this Comic Con.
Like have a venue or whatever at this place.
Yeah, and then they would sell tickets, and then they would get like maybe like a portion of like some of the food that's being sold or like the drinks that are being sold, and like that I could do for me, right? Like if I ever get big enough, like I would call it like the Coco convention, right? The Controversial Compass convention, and do the same exact thing and have like churches pay to come and like hand out pamphlets to people, atheist communities, like communities of people of different ideologies, and probably like pull like in-person debates, special guest speakers, hire them to come and like TikTok and people from TikTok debating in person and people buying tickets to like be a part of this convention. And like, yeah, that would be like the final stage before I retire this project thing I want to do. And yeah, in-person debates.
Yeah. Also, like, just even today, I saw Dr. Blitz on a really cool panel, but it was Dr. Blitz with two other people. I can't think of their names. I think one was Deconstructed something, and then Ian. And the way that they set it up was pretty cool. And like having the super, um, I don't know what they're called, super thanks or something, where people are donating and they get their messages like read out. Doing something like that is also something, like just taking periodic breaks and being like, hey, you can send this amount of money to get this like read out during the debate, whether it's praise for a certain debater or like a topic or question.
Yeah. No, but
the issue I have is that at this point in time, you're like a really good host, right? And it's being hired as a host is a lot different than being hired or like the main person who's going to be managing money to grow the business. So like I'd be hesitant to give you control over the budget, right, of your own business basically, which is a vulnerability for you. It's just because you're at the startup phase and you're still learning, and you're a bit in the scarcity mindset of like you've never had 50 grand, I get the sense before, so you don't really know what you would do with it in terms of just other than like getting your own life together, which is totally reasonable. That's what everyone, that's where I'm at too, bro. But
yeah.
But if you are going to be the one that's handling the money in terms of the business, you almost do need to put those two things aside, like thinking in terms of your own budgeting and what you need to do, and then thinking in terms of the business and like how to invest in a business to make it grow and make cash flow happen.
Yeah. But yeah, I do need to sit down and like write all that stuff out. I've been meaning to like do that, but like I never really got to it. But no,
Bro, you're not gonna be able to just sit down and write all that out. This is gonna be basically what this is gonna take is trial and error of your own money, or at least thinking about money. What, like my question, my thought experiment. How do you turn 50 grand into 100 grand? Like you got to be a little more exact with that in terms of what you could pull off like this month, and how you do it.
yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? If it's a live event, it's a live event. If that's what you think the 50 grand will yield more, what spaces in your city could you rent for 50 grand? How much would you put into catering? Would you let people rent out the space, or is it going to be more of a stage where you have 3 or 4 heavy debates, come? Are you going to pay the debaters? Are you only going to pay the winners? How are you going to, basically you have a opportunity here to like build a unique model that could, there's a huge trend in terms of online debates. And one aspect, look at Jubilee, they did it a bit unique with the circle of people and the flags, right? Come up with your own sort of unique format and sell it.
Yeah, actually. And probably like start like producing YouTube videos. And then also, yeah, there's also that thing. Like you can make money off of TikTok, you can make money off of like YouTube, you could possibly make money off of Twitch and stuff. And then just bring everything together and sort of like reinvest and build. But yeah.
Interesting question though, like with 50 grand, how much do you budget towards TikTok ads, or how much do you hire an employee? Like how much right? If you feel overwhelmed, like even just that as a business owner, eventually hiring an employee would, right? If you had 100 grand, probably be key. And then, so it's like, what jobs would you have to train someone, or at least, right, hire on to make them capable to keep generating the revenue that you're looking for? It's a little loose right now. You got to have the actual numbers, like I'm saying, maybe start smaller too, like 10 grand. What would you do with 10 grand? Put it into t-shirts? Would you put it in, like,
I have like, do you have a Patreon, Coco?
I have a Patreon in my bio.
Yes. Okay, so I haven't looked at it, but what kind of like what kind of things do you have to use? Nothing? Like doing stuff like having people who subscribe to your Patreon get to pick what topics are being debated, or like submitting debate questions, or like even like debate practice or something like that, whatever you want to do, but using those tiers is a good way also. And I think Cass had said it earlier, or maybe it was Haru, about like when the time comes, having people who are coming up to debate, paying to debate. If they want to debate, like have a professional like debate, and it's attached to your brand, having to pay for it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. If I become like modern day debates level, yeah, you could charge people to like debate on your platform.
I like where you're going with that, but I also think, like for instance, tonight you had 800 people in here, and that was because of the draw of the debaters, and so to a certain degree, you got to think ahead in terms of that opportunity. How do you capture a few sales, or like what are you selling those 800 people? Like how do you get them to basically a little more than donate, if it is like supporting the channel through some merch, or because you want to basically retain as much of those 800 people that were in here as possible for the next one, and that does have to do with something to do with some kind of interaction that you're going to give them, more than just like a TikTok live. Like, yeah, I don't know, it's hard. This is why I'm having the conversation, bro. It's hard to figure out. It's honestly a problem to solve. It's not really that easy to just figure it out.
The debates that you were having on Day of Debates with like the one that one of the only ones that I got a chance to watch was the one between Just Jim, and then I don't remember who he debated, actually. I'm so sorry, I forget his name, but how they were kind of structured. They had rounds, and then like encouraging the audience to kind of vote with gifts is a good way. Not necessarily that determines who wins the debate, obviously, but like, I don't know, just encouraging, like, if you are agreeing with this person, like, encouraging the gifts is a big thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was it was something about they were debating aesthetics, and
It's Cage.
Oh, Cage. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I liked that. I loved the way that it was structured. I liked that it went in rounds. And then I really did also like hearing people judge, like people who know how debate spaces work, judge that. And I think just encouraging like the TikTok like gifts for people, like even putting on the background, like just, sending gifts to your debaters, because you get a portion of that too. Yeah. So that's, yeah.
No, but like I hear what you're saying. But yeah,
there's got to be a cool way to gamify it all. Hey, like bring it all together in a tight little nice package, kind of like Jubilee, but your own thing, and possibly take it even further. Like Jubilee seems
better a little bit Jubilee.
Yeah, better than Jubilee. It seems a little weird, the circle thing and the flags, like, but it's a good try at a unique format, and like I think there's a lot of opportunity in that. Just trying different formats, and basically once you find one, branding it and like making it yours and selling it.
Yeah. But yeah, things to think about, step by step, things to think about.
You are doing great, Coco. Like, also, I say all this as like, I only know, I'm a marketer by trade. Like, I know only things about marketing, but like, you are doing fantastic, and it's always a delight to come in and see people engaging with your stuff, because you are like super humble about what you do, and you genuinely are doing it because you have a sincere passion in like even just listening to people debate. So I think that alone goes pretty far.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so like what the fuck? Like, it's a crazy thing. It's such an honor. To get like certain people on my platform, and to like yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Thank you, Misty. Thank you.
Like, I'm gonna head to bed, but yeah, W debate today. I hope I can catch the replay whenever it's ready, and I hope you all have a good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay up until I finish uploading it. It has like 9 more minutes. It's downloading on my computer, and then yeah, I'm currently working on the thumbnail, and then I'm gonna post it onto like 4 different channels. I'm gonna do all that before I go to sleep.
All right, sounds good. You get some rest. Bye, Logic. It was nice talking to you.
Peace, Lexi. You too. Have a good night.
You too.
Oh yeah, but no, actually, like legitimately, Logic. Yeah, like I'm gonna write like I need a. There was some stuff I was needing to plan for my platform, like yeah, like financially, like how am I gonna monetize, and then also like other stuff, like there's this social media manager that I spoke with, and he said like, you know, one key thing to figure out is like, what are you offering to your audience? You need to figure out your value point. That was the key word. Like, what's your value point? Like, what are you selling to your audience, and like key in on that. And I feel like for me, I don't know, my value point is like debates with like high profile guests, but then also like someone said like you're selling yourself. So like I'm like a platform that's hosting people, and like I'm a brand, and I'm like, that's my selling point to people. And then I guess, you know, the content that I make, debates that I host, popular creators, I debate people, promo videos, and yeah, like I need to key in on like what my selling point is.
You like have you, do you I get the sense like you're not a gambler at all, right? Have you ever gambled? You ever played cards or anything?
Yeah, I've played like poker with my friends.
Okay. Do you like gambling? Have you ever like I'm not talking about degenerate gambling. I guess I'm talking about taking a risk with money. It's kind of weird because like most forms of academia and thinking about planning and stuff, it doesn't come with that risk factor that's just inevitable with money. If I gave you 50 grand, how are you going to spend it? You could lose it. And even if you tried your hardest and had everything written out, there's this emotional attachment we have to our money that without sort of being able to logically think about how to take risks with it, we can't ever grow it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess I've taken like some risk. I tried to get into like drop shipping, and like I lost like a lot of money because like I didn't really like learn it, and I kind of gave up on it.
Wow, good job though. That's awesome that you took that risk.
Yeah,
That's fucking entrepreneurial as fuck. That's great, man.
yeah, I've been trying to get into like something entrepreneurial, and then like I kind of decided to do like this TikTok thing because I could like unalive 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Social media company, and then figuring out if God exists and studying theology. So it's like 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah.
Yeah, when I think about all the different avenues of potential opportunities here financially, you gotta like choose the lifestyle that you want the most. Basically, you gotta if someone gave you 50 grand for a business, you have a lot of choices to make in terms of, do you want to be sitting behind a computer, or do you want to be out in the public? So that's kind of where a lifestyle aspect of this is going to play a massive part. Like, not everyone wants to go to live events and host, or like maybe have a retail store, or like manage whatever, a team of other social media content creators, or like whatever you see yourself kind of doing. If it's consistently hosting debates, live debates, then, and like you want to stay digital and you don't want to necessarily like have like, do you see yourself hosting like a live like in-person event,
Yeah,
like short term?
I could do that.
So realistically, you got to look at, if 20 to 50 grand, what would that get you in your city? How big of an event space? How many tickets do you think you could actually sell? Because you're marketing to like a digital audience all over the world. So you got to remember that there's like going to be a learning curve here for like your local scene.
Yeah. I have to plan it out, but like, yeah, like I could do college campuses and stuff. I was thinking,
I was even thinking of buying like foldable tables and doing like in-person debates like next year at some point. But I'd have to like save money. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want to get for that, like tables and then like those tents, those canopy type things that you can like fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that. And then maybe I mean like I don't know, maybe a microphone and a speaker, but like I'm not too crazy worried about that. But yeah.
But that would be to set up so you would go and you would host, you would offer the opportunity for two people to debate, or would you be trying to debate, or what was the angle there?
Both. It's basically modeling like Steven Crowder's Change My Mind.
He goes in there aggressively with his own controversial and conservative takes on things. You don't have that as much. Your persona is a lot more temperamental and actually a lot more intellectual in a lot of cases. Even your ability to, host a debate, that's not for everyone. Steven Crowder, for instance, would be a horrible host.
Yeah, but
don't you think?
Yeah, but it depends. I think it could be more aggressive when it comes to like Christianity.
Like, you have fiery opinions, but you've got to make up your mind about whether or not that's the direction you want to take your branding, or if it's more the host. It's a lifestyle choice, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because like Steven Crowder goes out of his way, right, to represent a particular political viewpoint and make it heard. But like, I don't think you have that as much. You're not trying to market atheism like that. That's more of like your own self-discovery and your own like curiosity and that kind of thing.
Yeah, like I'm not really marketing any worldview at this point. I'm just marketing like critical thinking.
Totally. So that should be like, if I pictured you at a college campus with your table set up, I would see it as an advocation for open debate between two people, and the key here is that the branding and the whole sales pitch is that you're a moderator. You're not someone trying to sit there with their hat on and wave their flag and convince everyone of your take. You're actually going to offer a platform for the average person to come up and attempt to enter the dojo a bit. And you're kind of I think that's your brand, bro.
Yeah.
Because I don't think has that ever really been done? Like, not really. I don't know exactly how you would market it, because like if I pictured you on campus, it might take a while to get people to sit down and find like the exact opposing things. So you'd have to have like a clear premise and like a statement about the importance of critical thinking and how you're going to moderate, these two positions. But
yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. But a lot of work.
Like, is that the type of thing realistically you want to go do though? Like, if how much would it take to pay you to go do that tomorrow?
Like, well, I mean, like, if like,
in the rain, assume it's raining tomorrow and you feel sick when you wake up. How much is it going to take for you to go actually fucking do this for 4 hours on a college campus?
I don't know,
10 grand?
Yeah, probably like 10 grand. Cause like
$5 grand?
Yeah, like I'd probably do it for $5 grand.
$1,000.
1,000 followers, just like
dollars.
That, like, I would start thinking about it, but I'd probably
interesting. Yeah, there you go, man. So you have a good idea of like what your value is. Like, putting $1,000 day. I don't know. So like, if tomorrow you went to college campus and you had some shirts and stuff to sell, I wonder how much money you'd make. And you set up a camera. I wonder how much, and you put the video out. Like, I don't think it would take very long. The issue is going to be getting people to like. I feel like in person's a lot harder than TikTok. You almost have an advantage digitally because people can like hide behind their personas and come up on these panels. The same people that come up here are not going to be the same people that like sit down with you in real life and are willing to be filmed on camera about their opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it's an interesting difference.
Yeah, because it's much harder to like if you're debating on TikTok, you can make up a fake name and a fake profile picture, but to debate like in person is like a whole different ball game.
Maybe sticking to, because of the consistency of your online presence, the likelihood of you going to a college campus and setting up in the rain's way lower than you being able to just kind of like turn on your computer and work the way you do every day. Maybe it's smarter to go in the leveraging just the digital aspect. I think you've got to like cornerstone the ability to come up and debate. You've got to make it you've got to leverage that. Tonight you had 800 people in the audience. That although you made $100, I don't know, there obviously is more opportunity there. I don't have the solution for you either. I'm just spitballing here with you. There just does seem to be some opportunity there to sell some shit. I don't know what that would look like though. Like, what are you fucking selling?
I don't know.
If you do have merch, at least people, the opportunity's there. People will support the merch, man. But like, yeah, merch is another risk. It's like, do you put getting t-shirts made and everything? It's a risk. Like, what happened with the drop shipping? Tell me about your drop shipping experience.
I tried to work with like several of these like online gurus, but like they help, but they don't really, because like they have thousands of students and they always have their program, follow my program, and like they're like helping like thousands of people and they're not really like available. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It was a bit discouraging. Like I would do it and like there is like a learner's curve, I guess. And I don't know, it was just hard for me to like learn. And I would set up shops and stuff and like advertise on TikTok and I wouldn't really be selling anything. And it's kind of like, I don't know, I guess I didn't really have the passion for it either to like stay like for the learning curve. I had more of a passion for this. Like, so like, it's kind of like with the drop shipping stuff, if you were to ask me like, hey, you're doing drop shipping and you're having a little bit of struggle, like how long would you struggle for to kind of see if you'll succeed? And like if you were to ask me for that, I would be like, I'd probably give it like maybe 3 or 4 months. But then if you were to ask me for like TikTok, right, like how long are you willing to struggle to like make this work, if it guarantees success, I'd probably say like 10 or 20 years because I'm more passionate about doing this than doing drop shipping. So it was sort of a passionate thing.
Yeah, it's a labor of love. You're not even really worried about the long term. You just love doing it.
Yeah.
But I think you have some serious potential, and that's why you're growing here. It's tough to reconcile the sort of dissonance between our money and our passions, bro. That's why I'm in here talking to you about it. I struggle with the same. I'm a dreamer too, bro. I'm a dreamer too, and I spend a lot of my time doing the things I love, and I'm really trying to learn how to monetize the things I love because I know that as I grow older, my passions start becoming a little bit stale because they're not providing, the lucrative thing, the potential that I know they could. So it's kind of my responsibility because I know no one else is going to figure it out for me. And it becomes a real pressure, honestly, to how would I do it? Like, if I have 50 grand, what would I do with the money? Like that becomes it's sort of like those ideas are something I've neglected for a really long time because I've always kind of just been a dreamer a bit and sort of followed my passions and never really taken the hard risk of investing in myself financially because that seems like a daunting reality, I guess. And there's not many people that want to do this together. There's not many people that are willing to talk about this. It's like an isolating experience.
Yeah. Okay, do you know what's crazy? I talked to myself about this, and I've heard this from like other gurus, and I think this is very wise. But I think like whenever you're doing like the entrepreneurship type things, like I'm passionate about it, and like I'm working really hard on it, but it's hard, and I'm like doing it for years and years and years, and like other people tend to like be excited at first, but then like 2 or 3 months in, they're like, I don't want to do all this like free, like payless effort in order to make this thing work. While as me, like I'm like, okay, yeah, like I'm not gonna get paid for this right now, but like if I just keep going and I'm grinding, like eventually it's gonna pay off. Like a lot of people like the destination, but they don't really like the ugly, like fucked up journey in between like start and destination. And me, like I hate it, but not enough to where I'm not gonna do it. Like I'm still gonna like do that ugly shit and like get to where I'm going, and like there's not a lot of people like that out there. And a lot of people don't really understand like my dream and like stuff that I'm trying to accomplish. A lot of people abuse mod powers, and it's like, okay, they're not going to be a good mod for the business. And also, yeah, there's this like wise like business person on this app who said like, people usually applaud for people who don't need it. So like, whenever you succeed, right, people are going to be applauding you and saying like, oh my god, you did like such a good job. But for like a long period of this journey of trying to be successful, like a lot of times it's just like you clapping for yourself, and you have to tell yourself
The
to keep
applause is
going.
only for the game-winning shot, not all the misses, not all the training shots. Yeah, the
Yeah,
applause is like only after the success. You've already taken the shot and you've already won the trophy. Once the ball goes in the basket and everyone cheers. It's hilarious how that's like the hard work. Everything leading up to that point was no applause,
yeah,
silence.
and I've actually experienced that. Like at first, like people were like supporting me sort of, and they were like cheering me on, and that was great. And then I've sort of got into like the middle part of the journey where like like I'm grateful. Like a lot of people today said like congratulations for the event. I'm not talking about anyone specifically. Like there are like amazing people who support me, but there are times where like um when I'm failing, or when like some Christian is slandering me on TikTok, or where there's stuff behind the scenes on the project that like I'm struggling with, a lot of times like I'm waking up and I'm like fuck this TikTok thing. I don't want to do this shit today. But then like I'm also telling myself, like I'm clapping for myself and I'm like, you've accomplished so much. Keep going. And like you're doing great. I have to like tell myself like you're awesome. You're doing great. Like I'm my own biggest fan. And so like yeah, like it's relatable. Like sometimes in the journey, like you have to clap for yourself, and like there's not like a lot of people there clapping for you. But
That's kind of why I want to reinstill and pat you on the back for taking the risk with the drop shipping. Maybe not enough people have patted you on the back for those kinds of risks, but genuinely, bro, I'm always here for you. And anytime you're failing or going through shit, that's the resilience I love hearing about. So, like, for real, man, especially struggling with finances, struggling with taking risks, failing, fucking, those are the kinds of things that my DMs are literally always open for, and I will always look up to you for, accomplishing those kinds of things, going through it, man. Your resilience is 100% one of your biggest assets. So don't ever forget that. And yeah, man, I'm always here for you, man. I know that that's easier said than doesn't really mean much over TikTok or whatever, but for real, if there's anything you want to talk about or whatever, I'm always down. The hard things that no one wants to talk about, that's what I'm always looking for as well. So no
yeah,
pressure though. Much love, G.
yeah, but yeah, I am in that part of the journey where it's kind of like you have to keep like going and doing stuff. But no, there were like tons of people who were like supportive today. They were like, "Good job," and I was like, "Thank you. That's so awesome. Like you're great." And like no, yeah, there was tons of awesome people.
But what you're saying is that sometimes when you're down and there's hard shit you're going through, the hard elbow grease you got to put in. There's not
Yeah,
always someone there backing you up then, and that's what I want to let you know I have your back on, bro. Like when you're
yeah.
down and you're failing and shit's going wrong, I'll always be your homie. Like no questions asked, bro. I don't know how much that means through TikTok, but for real, man.
I know. Yeah, that means a lot.
Not to
But
make things awkward. I just think I look up to you, bro. You're doing good things, and I do think you have some serious potential. And I know how hard it is to monetize being a dreamer. So, yeah, fuck yeah. Today was sick. You had those 800 people in here, and I'm being a bit hard on you. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't mind being a bit hard on you as your friend and saying you have some real opportunity. If you want to turn this tomorrow or the next day when you have this opportunity come up, you got to capitalize a bit more. Today was a bit of a loss in some ways financially. You could have made a little more money. $100 is great, but it's
Yeah.
time to get yourself into some serious financial position here. And for you, 50 grand is a lot of money, bro, and you're not far from that. It's not hard. Maybe it's hard to make a $10 million business, right? But to get yourself to 50 to 100 grand is very doable, Coco. It's very doable, bro. So start thinking in terms of that kind of money. You deserve that kind of money. There's no reason you shouldn't have that kind of equity, and you can do it, man.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Absolutely. Definitely.
Problem to solve. It's like if I give you 10 grand, how are you going to turn it into 20 grand? You got to you got to spend the next few years as you continue to do this thinking about that. You got to kind of add that into your equation as a serious calculator here. How am I going to fucking turn those 800 views into at least a potential sale down the road? Maybe it's not a merch sale today, right? But at least it's a follow. Like, okay, like maybe the first critique, you need to fucking, all those people should have followed you today. How many followers did you get?
Oh, dude, I got a shit ton. Wait, okay.
How many? How many?
We jumped from like 10,850 to like 11,200.
Okay, so that's about half or more than half that followed you from that. So that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great, man. So it would be interesting to know what kind of tactics you could employ very subtly to even increase that to like a 70 or 80% retention. I don't know, maybe saying a few more times, make sure you follow me for future. I don't know how many times you said that. It's hard because you're hosting the debate and you don't want to flood it with your own shill, right? You don't want to be shilling your own channel all the time. It's interesting to know though how many times you'd have to say it to get, or like what difference, what subtle difference could be made to capture that 80%. Like I don't know, like what do you got to say on top of being like follow me? What else you got to say? I don't know. It's
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
like if everyone who follows you gets $1 or everyone who follows you gets something, they're more likely to follow you. So I don't know how to add that in, but if you can say like everyone who follows me, blah blah blah. Now maybe that takes it from 50% to 70% retention there. I don't know.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. But okay, I just finished the thumbnail, and then yeah, I'm trying to download this thing, but it's saying like my disk is full for some weird reason.
Okay, once this uploads, how much time have you put into chopping up previous debates and trying to put like quick little edits? I know you've done it a bit, but like that's a lot of content. How long was that debate? Is it an hour? What's up, Robbie?
It's like 2
Hey,
hours.
what's up, Logic?
Dude, Robbie texted me like in the middle of the debate. Oh my god, yo, dude, there was 800 people in here, bro. Like,
yeah, it was really good. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. I think is like bigger people debates and stuff.
Like Robbie texted me, and I was like, so hype. I was like, bro, this is fucking sick. Like, bro, there's like 800 people in here. Like, they're all sending gifts and shit. There's like fucking stuff all over the screen.
That's good, Coco.
Bro, so lit, bro.
I think the topic is part of it. I think the two interlocutors are part of it. There's so much going on there. It was a really good discussion. It's interesting how this topic seems to be like, is it just me or is this more potent topic than most other ones, the trans debate?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely coming around, that's for sure. I mean, for the past like few years, it's kind of been a bigger topic. I don't know who the other person was, Eden or whatever their name was. I never even heard of them before.
Edna, yeah.
No, Edna.
And like
I followed them for a year, so they're good.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I never heard of them before, but a lot of people obviously in the chat seem to know who the person was. So
yeah, and like the way I got this debate, it was kind of pitch perfect. Like Mike posted a video, and like I don't know how I saw the video. I just like I searched up like Mike Bragandi, and I saw it at the perfect time. He recently posted it, and I wasn't following him before
But I bought his book and I was following him in the past. And I saw his video and then I typed in the comment section like, hey, do you need a host? Like I can host it. And he was like, sure, you got it. And I was like, fuck yeah. And then yeah, like it just popped out from there. Then Edna, like I commented like, can I get this debate? And Edna DM'd me first, and I was like, cool, he's on board. And then like Mike responded to my comment, and he was like, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and he was on board. So like locked
That's
in.
good.
Yeah, that's.
I think
cool.
one of the good things too is that Mike stayed around for looks like at least an hour more, just like kind of taking questions and answering different things and stuff like that. So
I mark Edna down a little bit for that one. They went to their own live. I think I definitely give Mike a little more props for that. Definitely respect for giving the extra time after. Didn't like yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look as good to go start your own live. It depends, right? If you're going and gotta go, you gotta go. But just to leave and start your own live and take that into consideration. I was on Edna's side there, but that one part did bother me a little bit.
yeah, I just think it's a good thing to kind of stick around and just kind of answer and stuff like that. Some of the stuff though, I didn't watch like the whole debate. I caught like pieces of it, but like I saw when people were coming up, it seemed like they were just trying to debate Mike versus like generally like maybe asking some sort of clarifying question and asking a question. It just seems like, okay, we get it that you have your own take on it, but why are you trying to debate him now? Like, you could try to set that up later on.
100%. It was comical.
Yeah, well, it kept happening too, and I was like,
And also like there's so many like conservatives that were like triggered by this topic. Like it was just like magneting him. It was like a magnet. They were just like coming in here, joining the panel, and they were like, well, like like women are women, and like why are you trying to like undo like women's rights? And like yeah, like for this topic, I guess like gets the conservatives fired up. And if I say like I support trans issues, then like the Trumpers and conservatives are gonna start hating me. But like I don't give a fuck. Like I support LGBTQ. So like I'll let them know. But like I mean like I support LGBTQ 100%, and I guess like my platform is sort of a neutral platform, but not really. Because I've seen the danger of being a neutral platform. I also am not neutral because I do filter out bad takes. If it gets like super bad, then I'm like, no, we're gonna take a stance here. We have like a morality. I think Jubilee has sort of fallen into the danger of being like a neutral platform. People had issues with like the fascist coming on their one episode against that Indian debater, right? And like there were like Trump supporters that were saying like I am a fascist proudly, and like yeah, it was fucked, and people didn't like that. They were like, Jubilee, you need to like have some kind of like morality or like not help endorse.
well, I think they got like different. I think the setup that when he was walking into the debate was going to be different. I think he even says that in the video that he thought that it was going to be different versus it was a lot more extreme than what he was planning on the people in there. But like a lot of it's going to be for like shows and clips, and it's entertaining in the sense of because you're kind of looking at it like wow, kind of like a wow factor, and so it generates more views, more clicks, which for them generates more money. For you, I think you're still kind of trying. I know it's been a long time that you've been doing it, you could say, but you're still trying to define who you are and everything else, what your platform is, and what you want to do. So obviously, I think you're kind of sold on the whole thing of have your debates here, right? Best ideas win type of a thing. But that doesn't mean that you can't hold like certain type of positions and stuff like that. I think for the most part for you, depending on what you're trying to do, is that you want to seem kind of neutral. You'll give everybody like a fair shot, but you want to seem kind of neutral, but at the same sense, you might have your own partake on certain particulars.
Exactly.
I think that popularizing and branding open dialogue is part of both the problem going on in culture across every attempt at a podcast, right, or an interview or a debate, and sort of an opportunity for a solution. So your opinions are besides the point. I think that the main opinion that needs to be popularized is what are the bounds of open critical thinking and discourse, right? What does a rational debate, even amongst controversial topics with heated disagreement, what are, basically branding, what are the regulatory protocols for how we govern as a culture those kind of limits on who we let speak? Is it just simple matter of rationality? Is there some morals tangled up with it? And like, how do you flesh out? That's the branding. That's basically what you are doing here and figuring out your brand.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think in society but we also kind of pick and choose what we do find acceptable, not like acceptable that we'll listen to, right? So like, let's say there's like a Democrat, Republican, or whatever, right? You would say, okay, well, like each one could have like equal weight and kind of maybe have their position, stuff like that. But if there was like a person from like Mambla, right, and then they're trying to show their whole position, well, most people probably in the audience would probably be like, look, why are you even platforming somebody with some sort of like extraneous type of views?
Yeah, there's the issue of like the whether like the platform tone policing, but there's also like, to that credit, like you can't platform everyone, absolutely. But then there's this like interesting aspect of discourse itself. Like for instance, a flat earther, you could make the argument that perhaps it's dangerous to platform a flat earther, but nonetheless, if they're willing to, go about the discussion in good faith and through scientific criticism, I think that can be a good part, a good utilization of the culture's times to sort of, leverage towards a brand of how we have discourse with open people who are at least open-minded enough to have a discussion. But where that line is between a flat earther or way beyond what's acceptable is, again, it's a hard one. It's like, I don't know. It's part of the branding, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ambiguous in a sense because it's going to like reflect on like particulars. Probably they're going to be brought up in maybe some of the discussion and things like that that might get fleshed out, which like somebody might say, hey, look, like this is kind of a bridge too far for things like that.
Going to be the viral clips. That's the
Yeah,
branding. Those are going to
true.
be the biggest clips where Coco steps in and says and speaks his mind. And you don't want it to be a loose political opinion. You want it to be of the critical discourse type of your brand, of how to moderate a good debate, not necessarily implement your own intuition on things. You see, your intuition can be employed towards keeping the debate sound, but not necessarily towards your own bias. And that's a very difficult thread and web of things to parse out, basically.
Bro, life is so good, bro. This is such an honor. Like, such an honor. Bro. And like, do you know what I was thinking about the other day? Like there are times where I've been like, I want to like give up, or like I don't want to try, but like all of this is not possible unless like, like when I first started, I started with, dude, what's fucking crazy? I started with like 0 followers, bro. Well, everyone does, right? But like, bro, I've come like such a long way. Like, it's fucking crazy. But it's kind of like in the beginning, it's like, why should I even start? Like all these other people are doing it, and like they have like, like big follower bases, right? But then, like I think like just showing up, right, has like allowed me to have like a lot of opportunities. Like just posting that comment or talking to the person that I think I'm not gonna get, and like it ended up leading to me like getting them. Or like if I'm hosting a live when I don't feel like hosting a live, like something ends up happening where like I'm thinking like if I had chosen not to host this live, I never would have like got access to this opportunity. And it's kind of just like constantly putting yourself out there and just like showing up, and things just happen. So I think like it's a very good, like, I don't know, like this is kind of corny, but like I think like show up, like even when you don't want to, like I think that's a very good thing to be doing. And like I showed up like a lot, and then now look at this, like there's been like so much that I've done, like hosted so many people, graphically designed my like brand, my colors, green and blue, the controversial compass, made the YouTube page, I've made blog sites, edited a shit ton of videos. I think there's like 600, almost 1,000 videos on my channel.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, like a shit ton of shit posted.
Coco, is your audio right now coming through your headphone mic? That green mic that's on your headphones?
Oh no, this is I'm streaming so I'm right now I'm on TikTok and on my PC it's capturing TikTok and pushing it to YouTube and Twitch. And then my laptop, I have these headphones plugged in and I'm watching Twitch and YouTube and making sure the audio is good.
Okay,
Oh my God.
okay. So if you wanted to use those headphones though directly to TikTok, could you right now? So that your audio is really good. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just curious if like you plug those headphones in to whatever you're running TikTok off, if that's a computer or a device.
Potentially I
It's a
could,
phone?
but like it's a phone, but like I would
Yeah.
need a dongle. And I don't have one right now.
Right. Okay. I was like, I thought that was where the audio is coming. I'm like, that has to be the best mic I've ever heard because it's like so far from your mouth. It's like up by your head. I'm like, how is it capturing the audio so fucking good? But that's hilarious. Okay. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Like it's my phone. But yeah. Also like okay, yeah, Robbie, like when I was explaining all that, you were like, gosh, but like that's awesome. Like, like there's been like so much innovation, like in regards to like doing this whole thing. Like I'll be hosting a live, and at first it was very simple. Turn on my phone and like host a live, right? But I've like tested stuff, I've innovated stuff, I've come up with like different systems to work. Um and yeah, like I think that's really awesome. I love the trial and error and like testing and innovating part of trying to create a new product or like a company or like a live stream. Like I literally learned how to do this from Man. Like I go into Canva, I create this, and then like I put like some background that's like yellow, but like different from this, and then I go to this website where it removes the background, and so I've created an image where this is here, but the background is removed, and then it looks like this thing is floating over my head, and you can see my room. It's really cool, innovating and
God
stuff.
bless man.
Yeah, like I saw him doing it, and I was like, "How does he do that?" And then I asked him, and he told me. And like, I should have known, right? It's so easy. I should have thought of that. Like, you can remove the background. Like, I didn't even think of that. Um, but yeah, crazy.
Well, I think it's good that you had a good night with everything, that it worked out well. You should take the victory lap. But, like the same thing that they say, when Alabama was doing well, winning championships, not anymore. But, they would always say they would take one night to celebrate, but then the next day, the morning would be focusing on the next year's championship. You know what I mean? So even though you had a really good night tonight, if you want to continue to grow the platform, you got to think about, okay, what's next? What can I do? And I think in criticism, in the sense of good, right? Because I'm always honest with you. Is I think when you are live, don't be. I think if this is what you want to do and you want people to see that you're like doing the debates, don't do the games at the same time or whatever. Because if you do, like put it on like they can't see you and just let people talk. But like you want people to see if you're there, that you're focused and everything else, and that whatever it's going on in your life, that you're engaged in it.
Yeah, like gaming while doing it. Yeah, for the
Well, you were for
professional.
months. You would just kind of be like playing games and just maybe you've changed a different direction and stuff like that, which is good. But that's the only type of like feedback I would give you. But look, you had a good night. Everything was very successful. So
Yeah, and I think for professional events, yeah, it should look like I'm paying attention to the events. I think for the events, I don't really play any video games.
no, I hadn't seen it. I'm just saying sometimes like you want people, if you're having like debates or different things going on, you want it to seem like that you're listening to what's going on in your own platforming and your own program. And sometimes before it didn't seem like that. And so that's the only thing.
Yeah, I used to play video games during it, and yeah, I don't really like do that anymore so much. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
But yeah, you got and you did it together short, the event, and it went well, and the other one went really well with AR, the
Yeah,
tournament, so
I'm telling you, this is great. Like, the Controversial Compass and Day of Debates, two companies. I want them to launch off. I think they will. But yeah, more innovative stuff. I do want to like this kind of seems impossible, but like to get Parker and Dean on my platform would be great.
But I mean, I think I'm not trying to say lucky, but I mean, Mike is kind of a popular person in the sense of a lot of people like him in a sense, but a lot of people like to like hate him, right? Like he also has a big negative following, which people would just like love to just try to like debate him and bash him and stuff like that. And so I think you kind of got lucky a little bit getting him in here. But like Parker and them, I think you'd have to get really, really lucky to get them because they're going to try to, they could do their own lives and do debates and get gifts and everything else. And, they're not, what's changing for them?
I'd have to pay them. Yeah.
You'd probably have to pay them, or you'd have to do something.
That's where the discussion about the money is important, right? Like if you could pitch to them a viable business plan on how some event or something would work out financially, then there will be all ears.
Yeah, like I could.
It's not just about paying them. Like I'm sure they'd be even willing to collaborate with you on pitching to them that you're a smaller, content creator in light of trying to grow open debate, and you're trying to brand yourself as a moderator, and so like having them on maybe together, like they would even probably be down to like collaborate and go and help you grow if you pitch it to them in a sense of like offering them a platform to basically have impartial debates. They don't have that at a whim, I wouldn't say. You're at this point, you are going to get to the point of being a notable moderator, basically. So offering that to them, to anyone who challenges them, and they want a quick opportunity for clean arbitration on the matter, that's what you offer.
Yeah. Wait, do you guys think I'm building a legacy? Like low key, when people hear like Coco, like
I think you have a long ways to go financially, bro. I think you're doing really well socially, but TikTok's not dollars. And talk to me when you're willing to bet 50 grand on the matter and lose it.
Yeah, but like, do you guys think that like in the debate space on TikTok, like there's a huge debate space. When people say Coco, like they know exactly like
who.
See, like that's what I don't want. Yeah, like dude, like, because like I want people to like say like Coco, and they're like, oh yeah, the guy that hosts amazing debates, or oh yeah.
I think you're look. I think because I've known you for quite a long time, right? I mean, I remember I texted you kind of when you first started and stuff like that. I don't know if you remember that, but like we talked on the phone and everything else. Like when you first started, it was like 2 years ago, or whatever. Anyways. I think your strongest attribute is that, and something you should probably use a little bit more, is that you do have good relations with like certain individuals, right? So like if you want to get to like Parker and Dean, sometimes you get to them by friends of association type of a thing, right? So like now you're kind of getting in more into like, and he's very popular, which is Kay, right? I've seen him on your lives more, stuff like that, having conversations. If you could get Kay and somebody else who's very popular to have like a big debate or something like that, then that would be good, right? Same thing if you're trying to get to Parker and them, Anne probably a little bit, but Jambar and some of the other ones, but they know, Anne knows them as well, right? Anne knows Mercedes and Mercedes knows them well. And so like sometimes you need to use like, association by friends to maybe try to make those connections, but you have a lot of associations with friends. So you have like a big web kind of like branching, going out and stuff like that. So I think it's good.
Yeah. But also like, you also need conflict too. Like, I think like, this is kind of toxic, but like conflict sells. Cause like I think part of the reason that this debate did so well is because like Mike literally posted a video and he was calling out Edna and he was like, I am gonna smoke you on like this trans debate, whatever, yada yada yada. And like so there was like all that built up conflict, and people were like in the comments, and then like I just like waddled into the comments and I was like, let me host this debate. I really want it.
Oh, of course, because people want to see like some sort of like good entertainment and everything else, That's why like people very when Danny and Kay get into it, the views go way up because people know that there's going to be a lot of like it's going to get there at some point. It always does. So I think people are kind of like expecting those things too, and people tune in for that.
Yeah, and that's what.
Or followers, Edna or Mike?
I could.
Mike used to have like a few 100,000. I think I don't know how many accounts he has, if he still has it, but I don't think his account now has that. I know he did have like 200,000 plus, like
He
a year
actually
ago more.
he actually does have it. Edna has 37.6K, and then Mike, um, he challenged. Hold on. He challenged Edna on his account that had like 14,000, but he has another account that has 635,000.
Oh, even more than I thought then.
What one was you on tonight? The smaller one?
Yeah, the smaller one.
And is it like does he not have access to the other one anymore?
Maybe he lost his password, but like I don't know. Like I guess he uses this one more so, or I don't know.
Huh.
Could be for different reasons. Sometimes people are on strikes or they can't use it or different things.
Yeah.
It's hard. Like for me, it's hard to tell. Like for me, the draw is Edna. The only reason if I would have watched Mike Briganti debate anyone else, I probably wouldn't have cared. And the topic, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So for me, I like coming in and seeing this topic debated because usually, from my standpoint, the conservative approach seems to be more good faith. But maybe I'm fucking biased on that. I really hope I'm not. But from my standpoint, that seems to be what happens. And like, again, it was kind of shown again from my standpoint with Mike tonight. Like, Edna is a perfect ideologically, okay. If I'm caught up in the culture right now, Edna is a perfect caricature of all the stereotypes of a person that should be accepted by the left wing. Black, gay, feminine, right? Even androgynous. But yet their conservative standpoint is a jarring juxtaposition with all those stereotypical left-wing traits. Do you guys agree with me?
Yeah, it kind of goes against the typical trend. Yeah.
So Edna is conservative. I mean, like I said, only got like bits and pieces of the thing, but Edna is conservative.
The obvious juxtaposition of a black, gay, very
No.
feminine.
Yeah, I would say yes. If we just went down by stereotyping type of norms with it, yeah, you would say that person should be like more likely to be liberal.
Yeah, and not only that, my point here is that their disposition is liberal in all the stereotypical ways, not the ones I listed. I mean conversationally now. Even their literacy, the way they handle debates, the sassiness, their rhetoric is even very left wing. It's not conservative rhetorically, typically, although the substance of their argument is. And so my point there is I think that is possibly the most entertaining thing you could leverage in terms of, debate. Having those jarring characters that are, because it's like a troll or a meme, right? Every opportunity, every time they talk, it's an opportunity for like an entertaining clip, basically, regardless of your stance on the topic.
Now, low key, there have been some things I've considered. Like, I think it would be crazy awesome to have like Q-Top on my channel, but also like it would violate like my morals because like he's kind of like a shitty person. But
And who would he debate, or what would he do?
like there would need to be like some kind of conflict. Maybe he's beefing with somebody, and then you would try to network and get the person he's beefing with to debate on something.
I mean, Danny hates him.
Danny?
But he won't even be in the same live with him now. Like if Q-Top comes up and everything else, like he'll ask for him to be dropped. But that's partially because like Q-Top always keeps trying to dox Danny wherever he goes.
Yeah, and also like they used to be best friends too.
I don't know about all that.
Danny versus Edna would be very interesting.
Danny versus Edna, that would be very interesting. But also like I'm not gonna do this thing where I go around like being toxic and creating conflict. I'm more so like I go around and like if I spot it, then like try to see if I don't even want to do that. I don't want to take advantage of people like being angry at each other. But it's like I guess
you want to offer a platform to moderate open discussion when when two people want to have like an arbiter. Like that's the idea.
Yeah. But like in a healthy like non-toxic way. Like if I see two people arguing, I could like walk up and be like, hey, I could moderate the debate for you guys if you guys want to sit down and like hash it out. Yeah. But
the more you convince intellectuals of your commitment to critical thinking, if you want to call it that, I would say more like rational thinking, then the more you won't have to sell them on that. Anytime you stand your ground, and this is, I guess, to Robbie's point about the video gaming and things, like anytime you as a moderator have an opportunity to step in and reinforce whatever sort of policies you're going to go with is your branding opportunities, right? Like, I don't know, tonight a really contentious part of the debate is how often Edna had to say, I'm reclaiming my time, and how Mike, right? Now,
Oh, I did see that. Like, yeah, that
everyone
was
everyone
constant.
interprets that differently. Some people think Edna's being rude and constantly reclaiming their time. Some people are kind of not under the understanding of how the whole time thing works, perhaps. And then I don't know, some people would have marked against Mike for that. So your branding kind of can step in there. Like, you had multiple opportunities to step in, either to clarify to Mike, like, or I don't know, or maybe remaining impartial and not commenting was a good thing too. That's again sort of a strategic decision that's kind of just left up to you.
yeah. Wait, existential thoughts. Are you caged?
Yeah, look, I agree with, and this is a rare scenario, Logic Troll. No,
Agree with me a lot, Cage. You love
I do
me,
agree
bro.
that, like, well, but it's also a double-edged sword, because yeah, you can insert your branding here whenever you choose to, moderate, but you're also inserting your branding there, which means modern day debate is known for being incredibly strict and being incredibly linear. And then you have the Crucible, which is just Andrew Wilson's like side project that he just does for the memes. So he's like, it's known for just being like not really a thing, but it'll get views. So yeah, it depends on how you want to be known.
Yeah.
Almost like, though, that's my point, is like the branding is inevitable. You kind of have to pick and choose when you're going to moderate, because that's what you're going to be known for, those moments that you step in. So pick them wisely and strategize, or maybe spontaneity is the best place, or just leaving it. Don't try to interject as least as possible. That's maybe the best thing. I don't know. Again, that's a branding decision, I suppose.
I did have a side question for Logic Troll.
Go for it. I'll be right back.
Of course,
bro. Bitcoin.
Yay!
What are you thinking?
Because the price is coming down?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, like, because I know that you're into like the financial stuff of like, so we've talked about it multiple times. I'm just curious about your viewpoint of what you think things are going. And
yeah, like, well, I'm still, I mean, like, depends on all the time frames. You can look at any kind of time frame. I'm not this, like, below 100,000 isn't scary to me. But my whole thing is like shorting the market. So I typically, the downside is like my favorite side of the price action anyways. So it's a big conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I know Bitcoin is, like all the type of coins like that can kind of like fluctuate strongly, right? I mean, I've seen Bitcoin before obviously go like, 30, 40, even more than 50% before fluctuate down before it like goes back up and everything. But like, what do you think as a whole, as in like in the market right now? Because like within the Trump administration, they're not even talking about like releasing like economic news that might be like damaging. How do you think that will placate like the markets themselves, right? Because they get spooked on like any type of news and.
Yeah, I only focus on technical analysis. So fundamentals and news aren't anything I literally even consider. I could speculate on like particular policy or whatever, but in terms of my decision making, I only use technical analysis, just numbers, just the price. So I've found myself really in harmful trying to figure out what the speculating on the news and stuff. So I literally just use raw price, and I have marks on the chart where I'm going to enter and exit. And as soon as a downtrend is initiated, especially on the higher time frames, I buy insurance, which is a short, and I profit the whole way down. My overall equity, though, I measure in terms of Bitcoin. So as long as I'm making Bitcoin on the way down, I'm happy. So I've lost evaluation in terms of my USDT evaluation of Bitcoin on the way down, but I've accumulated over like 35%. of overall equity in terms of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, long term, I'm bullish on Bitcoin. I don't care how far down it comes, because the further down it comes, the more I'll accrue. And I'm biased towards Bitcoin bullish long term. Like the
But
monthly
isn't
charts
like
and weekly looks
isn't it
fine.
still kind of like split like for popular belief? If it's like if Bitcoin is an actual like stabilization of a currency in the future versus like where some people are still saying it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme type of a thing in
Oh,
which,
sure.
you know, people are
Sure.
just going to buy, you know, until the next person sells or whatever.
Robbie, it's the #1 performing asset in history, dog. So yeah,
Oh, I
there's
mean,
people who are
yeah, I'm
skeptical. There's
sure.
people, but that's the whole thing. Is like anything below that, you're you can be skeptical of. Housing market, gold, silver, they all have, the market's going to come up and down. So yeah, it's all depending on where your biases lie and everything. But in terms of, I can't historically question the #1 performing asset, and that's just where I am in
Yeah,
history.
but you also have like big whales that own like gigantic amounts of Bitcoin, right? That can fluctuate the market from just like their own means.
Relative to any other asset, it's a pretty
Oh,
diverse market.
I would say so. On a
No,
side
it's
note too,
more.
do you also think that it could be like detrimental in like um, people like not money laundering type of things, but in the sense of like people kind of like skirting, putting it in there for financial gains, trying to trying to find out the way
Crime,
of wording it, but like
crime,
criminal intent in which like they're
Yeah.
putting funds in there and
Yes.
taking them out.
Yes, just like real estate or the fiat dollar or gold. Yes.
Yeah, but how do you try to track that individuals, or how
I
do you try
don't.
to?
I'm not a government agency. I don't care about
No,
any of that.
right, but that's the whole point, right? Do you think like there should be some sort of like a setup in which those things are being
No.
looked into?
I'm a free market
So I was going to say,
advocate.
okay, so then you're more of like a free market, or
But I mean, I'm open to an argument for regulation, but I mean, like, the reason, if I had to speculate on the reason why Bitcoin's the #1 performing asset in history, I think it's due to its free market properties. Like, that's basically undeniable. So I wasn't a free market advocate, but now that I learned about Bitcoin and maybe speculate on the reasons why it's performing so well, I can't help but appreciate its open market properties and why those relate to, scaling financial growth.
do you
Historically,
talk with AR, because I know he does like day trading.
I've talked a few times about Monte Carlo simulations and stuff, but not too much about finances. A little bit, not too much, but stuff related to statistics.
Okay, I was just curious because I know that I think he still does it every day.
I
It's like
know.
his job. So
It's funny. So many intelligent people, you included, are, so financially literate and then skeptical of Bitcoin. But for me, Bitcoin, I'm not married to Bitcoin. It's just taught me about all the other. I was a pretty financially illiterate person, didn't even understand what inflation was, and it just helped me realize, even how to measure gold, the value of gold or anything. So that goes back to more, for me, Bitcoin's just an extension of the real values I have politically and philosophically, which align with these free market Austrian ideas. It's not about Bitcoin for me. I don't care as much about Bitcoin as again. How did I learn to basically design an insurance plan and hedge against the up price in case the price of Bitcoin comes down? Well, those are all free market principles. So now psychologically I'm alleviated from like greed and fear, because I've insulated myself against the volatility of the price. Doesn't really matter.
I mean, yes, but not if there's like some sort of like a big crash.
Especially if there's a big crash.
How?
Well, when I short the market on a big crash, that's when I'll be that's when I get the richest. That's when I make the most money. That's how, the movie The Big Short, about the 2008 real estate market. Yeah, that whole firm got rich off of shorting the market. So the fact that all the housing prices came down, they got rich off of that. They bought a contract, and the interesting part about that movie is that if anyone else would have listened to them, then basically any other real estate agency would have invested in the insurance plan against the downside of the market. So not only did they make money, but they made money off of a virtue. They made a virtuous action. They took a risk and gambled against predatory lending, and they were right, and they got rich off of that.
But a strange fact, I just saw like in the news the other day that he like closed his financial company. Did you see that? Yeah, like he's out of the market now.
No, I don't even know what that would mean. No, but I guess that company's just
Because
sold
a lot of people like kind of like watch what he does and everything else. It's like
right.
the same people they watch, like people in Congress, right? Like what are they like moving their assets into, right? They just kind of matched what they're doing. Like what's Nancy Pelosi's portfolio, and they're just kind of matching that, making money. So a lot of people did that with him and different like things that he did for speculations. But yeah, I just read in a thing like 2 days ago that he completely dissolved his company and everything else, and he said he's out of the market.
Interesting, man.
Which would be I didn't read it like further, but which would be like, is there some sort of a reasoning why like he thinks something's going to happen, or is it just because he just
also
like,
what would that mean, like holding just fiat dollars? Like he's obviously in the market somewhere. It doesn't matter.
yeah, so
right?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's just kind of like like that's different.
Totally. But yeah, overall I think that one thing that aligns left-wing and right-wing people that I think could cut through a lot of the toxic discourse is this economic approach, because being skeptical of the Federal Reserve and the government regulations on your money is a common ground, I think, for the average person. And it's a solution that it is kind of a pick yourself up by your own bootstrap situation, because the more public can learn about how to protect themselves financially from predatory federal policy, the more I would assume the federal policies will be absolved and transparently publicly ridiculed. So they can't steal from you if you know how to protect yourself, and that's kind of the culture war that's happening slowly but surely. Whether Bitcoin or not is the solution is kind of irrelevant, because it is more of a culture shift. It's more of a belief, virtue, value thing. The fact that the 2008 real estate crash, got a lot of virtuous thinkers rich because they took the right way out rather than the wrong, is an indicator. Yeah, it's an indicator towards the incentives of the open market and how they can alleviate a lot of this Keynesian approach to regulation and things like that in the long run just cause as much problem as the open market.
This is gonna be like completely random, but damn, I want to live in Paris. It's a long story. Sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I kind of had the discussion. I was just curious on his views and just kind of went over it.
No.
I'm curious about yours too, Robbie. I mean,
Very lost Cage.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. I'm always interested to hear his opinion on shit. I don't think he can stand me rambling on.
I thought you guys go on.
Well, no, we do. We love each other. I love him. He's like one of my favorite. But I do ramble on. But what's your opinion on it? Like, you seem curious, or like, what's your kind of stance on, I guess, Bitcoin and versus fiat currency, etc.?
I really don't know. I think it could go either way. That's what I'm. I just don't know how to describe it. That's what I'm worried about. Like it could totally be like either or.
Yeah, both. I think it's just going to be both. I don't think you got to choose necessarily. Both can exist, basically.
Let me see what it's at.
But what's up, Jimmy? We're just shooting the shit right now.
What is going on, guys?
So it's at like 95. I think the trend will continue to slide for a bit, but I do think that it'll have a big upswing before the end of the year, though. Because I always read like the little like headlines or whatever, but I read like a report that they think that it'll be like a 160 by the end of the year.
Yeah, and like I'm sure some of those evaluations have been changed now,
right?
As the price comes down. Yeah, but what about I mean, I agree with you that I think both can just exist basically alongside each other. There doesn't really have to be a definitive point where I mean, historically, all fiat currencies have dissolved, but who knows the future? But I think they can exist beside each other. There's a use case for both Bitcoin and fiat currency. So
What do you
both,
think about Ethereum? What do you think about Ethereum?
yeah, there could be a use case for that as well. But I think that like if then I have to go to this critical mindset of asking myself how it is that Bitcoin is the number one. Why is it? Why is Bitcoin the number one performing asset? And I think stakeholder capitalism is politically is leaning towards Keynesian ideology. So Ethereum has this stakeholder capitalism, and I think that is unsustainable. Basically, historically, the reason Bitcoin is performing so well is its deflationary properties, not its stakeholder protocols.
Mm-hmm.
But both have both can have use cases. like I'm not married to anything. Like I'm the type of person that would flip a Pokemon card, and I don't know shit about Pokemon cards. If I got a good right.
My
Yeah.
friend actually does that stuff. Like he trades like I don't know, like cards and stuff like magic cards. Magic cards. I think he does Pokemon. I think he does another one. But he actually has maybe like $100,000+ worth in just cards. It's crazy. And he started from scratch. Like he just started like just one day just to start doing it. And then he just started collecting and trading. And then from I don't know how much, nothing in the beginning to making having $100,000 in assets from nothing. It's crazy.
Like that's insane. And I mean, I would speculate that the average person that does that is like loves Pokemon and stuff in order to get that far down the road of
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, he's very involved in it.
But in general, the entrepreneurial spirit is pretty divorced from, what I mean, you have to have some knowledge about what you're selling, but I also am intrigued by this like impartial derivative aspect of investing. Like if tampons are going to be the trending thing, why wouldn't I put my money in that?
Yeah.
Like, right?
Yeah, a very good example there, Logic.
Right. Well, because because I know it is comical, but it's funny how my own bias, like, what am I going to invest in Pokemon cards? It's like, bro, the utility and like economic prosperity that something like sanitary products provide to society is like so much more in terms of feminine hygiene than it is a fucking Pokemon card. Right. But here I am, a man that's like, well, Charizard. Like, it's kind of funny how, but if it, like again, kind of going back to this virtuous idea of investing, how sometimes putting your money where the good things are is actually the greedy thing to do.
Yeah, that is definitely an ironic statement to say that it's a virtuous way to invest your money.
Yeah, like I would say it's more virtuous to invest in tampons than it is, or innovative ways of feminine hygiene, if you want to say it that way, or I don't know how to fucking politically correctly say it. And that's what's funny as fuck. But rather than Charizards, 100%. Okay, I'm uploading the video to YouTube right now, and I'm editing the details. That's what I'm currently working on. The real joke, though, is that like, as a dumb guy who is trying to make the most off his dollars, I'm so greedy, buying Pokemon cards, selling whatever I can to make a flip. And then if you look at how trending like feminine hygiene products are, they're probably off the map. But here I am, a stoic male, thinking I'm making $1 off of, gambling at poker, buying a scratch ticket. And if you're at all financially literate, you remove yourself from where you're moving your money, and you just put it into what is actually providing the market great value.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm blind to that because here I am, just Neanderthal, gold bars, right? It's just that's how our minds are. Like to really pick a product that like you don't care about
and invest your money and put your money where your mouth is almost a goal for me. To find like Bitcoin kind of represents that in my opinion. It's a complete detachment from the physical world and a complete faith into like philosophical and economic ideologies, just like the fiat currency is. If I buy this Canadian dollar, I'm investing my psychology into a lot of, symptomatic political, even subconscious ways of thinking. And Bitcoin just offers like a different filter on that.
But are you in like S&P or any of that type of stuff, or just the?
Yeah, I played around with that too. Yeah, but I don't have much money, bro. But yeah, I play around with that too. But at one point, my most equity I had, and I've never. This is the other thing, Robbie. I never put $1 into crypto. I played a crypto video game called Coin Hunt World from the time that COVID popped off for like 4 years. I played
and
it.
You earned it.
Yeah, and so I would earn like a few $100s in the game, and they would pay out in crypto. But then obviously the fact that I had Ethereum or Bitcoin in my wallet would also then gain value over time. So then I started having to balance that. Right, I was like, wow, I can make not only money from the game, but the money I'm making is an investment. So at certain points in my career, I've had $30,000 to $40,000 of equity that I'm managing, all from that growth.
That's really good. From nothing to that.
Yeah. But then and like crypto's liquidity is one of the great things about it. Like if I were to invest in real estate, or vehicles or anywhere I could put or start a small business, there's not that immediacy of being able to close the contract, take my losses and walk away. Everything has such a big commitment to it that crypto offered a space that I can like quickly leverage myself using loans, right? Using leverage. I can offer myself financial opportunities that's akin to real estate, but without those restrictions. The regulatory restrictions on construction sites, on real estate, on starting a small business, opening a restaurant, having a food truck, all these restrictions, these regulations are the very thing that prevent me, a Canadian entrepreneur, from immediately putting my money there
Well, you
and
can make
going
money
to crypto.
just without even doing that.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Well, you're talking about like opening up like a restaurant or some sort of a business. I'm saying like what you're doing, you're making financial
gains without
having the type of commitments that you have to do with those.
Yeah, and the commitments mainly being the regulatory restrictions.
That's what I was saying.
You're spot on. Like I don't mind if I want to start a brick and mortar store. I'd love to buy a house, but then when I consider the risk involved with all the regulations and how those eat into my profits, the liquidity of crypto just seems more manageable in terms of risk and overall equity. Eventually, I hope to get to a place where I could start a business, but it seems like I'm going to have a lot more startup capital in order to get to that place, again, through a risk management lens. So
yeah, it depends on what you want to do too. If you're for like a brick and mortar or something like that, but yeah, it's expensive nowadays.
Dude, and again, the Canadian side of how regulatory bodies work is like detrimental to small businesses. Like I don't know how if you started a restaurant in Vancouver, I think it would take like 4 months just to get like inspections
the
passed
permits and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so you'd have to be able to pay 4 to 6 months probably before you could open the doors of rent.
Yeah, that's true.
Like what? How? And then even a food truck, like the amount you have to pay for your license to park a food truck somewhere, and then it's actually a pretty competitive industry. A lot of food trucks, because of the fact you can only park the food truck in a few places, like all of them are lined up in those few places. And then by the time you pay for your licensing, the insurance on everything, it's like that becomes a massive hustle, and that's just you're trying to just sell a freaking hot dog out of a freaking thing. Like, oh
my
God.
friend was trying to do like a boutique, and
those types of things are supposed to happen within a free enterprise. They're supposed to happen regardless if it's a food truck or if it's a seriously definite like good investor in anything. The regulations are supposed to happen. They're supposed to happen. There should be a check and balance, and there are things that should fail. There are things that should gain interest, but besides that, there are things like that's the way it's supposed to happen. There should be collateral damage. There should be interest, and so that's the way that it's supposed to happen. People are supposed to not be successful people are supposed to be successful within that those walls.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be extremely knowledgeable about the entirety of the market and expect yourself to be successful. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. It's one of those things where like you should it's like a wishful thinking kind of deal.
I feel that there's a lot of barriers for entrepreneurship.
And so that's the way that you have these show companies. You have Dubai, where they don't charge you taxes, and so you do instigate companies moving towards places where they don't charge you taxes. That's not United States is not it's not trying to do that. It is trying to introduce business in towards the United States. That's what it's trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Oh wait, you just said don't leave, Robbie. Don't leave.
Knew it. I knew you were gonna go. I sensed it. Go join Cage.
No, I'm actually starting to get a little sleepy too. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not going to
It's
sleep.
past my bedtime.
I'm not going to sleep until I finish uploading all these videos.
4 hours later.
What do you think about Dubai not charging sales tax or whatever, like no taxes at all? What do you guys think about that? What's the purpose of that?
That's fucking good. Yay. I think that if you're gonna advocate for taxes, you're gonna tread into very thin ice, all right, on how exactly you're going to justify taking money from people unconsensually and spending it the way you want to spend it. Now, I give you the benefit of the doubt that you're a good, kind person, with good intentions and a good heart, genuinely. But you're going to have a very hard time convincing everyone else of that. And that is the issue with tax. No matter how much you try to justify it in its public redistribution of wealth, you're always going to be under public scrutiny because at the end of the day, the consent has been revoked for people to, contribute on their own sovereignty. And that's a political move that I don't think you want to do in a free society. I don't think you want to usurp the sovereignty of individuals through your political whim.
Is there a necessity? Is there a responsibility of redistribution of wealth? Is there like a circle there? Like you don't want to, like, for example, like a dam, like where you just want to hold all the wealth, and then the people that you're making your money off of, essentially they run dry.
Understand what you're saying?
I don't know either.
No, so you're saying like there's only a certain situation where you can make money. If those people that don't have money to give you, they stop. There's a stoppage there. Like, how do you?
I'm saying that the regulators, just taxing people doesn't solve any problems. You take the money from people, you tax them, and you put it in the hands of regulators and politicians to redistribute the wealth. Well, who's going to guarantee that they're acting on good faith? I don't know any of these people just because they say they're going to build schools and roads and do everything. Well, what if I don't care for schools and roads and I want clean water and you don't care for clean water as much as you do for solar panels, and everyone has their own opinion on how to spend money, and that's why the free market of actual economics is what sets prices and actually relieves data to the public. Public regulators and their political opinions ultimately don't mean anything. I don't care if your good intentions say for every $10 I spend, you want $1 to fix the roads, right? And unless you mandate it and make me, if you're going to put me in jail, then I'll just pay it. And that's what everyone does. But you're talking about politically, right? How to convince the public and get you on the side of justifying taxes, it's just never going to happen. No matter, unless you're literally using propaganda to usurp their own sovereignty. If you had a good public wealth redistribution program, people would consent into it. You don't need to usurp people's sovereignty and steal from them. People will fix the roads, bro, that they drive on. You got to let the free market distribute those assets as they see fit. And the road, how do you think the road gets fixed in the first place anyways? It ain't regulators and politicians going out on the highways, right? It's real dollars, loans, businessmen that redistribute and have to actually solve the problem of building the freaking highway. So when it goes over budget, or when a corrupt construction company steals from the government, the ability to account for those errors and those discrepancies is basically next to impossible, because there's no accountability on the end of a thief. The fact that no one's actually responsible for the public dollars other than a public representative and their career means nothing. Means nothing.
Right, so you're obviously being extremely cynical, because I think we do have an incredible system here, not only here but even in Europe, even now. Like as far as like archaic ways that Europe like performs its economy, it's definitely like it's good. Like it is good.
I agree with you, but I think the difference is that I'm going to attribute the reason our society is good and abundant to different values and properties than you will. I don't give regulators and politicians any credit for our affluence in any first world, or whatever you want to call it, industrialized country, right? I give the reason why we have paved roads and sushi on every corner, and the ability to go to the market and get whatever fruit you want. I give that all to entrepreneurial businessmen and hardworking individuals, not a politician, not a policy. Very few policies are the reasons why here in Canada we have what we have. That I'm up in Canada. You know, political policy is very, if anything, usually it's to blame for inefficiencies and regulatory policies that make things more expensive, not to mention the very dollar we operate in. Like, you talk about tax. Why is it that I don't even have a choice in the currency that I operate, right? Why is it that if I have to pay taxes, think about what taxes are. I have to pay them in the Canadian dollar. I can't use American dollars to pay my taxes. Why not? Why is it an unconsensual birth obligation for me, just because of the borders that I'm born in, that I have to supply my government with their own currency, right, based on how much I operate in the market? It's theft. It's complete theft. I didn't consent to these protocols. I might not even want to use Canadian dollars. I don't want to use Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. I'll use my own. I'll barter and trade, and I'll use whatever I want, right? Gold bars.
That's not childish, but it is naive.
Well, it's how you get rich. It's what financial literacy is all about.
Your
holding
intention,
assets.
What I'm assuming is that your intention is not to get rich. What I'm assuming is that your intention
No, you're wrong. My intention is to get rich. You're wrong. My intention is to get very rich.
Okay, so if everybody's intention was to get rich, like, is that logical? Is that logical? Can that happen with every citizen in Canada, with every citizen in the United States? Is it possible for everybody to be rich? It's not normal. And not only that, not everybody's intention in Canada, for sure, is to get rich. And not everybody's intention. They are essentially trying to just enjoy their life.
Philosophically, you're asking a pretty deep question, like how we measure wealth. And that's to my point. When you ask the question about how rich I'm going to be, or how rich I want to be versus everyone else, everyone has their own little place in their heart for what true wealth is. And they're not measured, if you notice, usually in dollars. And that's the very thing that I'm actually, criticizing, is the fact that wealth isn't really tangible when we consider it through the lens of a public regulator's idea of wealth, which is the fiat dollar. I was talking about holding assets, vehicles, gold, jewelry, real estate, rather than the dollar.
Real hardcore assets, yes.
Yeah. So that's my point about how wealth is driven away from the fiat dollar, and that entirely the idea of tax built into the fiat dollar is a way to steal from, what is hard work and earned hard assets. It's a government program to get you to stop thinking in terms of hard assets and start thinking in terms of a digital currency that's inflated by a public regulator. It
It
steals you
should be.
of your economic sovereignty.
No, it should be. It should be this. It should be this. Like you, there's a reason that you think that you want to be rich. There's a reason that you think that you want to have everything. You want to have all the control. That is not part of the government. That's not part of society. That is not part of any aspect as far as society is concerned. Like, can you imagine one person that had all the money? Like, that would not make sense. Like, you cannot conversate with anybody. You cannot turn around and say I love you. You cannot turn around and say like I want to do something for like uh, sucking or essentially like draining the entirety of the human race into one person doesn't make sense. It's not the way it's supposed to be. Like if your goals are to be rich and that's it, that is it. If your goals are not to be rich and kind of contribute to society, if your goals are just to be rich and not like just to, just to kind of prove to everybody that you can have all the money, like you understand, like that is not the way it's supposed to be. That's not the way it's designed, and there are reasons for that. That's the reason you don't have monopolies here in the United States. That's the reason that you do have like checks and balances. You have checks and balances because you can have AT&T buy up every freaking cell phone company.
Hey, Plum.
Hi. Real quick, Jimmy, are we in your pocket or something?
Do what?
It sounds like we're in your pocket or
The
you're like
background noise, bro.
dragging nails on chalkboard against the mic or something. Not sure.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just gotta have the cell phone away from my voice.
That's okay. That's okay. I was just asking.
Okay. Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, so it's definitely like healthy to have a stock market. It's definitely healthy to have the introduction of Bitcoin. It's definitely healthy to introduce these types of things into the stock market, and you will have interest. You will generate interest, but ultimately, what it comes down to is um, the people. It comes down to the people. It comes down to who suffers, who doesn't suffer, who's willing to be left behind, who's willing to fucking take advantage of that shit. And so it's not cool. It's not cool. Definitely it's super cool here. It's super cool in the United States. Not cool in other parts of the country or other parts of the globe. They don't understand it. They cannot comprehend the and the reason they don't do it, it's only because they do appreciate what's more important. Like in Mexico, they appreciate food, they appreciate life, they don't give a shit about money. They don't want to be rich, they want to enjoy life. For you it seems
I don't
like
even understand why you have insisting on this dissonance between wealth and life or whatever you're talking about. I have
no,
no
I'm
idea
saying
what you're
like
talking
you,
about.
you want to be successful, and like your dissonance is like you want to either be beating someone else, like you want to be above
You're
someone.
projecting, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about. Completely projecting.
I'm
Don't
not
say any of
projecting.
that.
I'm just saying, like, what's the point of beating people
I said
in?
it's bad to measure your wealth in fiat currency and that you should use hard assets and that everyone has their own subjective idea of wealth. So I don't even know who you're arguing against.
All right, so you're using good words. Like, can you apply those words to life?
Shit.
Well, but what's up, Plum? I'm busy uploading today's debate onto YouTube, and for the most part, I've uploaded I've uploaded the video onto multiple different channels. I'm just waiting for it to finish uploading to those channels. I've written the descriptions, I've written the titles, I've put in the hashtags, I've put in the keywords. So right now I'm just waiting for the uploading to finish and we should be good to go, and I just click post. But yeah, I've it's on there. I've also made the thumbnail. Do you guys want to see the thumbnail and tell me if it's a good thumbnail? Logic Troll, I need your help actually. But here, let me see.
No,
Tell
for
me.
example, so if I'm sitting by a let's say a fire, and I'm eating
Back up,
a
bro.
watermelon, do I need
Back
you
away
to
from the
bring up?
fire.
Do I need you to bring up any kind of interest rate, or do I need to?
That's awesome, Coco.
I
But
like
it looks
that.
the plane is like phallic, which is hilarious. Trans women, and then like a big dick coming out of the
I mean,
screen.
all planes
I'm
are
just kidding.
phallic, but
No. But that's kind of a
Yeah,
sick.
Coke.
Okay, so basically, I went on ChatGPT and I
I'm glad
typed.
you picked up on it. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Well, hold on. So I went on ChatGPT and I typed make a background of like a plane taking off that's inspired by the Incredibles movie, because he's literally named Edna Mode from the Incredibles, and yeah, so I made this background, and then I did trans women are women, and also for the promo video that I posted before this debate, it was the Incredibles themed with like an Incredibles remix song playing during the video. So yeah.
I like the idea,
yellow on
Coco. I
red
don't know.
pops. Yellow on red really pops.
I
So
like it.
one
but-
thing I can tell you is
Okay.
like so in the 50s, the speed limit was 45, and the maximum speed that you could go was 55. Then in the 80s, it was 60, and then the 90s was maybe 75. Guess what? The speed limit has not changed for 20 years. So you do see a progression of speed that occurs from 1950 to 1990. But after 1990 till 2025, the speed limit has not accelerated. Do you know what that means? What does that mean? What that means is that
I have no
have
fucking idea what that means.
it has reached it has reached a limit. It has reached a limit.
This guy's gotta be intoxicated, bro. You've gotta be
Yeah, I don't
fucked
know
up.
what he's.
yeah.
Oh,
How much
fuck
have you
are
been
you talking
drinking
about?
tonight, Jimmy?
Like,
So should it mean that we should
How
be
much have you been
driving?
drinking tonight,
Should
Jimmy?
should we be driving at 120
I
miles
have
an
a
hour?
question. How much have you been drinking tonight?
I
How
have
much have
been
you had to
enjoying
drink?
my night. I've been enjoying my night.
Okay, I don't know
so
about you,
that's a
Coco, but
lot.
I don't
That's a
really feel
lot of
like babysitting.
drinks.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't want to babysit. I don't really feel like babysitting.
Thank you.
You can find somebody else to babysit you.
Was that the most?
I'm
views?
also gonna. I'm gonna warn you all ahead of time. I'm a little bit grumpy tonight, so if I'm mean, then deal with me.
Someone mean in
Wa-
here. That was
the
good.
was that the most viewers you had in a stream, Co? You had like 750 viewers.
No. We had 830 max at one point.
Was that the most you ever had?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. I was not expecting that. I literally came into your stream and I saw that and I was like, what?
Edna has a big following, even though Mike has more on that other page or whatever. Like their 36,000 followers is huge. Like he brings in a lot of people. He's entertaining.
Yeah, that video that you posted should do numbers, Coco. I mean, it should get at least a few thousand views if you do the proper SEO.
Yeah.
Just in the description, just say Mike Brigandi versus Edna Mode or whatever, and like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Sorry, give me one sec.
No, you're good. You also had that Ryan
By the
Big
way,
John
Coco.
Steele.
Oh.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, it's completely off topic, but Coco, I'm gonna rope you into a TV show club that I'm in, where we watch interesting TV shows and then gather and talk about it. So, like, you're joining.
I guess. I mean, like,
You don't
I'm
have
up
any
to-
choice on the matter. You have
I'm
no
up to-
choice on the matter, Coco. There's no I guess. That's okay. No, we're gonna watch. Your homework for the week is to binge watch Adolescence. It's just 4 episodes, so. And then I'll drag you into
Coco,
Donato's
why did
live.
you let Big John Steele co-host with you? He took all your views.
Yeah, the debate kind of went from me to like Big John Steele. But like, it's just like next time I need to be more hands-on with the debate. There was a bit of miscommunication, but it's totally fine. I ended up co-hosting and like, yeah, it went pretty well. And I posted on YouTube. It's on like channels and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's good.
You know, but
dude, Ian and them are killing it, bro. They get like 1,000 viewers on YouTube and 1,000 viewers on TikTok concurrently.
yeah.
They're killing it, bro.
Yeah, I kind of want to do the same thing and like, yeah, see what I can do.
And they're also making a lot of money, dude. Like, they're getting a bunch of those donations.
Yeah. I need to file my taxes this year. I made like way too much money on TikTok, bro.
I wonder about managing the budget in terms of reinvesting the money back into like advertising and stuff, because I like TikTok. Obviously, at a certain point, the growth on TikTok is going to depend on it. Like, to think that Dean or Parker have never paid for an ad would be ridiculous. And like, if you're making that much money, I wonder how lucrative it is to just reinvest back into it in terms of advertising.
It's probably super lucrative. I mean,
yeah.
You should have you seen those TikTok things where you can get 20,000 views for like $20?
That's what I'm saying. Imagine putting like 10 grand into it.
Yeah, if you.
I will say, 10 grand, Jesus. I will say that I used to do like where you can boost the lives. I would do that for a friend, and it started making the follower count go up. So there's that at least.
Yeah, because you should just not buy views. You could buy authentic views from TikTok, and you can make quality videos. And if you really want to go that direction, it's not that expensive.
Yeah.
He's experimented. Coco, you said you've done that before, right? You've experimented with it a bit. You've paid for a little bit.
Yeah, I paid for like I paid for some of my videos. Actually, if you go on my profile, the video that introduces you to my channel, I paid for, and it has like 12,000 views.
Yeah, but like, I wonder what would happen if you put like 10 grand into it. Like, I wonder if Parker.
Then you would get a guaranteed like I don't know if TikTok
million
has limits.
views.
Yeah, but TikTok probably has limits on that. Maybe not.
That's the thing, though. If you do it to an already like pretty viral video, like, I'm sure, dude, it would go viral. Like, I have organic clips on my page that have like almost 200,000 but that's without advertising. So if I paid $1,000, like, I'm sure it'd get it to 1 million.
Yeah. Probably.
But yeah, life is good. We just chilling. I'm just resting. This is the aftermath, folks.
Dude, I was talking to a pagan or what is it? They believe in the Norse mythology or something, right? And they're a lot easier to convince of the resurrection, in my view.
Interesting. Plum, you're in charge. Whatever you say goes.
I have the power! Hi, Cyclic. How old are you for TikTok TOS?
I'm 60.
How old did you say?
60. I know I may
Okay,
not
just making
sound it.
sure.
Yeah.
You're fine. So what's up? Why'd you come up? What do you want?
I just found the topic interesting and wanted to say the
What are
Abrahamic
your thoughts?
faiths, gods, because they have several gods, Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, are all mythical concepts, some stolen from the land of Canaan, Yahweh, YHWH, the Tetragrammaton, others stolen from Kemet, Egypt, from Ra, and most of it is astrology and astronomy. The sun during an equinox, the crux, CRUX, in the sky, which is actually the shape of some celestial objects, all imposed through violence, misogyny, slavery, theft of land. So I can't
Cyclic,
understand anyone.
why do you think Christianity began?
I didn't hear your question.
Why do you think Christianity began?
Why? Because it was a way to control people.
Like, what's the specific reason? Do you know?
The specific reason is Catholic Church took a concept and created much of what we see. So
No,
I
I'm
think the
talking about
rationale
like
was
the
control.
very origin of the religion, like post crucifixion, right? Jesus gets crucified. Shortly after he gets crucified, what is the thing that starts the whole movement?
I gave you an answer. If you're not happy with the answer, you say what you want to say. I told you control of people. They stole pagan polytheistic concepts to control and manipulate people. You have your opinion, and that's fine.
No, so I would say the proper answer would be that these people were convinced that Jesus rose from the dead, right? That's going to be what the understanding is in scholarship.
You call it scholarship. I call it gossip.
Gossip. Okay, well, either way, right?
He's not making a statement about whether or not he believes in it. He's just saying historically that seems to be the relevant like concurrence of events. He's not even saying the resurrection happened. He's just saying
I'm
that's
not even
It
there
still
yet.
boils down to control of people. That is the bottom line. Whether
Okay,
we
but
say
you
people
do
believe or not.
understand at this point, right? Christianity started because people like the disciples of Jesus became convinced that he rose from the dead, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so why in
Your
the world do you
conclusion,
reject
because
that premise?
most of the disciples didn't even exist.
Okay, so how do you support the claim that you just made that most of the disciples didn't exist?
No, it isn't up to me. It's up to you. You're the one that made
You
the
just
claim.
made the claim.
No, you made the initial claim that the disciples believed. So you prove your claim.
Sure,
Where's
we
the
have
proof that
we
they
have a
existed?
wide agreement of scholars on Paul's letters. Paul writing 1 Corinthians in about 50 AD. He talks about the 12. He says Jesus
Yeah, and I
appeared to
talk
the
about
12.
Spider-Man. Where are the bodies?
Yeah, so let me finish. So it's not just Paul, it's also the Gospels. The Gospels talk about the disciples. We also have
Circular
extra biblical.
references,
Let
my
me
friend.
finish. Let me finish. We
Cyclic.
also have
Let's all do it let's go one at a time, guys.
we also have extra biblical sources mentioning some of these disciples as well from Jewish or Roman historians. So you know we have good reason to believe this, and not only that, the overwhelming historical consensus is that the disciples were real people, and I could just make a simple inductive inference from that. I can say that the expert consensus is evidence in itself, and since the expert consensus is that the disciples existed, it's likely the fact that the disciples existed.
Did you tell the audience that inductive arguments are only possible and they're not deductive? Did you also mention that?
Yes, I think
Now
that's
you spoke. Can I now talk? Because
okay.
you
Go
already.
ahead.
You also gave a lot of circular references to literature. You didn't provide one single archaeological artifact. You provided no grave of where there's a bone. Nothing. That's why I said
So
it's
let me
gossip.
just gauge your honesty here. Is the expert consensus that the disciples existed?
No. I asked questions.
You didn't
You didn't
ask a
answer.
question. You made a statement.
Okay, here's my question. Where is the evidence, archaeological evidence, and why are you using inductive reasoning as though it's deductive reasoning.
So I never use inductive reasoning as it's deductive reasoning. I have no clue where you got that from. And I also don't understand why in the world you would think that we need archaeological evidence to establish the existence of the disciples when literally the vast majority of historians don't need such evidence to come to the conclusion that they existed. Which is why I said the expert consensus is, yeah, I can name you several scholars that say this.
And they're all believers in the faith.
No, I can name you several non-Christian scholars that say that.
Okay, tell us one.
Bart Ehrman says it. Bart Ehrman says it. Jared Ludemann says it.
No, hold on.
Fredrickson says
Let
it.
me look him up.
I can give you many scholars.
Yeah, give me one so I can look him up.
Bart Ehrman.
Bar, spell it for me.
Ehrman.
Bar, B-A-R.
T.
B-A, Bart.
Ehrman. E-H-R-M-A-N.
E-H-R, and he is not in the Abrahamic faiths.
No.
Okay, I'm looking him up. Thank you for that info.
Yep, and this is the broad historical consensus. This isn't just one guy.
Yeah, within secular scholars, it is true as well. And I'm an atheist. I mean, I can affirm this. But cyclical, I have this interesting what you said about inductive reasoning. Do you think it's not a normative, like an epistemic norm?
No, I'm still looking up Bart. It says here, Bart Ehrman is an American New Testament scholar whose research focuses on the textual criticism of the New Testament, the historical Jesus. I'd never heard of him.
He's very famous, so it just means that you haven't probably done a lot of studying.
He is the most famous. I think like anytime you ever hear like a theology debate or any debate on this particular topic, Bart Ehrman gets referenced like at least 3 times.
Yeah.
He went to Princeton Theological Seminary.
That's where okay, so wait, hold on, cyclic.
Hold on.
Hold on, cyclic. I just need to get I need to get rid of this before you even try to attempt it, right? Do you think that whenever there's secular, you need to let me muzzle people, Coco. Whenever there's
finish what I have to say.
No, cyclical. I'm saying I know what you're gonna say, and I'm saying that's just a stupid refutation. You're gonna say something along the lines of, "Oh, he went to a no." You're gonna say, "Oh, he went to a theological university, therefore he believes in God." That's not true at all, right? In order to actually study this. Okay, what are you gonna say now then?
But actually, really quick, guys, really quick. Plum, you're in charge. I'm gonna hop on Discord and like talk with a friend. But comment in the comment section whenever you guys want me to end the live. But yeah, I'll be here for as long as possible. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing something else. Plum's in charge. If you disobey her, you disobey me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, you asked me to provide.
I have the power. Sorry, PRK.
No, you're good. You asked me to provide.
Probably mostly be quiet, but I'll yell at you guys if you get too out of hand.
I mean, do you want another scholar that didn't go to a theological seminary that's an atheist? Would that suffice? What do you want?
Well, you actually moved the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost at all. You're just being stupid.
You now name calling. Plum, are we gonna start the name calling and childishness now?
Yeah, like shut up with the
do ad homs, but also chill the fuck out, all of you.
Yeah, I mean it's not necessary. Where's the archaeology? Okay, you have 1,000 scholars that can confirm verbally, textually. Where's the archaeological evidence? Where the bones?
Why would we need archaeological evidence?
Oh, so we don't.
Why would we need that? Can you answer my question? Why would we need that to establish that?
Because for a person to exist, gossip is not enough.
Obviously it is. We don't have archaeological evidence of 99.99% of people of that time. You do
okay,
understand?
tell us one that we don't have archaeological evidence.
Simon of Perea is probably one person. That's Simon of Perea.
Simon of Perea. Oh, you're listening. Thank you. I never even heard of this guy. Simon of Perea. Spell that for me.
P-E-R-E-I-A.
P-E-R-E-I-A. And by the way, during the discussion, I don't think anyone options need to be triggered. We can have a mature conversation, and Plum is here to make sure we do that, Plum. Thank you, Plum. Simon Perea.
No problem. Also, really quick, cyclic. I do have a little bit of misophonia, so take your mic about an inch or two away from your face.
Okay. What's that? Misophonia?
Misophonia is basically certain noises make my skin crawl.
Oh, sorry about that. I hadn't heard of that. Misophonia. Thank you. Simon of Perea, I found him. A former slave of Herod the Great. So this is a biblical character. So you're referring to a
It's not a
biblical
biblical
character.
He's not in the Bible. What are you talking about?
He's not in the Bible. Okay.
No.
So where is he listed?
He's listed in some sources. I'd have to go find them, but yeah, there's sources from that time where he's listed in, and historians agree that he existed, and we don't have archaeological evidence of him. We don't have like I said.
No, you're making a point, but which historians?
Look. Would you agree, any historian that I just listed would also agree that Simon of Perea existed?
Okay, and I'll take it that that's true because I'd never even heard of him. So historians agree that person X existed. How does that prove that the Bible character?
What I'm giving you is an example of someone which you don't have archaeological evidence of. And by the way, we wouldn't have archaeological evidence of like basically anybody from that time, basically anybody, let alone a backwoods Jewish rabbi like Jesus. Like you're saying that we expect to have archaeological evidence of Jesus or the disciples, and I'm just so confused at that. That's
okay.
So confused.
Yes, you said we have no archaeological evidence from people of that time. That time would be 2,000 years.
I never said that. I said 99% of people.
Yeah, 99%. So in Kemet, Egypt, there's no archaeological evidence.
I said 99%. There's obviously going to be archaeological evidence of people.
You're being triggered. Can I just finish before you land? Kemet, Egypt, Nubia, Greece. So there's no archaeological evidence of those individuals existing. 99%. Do you don't think that's an exaggeration?
No, it is not an exaggeration. If you look at the first century, if you just search it up and ask what archaeological evidence do we have, or what percentage of people do we have archaeological evidence for, it's going to be very low.
Okay. Could you give us maybe 5 non-biblical people of the time and tell us that there's no archaeological evidence for those?
I mean, sure, I'd have to search it up, but I could easily provide that for you.
Yeah, just like I
mean, I don't feel like I need to. You could search it up.
Well, you made a statement, sir. If you're going to make a statement and don't have the evidence,
these are all the statements I'm making are just obvious. Like this is just true,
it's
right?
Obvious to you because you believe.
It's obvious to any historian, and this is why it's obvious to any historian. Like I've already stated before, which this is very simple to establish. The vast majority of historians.
Yes,
the vast majority of historians agree that Jesus and the disciples existed, and we don't have any archaeological evidence of these people. So why is it the fact that the vast majority?
Argument. Could you get the 5 people from the time?
Answer my question. Answer my question.
No,
guys, one at a time. One at a time.
I can't at the moment right now.
Nope, you're being disingenuous. You said you were going to get 5 people. Now you're asking me.
No, you asked for 5 people. I never said I was going to.
Yes, and you said you would get them.
I never said that. You have a goldfish memory. I understand.
Okay.
But either way, so like I said before, the vast majority of historians don't need archaeological evidence.
We heard that a half hour ago.
So can you please tell me why they?
Do not make me start muting people one at a time.
Yeah, he's not given the evidence. Find the 5 people.
Cyclic, you are talking over him. PRK is also talking over you, but I'm noticing it more a little bit more.
Because he's going in circles. He's saying the same thing.
That's not a fucking excuse.
It is. If
and
someone's
also,
I'm just gonna let you know right now, Cyclic. I'm not in a great mood, so
tell him to stop going.
Coco gave me a magic wand, so please just chill the fuck out, one at a time.
Nope. If he's going in circles, I reserve the right to cut him off, and you reserve the right to remove.
If you are a bit too much, I will absolutely remove you.
I think he left.
Oh, he left. Okay. Oh well.
How's it going?
Hi, Trey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Cool. What's up?
Just wanted to adjust the prompt.
Yeah, what's up, man? Are you Christian?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Plum's the only one here that's not a Christian. I'm a Christian too.
That's what's up, man.
I'm an atheist, but I'm not much of a debater right now, and I'm a little bit volatile, so
Hey, I'm not a debater
if you want to try your
myself neither.
luck.
Yeah, I'm not a debater myself neither. I just spread the gospel based off my experience, what God says in the Bible. So, so the prompt says, why should I
just
believe?
so you know, just a little wording ahead of time. I might be grumpy today, so I'm not making promises as to
Hey, I'm
how nice
married.
I'm going to be.
Yeah, it's okay. I have a wife. She gets grumpy sometimes. I love her. Says, why should I believe or trust in the Christian God? Well, it's because the truth will set you free, which is God. You have to ask yourself this question. Why does God says, if the world hates you, know that it hated me first? Well, God's a spirit, right? And the devil's job is try to deceive you from knowing the gospel, knowing that Jesus died on the cross for your sins. So it's easy to see, like on TikTok and everywhere else, ever since the beginning of time, people have been going against God, specifically Christian God. They would call it the Christian God, even though God never gave us that title. But we know which God we're talking about. We know which God we're talking about once we say God, right? Everybody knows how powerful he is. Also, people that never believed in God in the beginning that now do believe in God now have testimonies, which got something that God has proven. Testimony literally means witness. It is a personal experience of you knowing God. It's a real spiritual experience. And people say, no, it's not, it's circular, but it's easy to say that because you've never experienced God before. So it will make sense that why you would say something like that unless you experience it. And now when you experience God, there's no more debating, there's no more arguing, there's no more saying, you know, uh,
How do I experience God?
by putting your faith in him, as he says. When you put your whole heart in
I don't
Christ,
believe in God, though.
that's the point. So if you don't believe in God, God's not going to reveal himself to you.
Well, that seems kind of
Hey, by the way, I'm an atheist.
cool. That seems kind of circular as far as logic goes. Like, he won't show you unless you believe in him, and I'm not. I have a mind that's not going to let me believe in something without some kind of evidence, and
what's
anecdotal
funnier?
evidence isn't. Hang on a second. Anecdotal evidence isn't really admissible as evidence for anything. It's just a he said, she said kind of situation, and you never know if there's no way for me to tell if your testimony or whatever it is you telling the truth or you telling a lie.
And what's
So
funnier
I
is
need
that
something
God
more.
made you that way.
Okay, well, and that's the thing, and beautifully stated. I respect what you said, but that's the difference. God is too smart for human logic. He's too smart for people to try to. Hold on. If you allow me to respond to her, please. Human logic, you can't put God and human logic in a box. It's not going to work that way.
So how do you know him?
And so, because you don't put your faith in Christ, you put your faith in the world. Therefore, God would never
That's still a
reveal
claim
himself.
based on
Can
logic.
I please speak, please? So when you have personal experience with God, which is a testimony, right? You're witnessing God. This is why people experience transformations and things that matter. Anybody outside that can't say that, no, you have not witnessed God. No, you have not because they choose not to believe. So it's easy for them to say that because they're on the other side. That's like saying, okay, you tell somebody.
So Trey, I was raised. Can you mute when I'm talking? By the way, because I
Yeah,
get
but
really bad feedback.
can I
You
say
have
one more
some
thing?
really Will you fucking listen?
Yeah, I will.
You
But
have some really bad fucking feedback, and I need you to mute when you're not talking.
I got
And
you.
I was
But may I
about to say
finish?
something,
Me too,
but you're
though.
not listening, and I'm about to fucking drop you because
That's fine.
I'm really not in the fucking mood.
That's fine.
So fucking mute when I'm talking. Thank you. There you go. Real quick bod moment. Mute yourself, Trey. Andrew, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 39.
Thank you. And Randy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
Awesome. And did you first, Andrew, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the prompt?
I mean, yeah, I'm an atheist, and
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Randy? What's your take?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Andrew, if you want to have a little fun, you're good. But the thing is, Trey, I was raised Catholic, and I did want to have a relationship with God. I tried. I tried to figure it out. I tried to have a relationship with God. I had tried to have a relationship with Jesus. I did it all. I tried. It didn't work. So no, God never showed himself to me. So I started out trying to believe and believing that he could, you know, like show me something, but I never got that sign.
Mean by showing something, and the other thing I would like to say too, God never created religion. Catholicism actually came from paganism. It came from when the Romans created Christianity. God established a kingdom. So a lot of people will say, oh, God never showed up to me because of this and this and that. And the reason why that is because God knows your heart. If you want God to show up for something that is selfish, God is not going to show up for that.
I just wanted God to, like, you know, let me know that there was something to, and like your logic is quite circular and honestly kind of insulting.
Well,
Go ahead, Andrew.
I just want to know what denomination.
Hang on, Trey.
I just want to know what denomination of Christian these guys are in.
I don't believe in domination. God never created that.
Okay, so you are, what do you prescribe to then?
A follower of Christ. I'm a disciple.
Okay, a disciple of Christ. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Myself included. Okay, so if God is a loving God, right, why does he allow us to suffer?
Well, he allows us to suffer to show how much he loves us, to be blameless because he didn't create sin. That's why he offered a free covenant relationship with us through his sacrifice of him dying on the cross for our sins, so you could be saved from sin.
But couldn't he just like not allow any of us to suffer, and we could all just live in bliss?
I don't think anybody has I don't think anybody has a adequate answer for that question, right? Like that's a mystery.
Well, he's an omniscient being, right? He's omnipotent. He's all powerful, and he has all power over this universe. And yet he allows us to suffer. He allows people to get cancer. He allows people to get raped. And yet he is a loving God. And I don't understand that, because if he loved us all, wouldn't he just let us live in a blissful, harmonious existence?
So no, he wouldn't, and that's a good question. That's why God created laws, because he created laws. It's the reason why God doesn't want you to do certain things. Why? Because
why did he create those laws?
Because he's a creator, because he's good, he's righteous.
But righteousness would not allow us to suffer, right?
It actually
He would not.
He chose to save you. He can save you.
For instance, I'm a non-believer, right? So I'm going to go to hell when I die, right?
That's not up to me.
But if I don't believe in God, I go to hell.
Who said that you won't believe later on?
If for instance,
I know the answer, the correct answer, but I can't condemn you. I can't do that.
I'm not asking you to condemn me. I'm saying what I'm saying is, why would God condemn me if he loves me?
Well, because he didn't want to know the truth.
But he could show me the truth.
Yeah,
he could show up in front of me right now and say, "Hey, I'm real," and I would believe him.
But absolutely he can. But the problem is that you don't have faith in him.
So I have to have faith in him, or I spend eternity in hell, and that's a righteous God.
Well, there's different conceptions. There's different conceptions on that. There's some Christians that don't hold to eternal hell. That's something important to note too.
No, hell is real.
Like I said, I can't condemn you, so I'm not. So I can't condemn you at all.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to condemn me. I'm saying, why would God condemn me?
I just told you.
But he loves me though.
He does, and so he wants you to know, and that's the reason why. God is the author, he's the creator. Think about it.
He loves me. He loves me. He won't give me solid proof that he exists.
And then that's exactly why he wants us to put our faith in him. Think about it. A lot of humans will say, okay, if God exists, this is what happened. If God exists, see how it's always different type of scenarios of why human logic thinks that if God exists, then he would do this and do that, do that, do that, do that. He's the author. When God says, all I want you to do is put your faith in me. He's knocking at your door. He says, if you open up the door, if you open up the door that I knock on, I will come in and eat dinner with you. He loves you. He wants to know your purpose. He wants to show you your purpose in life by giving him glory, by spreading his word, whatever it is that God wants you to do, the Father's will. But the problem is that people just don't want to put their faith in Christ. And so they put their faith in other things.
But he created people. He created people.
Absolutely.
He created mindsets. So the people with these mindsets, he created.
No. So God gave us free will. You choose what you do with God's creation. You choose.
So it's a crazy thought that this all-powerful being would say, okay, you have the choice to believe me or not. If you don't believe me, you go to hell for eternity, but I still love you. How does that make sense?
Because even in Revelation, he said he doesn't want nobody else to perish.
Well, Revelation is crazy.
Because people are just not going to believe in Christ. Think about it. We're all spirits.
Have you read Revelations? Because that is it's like a fiction book. You know what I mean? Like that shit has
not fiction at all. It's a prophecy of what's going to happen.
Revelations, a third of the land animals, a third of the sea animals, a third of the animals in the sky will all perish. The blood will turn, the moon will turn blood red.
Indeed, all of it's going to happen.
Locust beings will attack the humanity. That's all real?
Yep, it's going to happen.
So Moses parted the sea. And so there was a talking snake.
Yep.
Okay, so why don't we see anything like this in reality, in the real world?
Because it already happened. Were you there when it happened?
No, but I'm also
okay.
not.
So just because he wasn't there,
you weren't there when it happened either, but you believe it.
Yeah, because God revealed himself to me. So obviously it happened.
So if I told you that I rode a unicorn on a rainbow into the sky, but you can't prove it, that doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, I can prove it because you're not God.
How do you know that?
Because you were born from your mom and dad, weren't you?
No, maybe I wasn't.
Nobody's not calling on your name when they have testimonies. They're calling on Jesus' name.
I mean, I've had a couple people, yeah.
No, you haven't. You're just making lies.
What I'm saying is, like, you guys are basing everything, all of your beliefs, off of a book, one book.
It's God's word. It's not just a book.
It's more
God's word.
It's real life.
His word is life, but this ain't no game, dog. I've seen it before.
Wait, Trey,
Hang on, guys. First off, one at a time. Second of all, is God's word perfect?
Absolutely, it is. Oh, absolutely.
Is God able to contradict himself in his word?
Never.
He destroyed cities.
So why?
Entire cities.
So why, in fact, why then are there two different timelines alone in Genesis 1 and 2?
What?
There are two different chain of events that are described
What are you talking
in both
about?
Genesis 1 and 2.
What are you talking about?
Go read it.
No, I want to know.
The stories are different.
It's not different.
The stories are different.
She's right in the sense that, like, Genesis 1 is more chronological. Genesis 2 is a different story. It's just different creation stories. Yeah.
Oh, well, when God says He created
there's
the
two
world,
different creation stories.
Okay.
So verse 1 goes into one story, and verse 2 says told from another perspective, and then it gets everything wrong.
Wait. Told from another perspective. What are you talking about?
If God's word is perfect,
what are you talking? No,
why?
I need scriptures. You can't just say something and then.
I told you Genesis 1 and 2. Where's your Bible? You're a Christian. You need to have one up. And
chapter 1 and chapter 2.
Yeah, chapter 1 and chapter 2. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the contradiction in that?
There's two different accounts of the order of when things happened, I believe. Like, I don't. What was that?
So are you talking about when God created? What God created?
Hang on.
Well, I don't have it off the top of my head either, but I know that's true. Yeah, there's a different order of events.
Okay,
yeah,
so God created the earth.
They're both in different order. In one, I believe they create. Please mute while I'm talking. Oh my God! Or fix your mic or whatever.
No, it's okay. You have to say angrily.
Mute.
Just turn off the TV, Trey. Jesus.
No, he's got an echo.
Sorry to say Jesus' name in vain. My apologies.
Yeah, you're fine.
But
kind of off the top of my head about that question.
Well, really quick. Hang on. I wasn't finished with my thing that I was saying. So basically, in one account, I believe Adam. They make the animals, and then he makes Adam. And in the second one, I think. Don't quote me on this. In the second one, I believe they made Adam and then the animals or something, and like both of them have a different order of what was created when and how. Basically, it's a similar story, but the order that things happen, as accounted by these stories, is different. So there is a contradiction just in the first chapter of the book.
It's not a contradiction. So when we talk about
It's a
I
contradiction.
don't want to.
it's not a
Do
contradiction.
you really want to entertain this? But
I can explain it.
Please do.
Cool. So it's not a contradiction because Genesis 1, it talks about his creation, right? It talks about how God creates different elements of the world, from the light and sky to land, sea, plants, animals, and then finally it talks about the humans, right? It talks about how he created humans, and that chapter, like it pretty much tells you the power of God's word when he's spoken it, right? When he tells you about how he rests on the seventh day, things that matter. And then with Genesis 2, it just zooms in like on the creation of humanity, right? It's giving us more detailed account of how God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed life into men, right? So, and it also introduces like the Garden of Eden, where God places Adam, and then he talks about Eve from Adam's rib, and it just pretty much telling you how God established the first human relationship.
You didn't address the fact that there are contradictions in the story, though.
It's not.
They are. How do you not see? How are you defining contradictions?
Because
if you don't think that two different stories is a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. If God says that he created the world, he created the earth.
He's been indoctrinated.
And he put man in, and he created man in earth. How is that it would be a contradiction if God said that he created earth and man, but then he says that he never created man in the next chapter. That would be contradiction.
I mean, he says he's a loving God, but he destroyed entire cities. So
yeah, they did.
That's a contradiction, right?
It's not a contradiction.
How? He destroyed entire cities. He was taking people's firstborn children.
Do you know why that was
happening? That's a loving God?
I want to say
it is a loving God.
How?
I can tell you why. Because when God was talking about don't do what the other nations are doing.
One moment. Trey, I'm going to mute up for a minute because I do want to give Randy a chance to have a word because he's been trying to get in. Thank you for being patient, Randy.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I guess the only question that I really have is, what is your main reason for? Well, are you an atheist, by the way? I know Andrew. I think he said that he was.
Yeah.
Okay, both of you. So, what is your main focus of being an atheist? Is it the fact that you believe that the God of the Bible is just cruel, or do you think that he's not real because he hasn't revealed himself to you, or what is the main reason for you being an atheist?
I have a couple of different reasons. One is the fact that I haven't seen enough evidence to prove that he does exist. And I'm of the opinion that there are, like, I think 18,000 different gods that have been created throughout humanity, and I don't understand why we have to pick one or all, whatever. I'm basically like if we go by Pascal's wager, I feel like atheism is actually the more rational choice because of 18,000 gods. There's if your God says that he's the only one that's real, there's a good chance that he's wrong. And what if there's another one out there who's the actual real God? Like, what if it's what if it's Vishnu or you know? And
Right.
then there's also just the fact that even if I knew that God existed, I would not want to follow that religion because of the fact that there is misogyny, there are horrible things. Hang on.
Right. So basically, if you're saying even if you did have the proof that God was real and that he did love you and that he wanted a relationship with you, you would still
Fuck himself because he sounds like a narcissist.
Even if I think she's saying even if he is real, he does not love you. He is a malicious God.
Well, here's the thing.
He's a narcissist at best.
Andrew, I heard you talking about, we just believe in a book, right? And I don't want, Randy, I don't know if you wanted to say anything else. I wanted to talk to him.
Go ahead, man.
So I was just going to say, I mean, it's more so that we believe in a historical event.
No.
Yeah, it is. So we believe that Jesus was crucified.
You
That's
believe.
the opinion of
That's not
the opinion of the
historical.
vast majority of historians that Jesus was crucified. You can look at Gary Habermas's study on
That's
the
true. That does not prove God, though.
Drew, hang on.
Sorry,
Andrew. Let's try and do one at a time.
Yeah. My apologies.
There you go. I was just going to say, so after he was crucified, his disciples, so he had an inner circle of students called the disciples. They claimed that they saw him risen from the dead. Then you had James, which is Jesus's brother. He said that he saw him risen from the dead. Then you get Paul, who's an enemy of the movement. He says he's seen him risen from the dead. So those people in particular, there are other people that are mentioned. However, those are the people in particular that we have the best evidence for, claiming to have seen Jesus risen. And usually what atheists or skeptical historians say is that these people were having hallucinations or dreams. They don't take the approach that they were lying. I actually don't know if very many, if any, historians today that take a position that these people were lying. There are reasons for that. But either way, that is what the historical consensus really is. And so my question to you is, do you believe that they were hallucinating? Do you think they were lying? Do you think that, what do you think's going on here?
So if they are, if they believe their convictions, my belief, and I know we throw belief around very flimsily, but my belief is that if they believe that they saw that, perhaps they were mistaken. So, for instance, you look at Greek mythology. People would blame natural occurrences on the gods, right? And that is a characteristic of human nature that if we cannot prescribe something to nature or something that we understand, that we say, oh, well, that must have been a god. So, for instance, maybe he was not dead and they thought he was dead and then he quote unquote arose. But I wasn't there, so I can't tell you for sure. But I can tell you my belief is that a man that was the quote unquote son of God was not murdered and then arose 3 days later. I think that at the most they thought he was dead and then he showed up again and they were like, oh, he must have been resurrected, and he wasn't really dead to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few problems with that. Like, first and foremost, like Roman crucifixion was brutal. I don't see how, it's not going to be usual. It's going to be very atypical of someone to survive that.
Which is why they would believe he was dead.
Yeah, sure. But I think the bigger problem is that they say that Jesus appeared to them in a glorified body made of spiritual matter. So it's not like the same body. It was a transformed body. That's what they're saying, at least. That's what
so like a glowing angel or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what they're saying that they're seeing, and they're, you could say that they're lying about this or they're conspiring. Again, it's not really a position held, but you can. I don't take that approach, and I don't say that a hallucination would be enough to convince these people in the first place. I don't think a hallucination would be enough to convince people that someone is bodily raised in a transformed, glorified body. I think that's, even for a first century Jewish person, we have reason to believe they wouldn't have adopted such a view.
Yeah,
It's
I don't.
utter nonsense. So
I don't think it was hallucinations, personally.
Yeah,
I think either it was people that prescribed to Jesus's teachings, which I do agree with a lot of his teachings. I think it was either people that glorified what he was saying and kind of what's the word I'm looking for? They kind of like embellished.
Deified him?
They embellished or deified what he was doing. Or they were, like I said, like they did with the Greeks, like they prescribed natural occurrences to a like a godly function. But I don't think that it was actually a man that arose from the grave.
Yeah, I'm just saying, what we kind of understand is that the disciples of Christ, his brother Paul, these people in specific, that we have good enough evidence to say that these people claimed it, and that they had seen Jesus risen. And then, like, let's just take one of their claims, like Peter, for example, when he says, "I have seen the risen Christ." What do you think is going on there? Do you think, so you said that he wasn't hallucinating, he's not dreaming. What's going on when he's saying, "I've seen the risen Christ"?
Well, it's like I said, this was so many hundreds of years ago that it could be either a man that wanted to back up that that belief system, right? So he supported that and claimed it just to get people's minds in that. So
it was kind of like a lie kind of thing.
That could be it, or he saw something and misinterpreted it, like he thought that he was dead, but he wasn't. And then he saw him again and said, "Oh, he must have been arisen from the grave." It could be numerous things, but it was not. I'll tell you right now, it was not the Son of God arisen from the grave, because
historically, what happened? He claimed to be the Son of God. He got crucified for it. He was buried in a tomb. The tomb was found empty, and then people saw him risen from the dead. And I don't think that they were lying, and that you say that they were, but I'm genuinely telling you, like, the broad majority of scholars that study this do not think that they were lying. And partly it's because...
Do you say the majority of scholars...
biggest reasons...
Sorry.
These are non-Christian...
One at a time, please.
Yep.
These are non-Christian scholars. So, like, the most trivial reasons, or the most common reasons they push, is that they were persecuted for it and they were mocked for it. So if you're mocked and persecuted for something, you're generally not lying about that, right? You're telling the truth. You're convinced in what you're saying. And then Paul, for example, says, the cross of Christ is foolishness to those who are perishing. So obviously the people around him, when he would tell people this, they would probably laugh in his face. And we
I
got
have a
the
question
same...
for Andrew.
Yeah.
Hey, give me 1 second. We get the same thing in, like, the book of Acts. Like, they would go around, tell people, a few people from the crowd would come, the rest would mock them and scoff at them. And this is all in the New Testament.
Yeah, but this happens with cult members too all the time. And they will not, they believe what they believe no matter what kind of criticism they get.
But there wasn't in the cult, though.
How do you know that?
Because they were following Christ. Christ is not a cult. He's not a religion.
It's a cult following. It's the same thing.
It's not, because God established a kingdom. A kingdom
according to you.
No, it's not according to me. It's according to reality.
According to you and the Bible.
Okay, if that's your interpretation.
So my problem is that you guys act like it's fact, and you will not falter, right? And you will not open yourself to any criticism. And you say what you believe is true no matter what. And that's the thing. I grew up in a Christian house.
Real quick,
right?
hang on.
Sorry.
Real quick, mod moment. Trey, I appreciate you being here, but your feedback issue is too much. Fix your shit and come back. I can't handle that echo as too much. Continue talking, please.
Can I ask Andrew a question?
I'm ready.
Yeah. So, I know we're talking about the evidence from the Bible, and then you said that it was so many years ago. So how can it be reliable? What do you think in modern day proof, like in modern day evidence, if God were to reveal himself to someone like one of us, what would you think that would have to look like in order for that person to know that it's God?
Well, that's a tough one, because I do think that if say tonight God showed himself to me, right, but not to anybody else, I would probably look like a crazy person. It would look like the ramblings of a madman that said, "Oh, God came."
Yeah, kind of how you view the disciples, right?
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, and this is the crux of my position, is that if God is so powerful, and if God wants you in his kingdom, and God is so loving, then why does he not just reveal himself to everybody? And I know you guys say, well, he gave you a choice of faith. A choice of faith, right? But why give you that choice of either believe in me or go to hell or for eternity, when he could just say, hey, everybody, come to my kingdom and be happy, right? And enjoy your life and your afterlife and eternity together, because it just doesn't make sense to put you to a test.
That's where free will comes in. That's where free will comes in.
Okay.
So because God is loving, he has to give us a choice to do anything. Because if he didn't, then if he just automatically made us like robots, into believing in him and accepting him, then that wouldn't be real love. Real love is actually giving us a choice to either believe in him or reject him.
You don't have to be robots. But he could show himself and say, hey, I am here, right? I exist. And we could still live our lives accordingly and do what we want to do, except we all know that there is God and he loves us and he's there for us.
Right,
it doesn't make sense for him to test us like that. It doesn't make sense.
I believe that he of course he can reveal himself to all of us.
Right.
Maybe I don't know how old you are, but maybe
39.
Okay, so you said 39, so maybe he can reveal himself to you at 40, and from 39 on down, he was testing yourselves, testing your faith. And, maybe me at 27, well, I mean, I'm not going to say maybe, because he has already revealed to me that, he's real and that he's God. But it just may not be your time yet, but right now I would say that he wants you to hear other people's accounts of, the actual proof that Jesus is God and that, God is actually real from, your fellow humans.
Sorry, I just wanted to insert this real quick. So I grew up in a Christian household, and my father was a Sunday school teacher, and so I was taught about Jesus, and I was taught about God, and I grew up in a Christian household, and over time, I was shown proof that the man does not exist. And you would think that if I grew up in that kind of environment where God is around me, right, that I would just become closer to God. But instead, I grew farther because I saw things in the world and in my own life that said, oh, this can't be true, because if God loved me, this wouldn't happen. So it just it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, are you referring to just bad things happening around you and
bad things happening around me, bad things happening in the world? I'm just saying, if I grew up in that faith already, and it was in my mind that God was real and that Jesus was the Messiah, right? Then why would there be any doubt in my mind that he exists? And the reason is that
Just because of the problem of evil.
no, the reason is because logic prevailed.
Problem of evil. You mentioned an argument, right? You said, there's so much suffering in the world, and I said, hey, we don't have.
God would not allow that if he was just God.
We don't have I don't think Randy, maybe you do, I don't know, but I just, from my experience, Christians don't have a good response to this, right? Why is there so much suffering in the world? That is an argument you guys have in your arsenal, but you have to also look at all the arguments that you guys do have. You have the problem of evil, you have divine hiddenness, that God isn't present, that he's hidden. But beyond that, I don't really know what atheists have as arguments. And there are arguments for God as well.
I've listed multiple arguments already.
Well, yeah, you mentioned the problem of evil. There's so much suffering in the world. And that's
a just God would not allow a woman to be raped, right? A just God would not allow anything bad to happen to a child, right? A just God would not allow someone to grow up with a handicap, but he does allow that. And that is what makes me falter, because a just God does not allow someone to be born with no legs and no arms, right? Because why not just allow them to have all of their limbs?
Yeah,
right?
Like I said, I don't have.
And then the Christians will say, "Oh, it's a test." Well, it's a pretty shitty test for an all-powerful being that can control literally anything, right? He should not allow that to happen. If I was God and I could control everything, I wouldn't allow that suffering. And I'm a
aren't there
human
just
being.
other things that make you think of differently, at all about God? I understand you see all these problems in the world, and I agree with that. But what about the fact that there's so much organization, that things work by law and order, that there are natural laws, that there's
What natural laws?
just the law of gravity and stuff, right?
That's God. How is that God, though?
I'm not saying that's God. I'm not tying that directly to
science.
God. I'm just saying that there is order in the universe, and is that more expected under the hypothesis that a mind is behind it or not?
Well, there's also chaos in the universe, though.
I don't think it's a big leap to say that a mind's behind it.
Yeah, so I think that his
I would
position-
be more willing to say that it would be an energy or a force more than a sentient God. I would be more willing to say. Sorry.
I just said there's a rule set. There's rules for everything. There's laws, and that govern the universe.
Like gravity. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
So would an energy have an intelligent mind behind it? If God were to speak to someone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's an intelligent mind. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So say that someone said that there was a spirit that was speaking to them that had an intelligent mind behind it, that proved that it was outside of time, proved that it can read their minds, proved that it knows their heart and things like this,
they're probably crazy,
divine knowledge. Would this be the type of proof to show that this is God?
No, that's not proof. That is somebody that has some mental health issues that needs to see somebody.
But okay, so but if it actually was, so say that they weren't mental, right? Say that they weren't on drugs. Say that they weren't diagnosed with anything. Say that they were just normal.
Hey, real quick, Randy. You can't say the drugs
I'm sorry.
word.
Sorry about that.
Say drugs or substances or something.
I didn't know. I'm
Just
sorry
use
about
TikTok
that.
safe language.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
about that.
TikTok sucks that way.
Yeah. I'm pretty new to TikTok, so I don't really know the rules too much.
Yeah, me too.
But sorry
That's
about
why.
that.
That's why I tread carefully.
Yeah, but so say that someone who was actually experiencing something like this, and there was an actual intelligent mind behind this spirit that was speaking to them, just leave out them being crazy. Would that actually be the evidence to show that there is a God that is speaking to his creation within that person.
So you're saying if they're not out of their mind, if there's no shrugs involved, and they still see that, then
Not
what I
see it,
believe,
but
are
like
you saying?
actually like not like see
Or
something,
not,
but
or
like
feel it, or experience it. I should say.
yes, sir.
I mean, I at that point, like they haven't. It really depends on the situation. Look, I'm an open-minded guy, but like it just, it's to me, it just like I said, it's just there. Thousands of years ago, people believed that Zeus was creating lightning, right? And then people believed that God created man, and it just seems to me like people making like a reason for things to be instead of just letting it be. If that makes any sense.
Could you explain it a different way so I can kind of understand?
Yeah. So people would hundreds and thousands of years ago, they would prescribe lightning to Zeus, right? They would say, oh, that like when lightning struck or thunder struck, they would say, oh, that's just Zeus, right?
Oh, okay.
In Greek mythology, right? Now they say, oh, okay, I can't explain that, so that must be God, right? But in reality, it's probably something scientific that we just don't understand yet.
Right. So
the human mind doesn't understand everything yet because we are weak and feeble people. We are not the what we are biological beings, right? We are monkeys with better brains, in my opinion.
I think I see Andrew's point. He's saying that even if there was an experience, right, like to say whether or not it actually, well, never mind. I think
I think you understand me. It's the fact is that just because we can't explain it doesn't mean that it's God.
Right, like even if you did have an experience, or if somebody had an experience they were saying, they weren't lying, just because we can't explain that experience that they had doesn't mean it's God.
Right. So like you might think it was God because there's no other explanation, but that does not mean that it was God. Right? It could be something that could be eventually in 50 years explained through science.
Right. So that's why I mentioned if they had an intelligent mind, because say that touch, that same spirit was to
real quick,
tell them.
I'm gonna interrupt real quick. Agnostic and awesome. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Awesome. And Effie, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm over 21. Is that okay?
That works. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, continue. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure everybody's old enough.
Yeah.
God, if you don't believe in God, get out, bro.
Yeah. So just kind of going back to my point. So say okay. So going back to the intelligent mind. Say that this intelligent mind actually told them, but not just told them, but actually proved that it was their creator that was speaking to them. What would be the thing to go against that? Or would you have to, like by process of elimination, just conclude that this was actually, God that was speaking to them?
Oh, that's a tough one because they have to prove that shit now, right? And nowadays, in 2025, AI exists, so it's even harder now, right?
Yeah.
Like back then, that was pretty easy to pass on, right? Now, it might be even easier.
Right. So so like leaving AI out of it, for a minute, because like say that this person. Okay, so like say that this was before, AI, you know what I'm saying? So like say that this was before artificial intelligence, but before a spirit that had the attributes of God, meaning that it existed outside of time and it showed you proof. It knew your mind, it can read your mind, which also shows proof It knows your heart and just other things like that. If this were the case and it actually spoke to you in a certain way to tell you that this was your creator that was speaking to you and not anything else, wouldn't you have to come to the conclusion that this was your creator or
the way that you're describing it, like, yes, it has to be my creator because you're like setting like this perfect example where like I can't dispute it, right?
Right. Okay, yeah, so that's what I was getting down to.
Case is, though.
Right, yeah, so that's what I was getting down to because that's actually my story. If you look on my TikTok page, I have an entire story of how this has happened to me. I have one video that you all can watch of how God began to speak to me a few years back in this exact way.
Then you saw something that you misinterpreted.
No, sir, it's not. I didn't see anything.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but I feel like.
Well, I feel where you're coming from, Andrew, and I was that way for a long time, even as a Christian, but I can acknowledge that there can be paranormal events that occur. I don't know, what's going on with Randy or whatever, but I'm open to stuff.
Paranormal, like not God, but otherwise not normal?
Yeah, just like not natural, like not
like
scientifically understandable or anything like that.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like there are things that people don't understand, right? That they can't explain scientifically, right? That they just automatically say, well, that must be like God or something spiritual. When in reality, it's just something that the human mind just cannot understand yet. And that's
not a reality.
It's not reality, but it's a common theme.
I have to interject because you use this argument often and you say, well, it's more likely not to be God. But if you don't have any evidence anyways, you can say the same thing back to you. You could say, well, how do you know it's not God then?
Well,
you
because
really can't make a conclusion.
What I'm saying is historically, there are things that can't be explained that later, tens or hundreds of years later, can be explained once there are scientific breakthroughs.
And science is in constant flux. And science disproves itself constantly.
I agree.
Yeah, so we can't trust science.
Yeah, but we can't trust it.
Actually, that's the beauty of science.
But we can't trust
is that the beauty of science is that it does change and it is in flux. Basically, it encourages people to prove it wrong, and when it is proven wrong, rather than sticking to it, it changes that stance so long as there is proof of that. So I'm of the opinion that we should trust science simply because of the fact that it changes.
The stance is constantly changing, but the objective thing that it's observing,
right? Yeah.
There's an objective fact, and there's an objective truth, and it is trying to meet that truth, and it doesn't. The objective truth doesn't change. Only science that is in flux around it. And it's like, I think that there are this many stars. No, now there are infinite stars. No, now there are this. The fact of how many stars is a bad example, but the fact of how many stars exist is an objective truth that science is trying to read. We're talking about God. God is the truth. It's an unchangeable thing.
Right.
Well, you're always
just to like add to that. Oh, sorry.
In Christianity, you're always trying to reach that goal of proving your God or your Christ, and that's
trying to do that.
Every Christian I've ever met. Every Christian I've ever met.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Sounds like an atheist problem.
It's always it's always the I must show you that my God exists. But with science,
maybe they believe already. They're not trying to prove it to themselves. They're trying to prove it to someone else who's questioning them.
Real quick.
That's the problem. With science,
real quick. Hang on, guys.
Sorry.
One sec. First off, I really would appreciate it if you guys would talk one at a time, just for ease of the people in the comments being able to understand what's going on up here. And then also, Strive, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
73.
Sorry, too.
Okay, and Vimes, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
All right, please continue, and please try not to interrupt each other or talk over each other.
Can I just add to about the science argument? So I would say that science is just something to try to explain what's already there. So because that's the case, then you would have to ask yourself, well, what made what's already there?
Yeah.
And that's where the conversation of God comes in. And
Exactly.
when I was telling you about the experience of a person who has undeniable evidence to show that he is speaking to his creator, being that he has all attributes of his creator, he has things that only his creator would know, and things that only his creator would be able to do. It would have, like, just like you said, just like you said, it would
Never
have to be
undeniable.
like by process of elimination. It would have to be his creator speaking to him. Otherwise, like, it would just be pure denial of
It's never undeniable, though. That's the problem. Objection.
So if in that, I don't know anyone's names because my eyes are now closed, but anyways, the person that was previously giving that example, if that gosh, I lost my thought, but it connects. Give me 1 second. Okay, so if it's something undeniable in all of this, I'm going to pretend that's science for a second. Now relate that to your belief about science, which is like, well, we know science is in flux, and that's therefore why we trust it. Why would you not trust something that you feel is undeniable and then just say, well, maybe in 10 years, then I will find new evidence and then I will change my mind? Why would you deny it just because it's God? It seems like you accept anything else that's except for God.
By virtue of being unprovable or disprovable, it's not a definite.
But you just
and
said
it
that
should never be treated as such.
Science.
I think
that was
the problem
argument you gave for giving
well,
yourself.
No.
trust in
I think the
science.
problem.
I think you're misunderstanding me.
Sorry.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you because what I thought you were saying was that yes, science, changes over time and is able to admit that it was wrong about something, and I also accept science, but I wouldn't accept that if it was God's claim.
Well, the difference is that Christianity, they are unwavering and they are unwilling to listen to logic, whereas
That's not true.
people that prescribe to science are willing to bend their beliefs, right, and to learn something new when new
That's
facts.
not true.
When
That's not true.
When
Otherwise,
new
you would be
facts.
open to believing in God.
My whole thing.
Okay. Well.
One at a time.
That's true because then you would be open.
When new.
I'll stop. Sorry, you guys go ahead. I'll stop.
Hang on, Andrew.
No. Sorry,
Hang
I'll
on.
stop. I'm over speaking.
No, it's okay, Effie. I do ask. Just be conscious that female voices tend to get drowned out. So, yeah. So even if Effie and I do not agree, I would appreciate it if you guys would not talk over her.
I don't think I was though.
Bro, accountability.
I'll let her finish.
Yeah, I think you heard me.
Which is fine. It's okay.
Thank you.
And
If I was, I
like I said, it happens.
No, it's okay.
And you're talking over me right now.
Sorry.
Zinga.
So that's the thing. Like please be conscious of letting other people finish their sentences. That's all I'm asking. Go ahead. I was going to actually address Effie.
Yeah.
I personally you said that you claim that God is undeniable, but by virtue of you leaving the possibility open that he can be disproven, that is by very nature not undeniable, or that is deniable. So I guess that's where my confusion is.
Right. Yeah. So just to answer that question, so that's why I gave the example of this being an intelligent mind that is able to react, to certain things and speak to them in certain ways, to where they are not able to say, "Oh, this is any other spirit outside of my Creator," because of the attributes, and then, you know, the things that he tells them, like saying that, you know, this is your creator. And you know, like you asking him questions and saying, oh, well, this must be like a certain energy, but then him proving to you that it is outside of time, meaning that it can't be an energy, or like it proving to you that it can do certain things, or like tell you certain things, or know certain things about you, that shows that this is an intelligent being, that, you know, more than likely this is like the, you know, your creator. Like that's just kind of like the conclusion of it. Like, so like say like he's given no other reason to believe that this is anything else other than your creator. You know, so like if I mean, I've given you, you know, a few different examples, but I'm only telling you guys this because this has been happening to me every day for almost 7 years now.
Oh.
It started in 2019, in the middle of May, and this spirit, this touch, haven't left since. It's still here right now.
Real quick, I think Strive wants to interject something.
Nah, I have a question for him. What he believe, or he ate this with you guys?
No, I'm a Christian, bro.
Randy's a Christian.
Can't tell?
Nah, I'm lost. Cause you was talking about how to explain that we believe something spiritual. All right, go ahead, proceed. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I ain't buying.
I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
I wanted to know if you was a believer, you was against it. Like I wasn't sure where you was standing at.
Do you believe it now?
Believe in what specifically?
Sure. Oh, glory to God.
Not you, him.
Who, him? Him? Who?
You.
Nah, you.
You.
Oh, him. Sorry.
Yeah, I follow Jesus. I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was kind of confused myself. But yeah, guys, this is like, you know, kind of a long story. So, I mean, if you guys want to know a little bit more in depth, I have a full story on my TikTok account that kind of goes a little deeper in it. I mean, it's like still a lot of detail that I missed out on because you can't make a video that too long, over 10 minutes. But this is like 6 years, almost 7 years of information that I can give you guys about this experience.
So how do you hear God? How many voices you got in your head?
No, it's not a voice. It's not a voice. It's an intelligent touch that responds to my actions, thoughts, feelings, emotions.
Hold on. He gives you like wait, now, let me stop being funny.
It's not a voice.
Intelligent touch. All right, so my brain sends like really fast messages to my toe, right? And then my mouth says "ow," right? And
Yo, keep this fool.
Hold on, I have a point. I give you my word. I'm going somewhere. He said intelligent touch, right? And okay, you see, you lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
You're talking about the intelligent mind.
Yeah, like God talks to us, bro. Like I don't know if you read the scripture, but this is an atheist live and all that. But I'm not here to like. God is a small, still voice. Like He talks to us in different ways, and for you to sit, go ahead, man.
No, I agree. God definitely speaks to us in certain ways. You know, even in the Bible it says that in the last days that He will pour out His Spirit upon all flesh. And
okay, but how does He talk to you directly? Like I want to know you. Like, and you said intelligent. Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah. So this is well. Let me just start from the beginning. So in the middle of May in 2019, I was in my living room one day, and I was just thinking about God. Like God was just on my mind heavily. I was just walking around, and out of nowhere, I felt this touch on my body. It was like I couldn't see it. Like it's not like a voice or anything. It was just like something that you can feel. You know what I'm saying? Like how you all can like close your eyes and like touch your arm, but like you felt it, but like you couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? So like it was something that I just felt out of nowhere, and I kind of stopped in my tracks. I was like, "What was that?" And I kind of brushed it off for a minute. I was like, okay, let me just go back to thinking about what I was thinking about. And I went back to thinking about God. And as soon as I was thinking about God again, the touch came back. But this time was like multiple touches around my body. So I was like, okay, so let me like think about something else. Because it's like, this is weird. So I started to think about something sport related. I like the NFL or something. So I was thinking about that. and I didn't feel anything when I was thinking about that. So I was like, okay. So let me go back to thinking about God. And as soon as I started to think about God, these touches came back like automatically. So I was like, okay, so it's like coming back within the time that I would think about God.
You said it's hard to explain. I'm trying to help you. I give you my word. Don't feel like I'm trapping you. If I'm doing too much, just tell me and I'll stop.
No, ask any question.
Atheists would tell you, an atheist or anybody else would say, look, bro, what you experience could be mental health, right? I'm not saying that you're crazy. I'm not saying none of that. But however, if we take a God out of the equation for a second, what you experience is not something quote unquote normal. Right. Correct? Do you follow me?
No,
now you still pay taxes, you're still part of the world, you're still rocking with us. So then how can we just allow that to go on without saying like, yo, you might need a therapist, you might need to be able to talk to somebody, because it's not normal. How do you how do you respond to that?
Yeah, so I would say that because we all know that God is able to do anything, like he can take all of us out here at the same time if he wants to.
Did you do any drugs?
Randy?
No, like guys, I don't take any drugs. I'm not on like any like medications or anything.
Really quickly.
I'm so sorry. I said drugs. Damn.
Yeah.
DRU.
TikTok say substances.
Yeah,
also,
you can't say that word, bro.
Really quickly, Randy. I do have to ask. Have you spoken to any mental health professionals about this, or even just your doctor?
No, I don't have. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of people. You know, don't get me wrong.
Have you spoken to a medical professional about this?
Yeah, I mean, a medical professor. They're not able to understand because this is something that's supernatural. This is, I mean, like the brother said, because this is something that has an intelligent mind. Like that's where this conversation started.
You say you felt a touch.
I'm a little concerned. Honestly, Randy, like.
Go ahead.
It does concern me a little bit because there are such things as like peripheral hallucinations. That there's different types of hallucinations that it's not all like it's not all visual. It's not, some of it is like you can feel it, or you hear something, or you smell something, or you can even taste something. So, that's why I'm concerned. So,
you don't do no drugs. You don't drink.
I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong or anything like that, but
that's okay.
My personal recommendation is to bring this up to even if you just go to your regular doctor and bring this up, because there could be something going on, and if there is something going on, it would be really good for you to get that get help with that. So
take a look.
Just let me respond to that real quick, bro. So look, I get all of those points. Look, I've thought about all those things, trust me, for years. Saying because this. Hold on, bro. Please let me.
Yeah, bro.
So, because I've thought about these things a lot, and because this touch, not only so if this was anything else, that just can't be explained, you have to ask yourself, why does it? But you just listen. You have to ask yourself, why does it have a certain type of mindset that only the God of the Bible has? So it convicts me of every sin that I've committed from that point to now. Every sin that I've ever committed, it responded within that moment. Every time that something was on my heart, it responds in that moment. Every time that I ask him a question.
How do you know that that's not just your subconscious, though? That's
because my subconscious
Hang on.
Go ahead.
First off, hang on. Try not to overtalk. Real quick, Coco, are you still here? Are you able to hear?
To be honest, you did overtalk.
Okay. Never mind.
I didn't mean to. My bad.
The whole speech.
Go ahead, man.
Let Randy finish.
Oh, it's my turn?
I am letting Randy finish. I was just going to ask Coco something.
Go ahead, so I can finish after you say what you say.
It's okay. Coco isn't here right this second.
Wow. Okay, Randy.
Okay, so just to go back to it, so you would have to ask yourself if this touch has a certain mindset that the God of the Bible. Listen, bro.
Yo,
if this touch
bottom
has,
left needs to shut the fuck up.
Please, bro. I'm not trying to be like disrespectful.
Strive,
Like,
if you keep interrupting, I will drop you. I'm really not in the best mood right
the
now.
voice is in my head. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no, shut the fuck up,
Still,
bro.
Thank you, man.
just let other people talk.
So you would have to ask yourself. So, this touch itself has an intelligent mind first and foremost. It only responds within specific moments, not just randomly, or not just like it's not something that that is just in my head like I can control. It's something that I can't control at all. Like it just came out of nowhere. Like from 2018 on down, I never felt any type of touch, like anything. But just from that point on, just when I was thinking about God randomly, it just came out of nowhere and it never left. But it has the attributes of an intelligent mind, an intelligent being, and a divine being. And if it has the intelligence and the mind of God, and it specifically says things like the God of the Bible is the only true God. Every other God is a false God. And if it says things that the Bible agrees with, and it mentions things that the Bible agrees with, and only the Bible agrees with, then by process of elimination, like this can't be something that I created in my head, or this can't be something that would just show up within itself that is outside of God. If you understand that only God can do certain things that something inside of time can't do. So that's why I said from the beginning.
I am gonna interrupt you again. Hi, Coco. How are you?
Hey.
How are you feeling about this topic?
I'm
wondering if this is paneling on.
Is that the host?
Yeah, that's the host.
Where were you at, bro?
Hang on, guys. I'm talking to the host.
Sorry, I missed him.
Sorry. How do you feel about paneling on wellness? Because I'm not sure.
I am probably gonna go to sleep in like 10 minutes.
The fuck?
Oh, okay. Well, that works.
And also,
well, really quickly, Randy. I'm gonna take back over really quickly. Hope you don't mind, Coco. But Randy, respectfully, I feel like you should definitely go speak to a doctor about some of this stuff, because the brain can, the human brain can do a lot of interesting things to us, and so what I'm going to say is I'm going to very gently let you back down into the comments. Please go and seek some, just seek an opinion. That's all. You don't have to take them seriously.
Can I say something?
Seek an opinion, and I don't really feel comfortable with paneling on wellness.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, actually, before you say something, the first comment I read when I came back was Bored Agnostic's comment, and she said, like, a touch that you can't stop or something like that, and, like, I literally laughed out loud. I was like...
Yeah, he's a little sexual about it, but passionate, you know?
Yeah, but, yeah, go ahead.
Passionate.
Yeah, I like...
Is it...
I understand
are you a
this
mod?
is religion, but I've... Me?
Yeah, she's a mod.
Oh, okay. It makes sense, because I was wondering where the host...
Self-proclaimed co-host, but not really.
Okay, where were you at, host?
I was celebrating. I had a debate today that was awesome.
Bro, I saw your prompt. I was waiting for you. But your mod did a great job.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. Plum's like one of the best mods.
I'm amazing.
Plum, you're amazing.
Thank you.
You kept me in check, and that's not easy.
Yeah, dude, board agnostic, bro. Board agnostic. Wait, hold on. To address the comments, board agnostic, bro. I gotta tell you, like, I hosted an event today. We had like nearly 1,000 people up in here. Like, it was litty as a bitch,
1,000?
bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, bro, like, Mike was debating. Mike Burgundy was debating Edna Mode on Trans Women Are Women. I made $100 from the live stream. Like, it was.
Yeah.
That's it.
Crazy. And like, I'm uploading the debate onto YouTube literally right now. Like,
you
we
got
are
YouTube?
working.
And this guy comes and tells you he felt Michael Jackson from the dead.
Go. Hey, Michael Jackson does magic, bro.
Go. Hey, go ahead, bro. Look at you, dog.
All right. Stop
Pegasus
riding.
lets you achieve what you want. That's Andrew. Shut the fuck up. Oh my
Stop
God.
riding
You tell
this
everybody to
dick.
shut the fuck up all the time.
I will
Please
not shut
find
the
your
fuck
own
up.
goddamn mute button for the love of God.
I
Andrew.
love God.
Damn, I understand, but please, I'm trying to hype up Coco. He's out here achieving his dreams, bro. He's out here working hard for what he wants. Look at you. And then, Andrew, you're going to ask some dumbass question like, where's the host? You saw him walk into the screen, bro. Look at your phone every once in a while. Anyways. Good job, Coco. I'm proud of you, dog. You're doing the damn thing. You're doing it, dude. I'm proud of you.
Hell yeah, Lady debates, bro. It was pretty cool. I'm literally tired. Like, we gotta finish this shit up.
Board
Agnostic,
agnostic.
I am
You're very
so.
board agnostic. Rhymes with obnoxious. Just so you know.
Yeah, fat toe, bro. Chill out.
Okay, Andrew, I'm sorry, but the over talking is getting a little much, and I'm not in the best mood right now. Like, fucking seriously. That said, Agnostic, I am so jealous of your fat nap.
Dude, it was nice. It was so nice. And it was on the couch. You know how, like, you get a couch nap?
Oh, those are the
right?
best.
And it was, like, raining outside, dude. Oh, my God. It was so nice.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
I feel like I could run a marathon now, but anyways.
Life is litty, bro. 2 years in picture.
I can't wait to see your debate. Are you gonna clip just the debate that you had? Or are you just clipping the whole event?
The whole event. It's gonna be like the debate, and then also like all the conversations, like the whole thing.
You should chop it, bro. Chop it.
Yeah, I could probably chop out like some key moments.
I mean,
for
that's
sure.
just more. That's just more videos, right? More content.
Yeah, but
Did people
no,
lean more
it was
toward-
crazy.
Oopsie-daisy, sorry.
How many debates was it, dude?
It was one, and yeah, it was the Trans Women Are Women, and then Mike Burgundy versus Edna Mode, and
shit.
like there was like nearly like 1,000 people in here.
Edna Mode has
I
crazy
know it's
following, dude. And Edna Mode is so petty. It's so crazy.
Dude, he was
He won.
What was
Like,
the majority response? Like,
technically,
what
like,
side were they leaning?
Well, like technically.
Hang on, what did you... Hang on just a second. I'm going to interrupt really quick. What did you just say, Strive?
Not me.
Nah, because she said something about Shorty has crazy followers, and I said Jesus got more followers. Just FYI.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
Kelvin, why?
Yeah.
Plum, you are
Put
so
on the spot. It was
Plum.
supposed to be like a low sneak one, but I thought you caught it. And she just put it on the spot, kind of like awkward now.
Plum is so good-hearted, trying to hear what you have to say, and it was not.
So innocent. I get it.
I'm not good-hearted. I'm in a bad mood.
But also,
I thought I heard something else.
But also, Elfie, what were you saying?
That was a
No,
sweet
it
thing
was
that you did.
me.
Oh, what were you saying, Elfie?
It's Effie, like your two F's.
Oh, Effie. Oh, okay.
It's okay. No, I wanted to know what was the majority, like were people leaning more toward one side of the debate than another?
So like, I think Mike Burgundy did a really good job, but like the poll did lean in favor of Edna, but I think there are more Edna fans in here than Mike Burgundy fans. So
I don't know these people. I'm sorry, I'm not really on mine too much. Is one is pro and one is opposed, obviously.
Yeah, Mike Burgundy is a vegan, pro-trans individual, and then Edna, I don't think he's anti-trans. He just was arguing that trans women are not women.
I mean, that's transphobic for sure. But yeah, Edna definitely has a larger social media presence, I think, than Mike does. Specific to this topic, I think I've only ever heard Mike debate veganism, so it was cool to see something different. Or should I say, it will be cool to see something different because I ain't seen it yet.
Yeah, actually, Mike could have showed up on his bigger account. His bigger account has like 640 something thousand followers, but he showed up on his like 14,000 followers account. And Edna had like 34K followers. So
because he's trying to hide. He's in the DM.
Oh, he turned on his camera too. Like he was all the way here.
Ryan Mullins, and then Ryan Mullins, and now Mike. You cooking, bro. You cooking.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
Boy, look like
Coco, bro.
Yo,
super proud of Coco. Coco's awesome.
Board agnostic, bro. What I tell you, bro. 2 PhDs, like Ryan Mullins versus Kirshner. I did that debate, and that was like litty. And then I get this debate with like Mike Burgundy. Yo,
you just need to keep on doing shit like this. Keep this shit up. And then put this shit on YouTube.
Yeah.
Get this.
Like
be like next Jubilee or whatever.
Yeah, like
YouTube is.
Oh, go ahead. But
it on YouTube or just here on TikTok?
The Ryan Mullins one is on YouTube, and I posted it on 5 different channels, and then this one's going on YouTube on like 3 different channels.
You had like 500. You had like 500. I think at one point. How many people do you have for the Ryan Mullins?
I think I'm not even sure. Because like they're philosophers, but they're not really like present on TikTok. So like I had like close to 100 people for that debate.
But the one, the trans one that's like you wanted 500 or 700 at one point.
Oh no, for this one it was 800.
So there's more gay people than straight people. Got it.
Well, the thing is that there's a lot less nerds. That's what it is, right? Like philosophy is so niche, and the people that actually enjoy those types of conversations there's such few people that actually enjoy those types of conversations. So to have a platform like that specifically just on TikTok, that's pretty big too.
And I think the best you can do is like Ian or Blitz. And that's not true because Q-Top, I've actually seen Q-Top amass like 1,000 views.
Yeah.
Like it was Q-Top. Like Q-Top he's done that pretty consistently. But it's only when he's like going against some big name Muslim channels. So it'll be like him versus some big name Muslim, and they discuss philosophy, and they'll amass like 1,000 views there.
But it's been pretty lit. PhDs to like big creators. I wonder what's next.
Look at you go, Coco.
Look at you. Is that Haru? Wait, was that?
Look at Coco's freaking smile, dude. Look at him.
Wait,
exhausted.
Hey, Coco, is that Haru below me?
Wait, what?
Good job.
Is that Haru below me, or is that someone else?
Haru? Doing what?
That sounds like Haru. What? Water agnostic sounds like Haru.
Oh no.
I don't even know who that is.
But yeah, folks.
Coco, you just need to get your philosophy up, and then you'll be killing the game. But like, now, I think Coco, you're better than most people. Like, you're actually better than like at least you've been on this space that you understand the bad arguments that's given at least.
Yeah. Oh, and also like,
you debated somebody today?
Wait, me? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what I thought you said. Gotcha.
Also, tonight I literally went from like 10 10,800 to like 11,200. So like there's a bunch of people Mania like follow back, and also we crossed 11,000. Whoa!
In one night, in one debate.
In one debate.
Bro, that's what you gotta do. You just do more big name trans debates.
Yeah, maybe I should do like a vegan debate next, because well, I don't know if that'll like bring people in, but like the trans topic is bringing people in, which is really weird. Well,
do politics. Do some politicalness.
Yeah, probably Dean or Parker or like
it was Lynn. But I think there's other people that outside Dean and Parker that's just as valid, honestly.
Yeah. No, I would like I would like to do the topic, is Donald Trump a good president? And then get a matchup for that. And I know somebody who could debate that, actually.
Yeah. They would need to be big enough. Like they need to be like in the hundreds, so like in the 100K region.
Yeah. But anything else, folks? About to call it a night.
Wait, hold on, Coco, hold on. I came up here, hold on, to this question here.
Yeah. You want me to answer this tonight?
Nah, real quick. Like, I was just watching, what's that movie, Iron Man? The guy puts like 5 rings and he snaps his finger and everything just like, I
think he's talking about, Endgame.
Yeah.
Alright, so we know, right, like, there's like multiple, all that. I believe that stuff is really happening spiritually.
Well, still, can you provide the argument?
My point saying that the Bible is like being every other God, so that's why we should trust,
Yeah, but provide the argument why God exists.
Cause we boxing everybody out. Ain't nobody. The Muslims like the last one standing.
That's not an argument.
Well, folks, good night. No, keep going.
Nah, Bobby G. The argument, no argument. So the Bible claims to be.
I understand the Bible claims that. I'm asking for like the argument though.
What do you mean? What's the question? What?
The argument. Why the Christian God exists? Or God exists at all? I just thought, give an argument why God exists.
I mean, what was the point? What's the point of our existence then? Like, I mean,
what does that even mean there? Like, I don't. Okay, let me. I'm gonna go a little meta. Like, what do you? This is an interesting question, and maybe I want to know its strive. Do you question what's the point of God's existence?
That's above my pay grade.
Hey, hold on. Kelvin, let me help you, please, Kelvin. This is a different space than the spaces that you frequent, Kelvin. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you right now, bro. You're not equipped, dog. Okay? I appreciate you. I got love for you, but you're not equipped for this conversation right now.
It's okay. I'm interested. I'm having fun. But like, why?
You gotta meet him where he's at. No offense to anybody, but
all I'm interested in, right, is his reasoning, if that makes sense, right? But this is something I've always find fascinating.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, this is something I find fascinating. What you've done, Strive, is this. You said something like, without God, there is no meaning, right? Like, I guess we have no meaning. But I'm now curious, like, if, say, God never created, just in the world where God exists alone, is there meaning? But you said that's above your pay grade. But I'm not too sure what meaning is doing here. Also, Lewis, I got a job too, so, haha. So,
Bobby, I'm telling you, Bobby, respectfully, you got to bring it down to his level, dog.
And in English, please.
Shit down.
Look. Let me make sure you had. This is a little bit outside. This is non sequitur, but this is just something psychological that I've noticed. You have said if there's no God, there's no meaning, right? Something like that. I don't want to straw man you. I just want to make sure.
No, I don't think I ever said that. That don't make sense. Without God, there's no. What I'm saying is, like, God created me. He gave me a purpose, a reason.
Right. Okay. Maybe let me not straw man. I don't want to straw man you there because I thought I heard you say that. Maybe I could have been wrong. Then if that's the case, then just give the argument for God. Then.
Yo, this conversation is really low tier. Holy shit! I didn't realize it was this bad.
No, I give you my word. I'm trying to rock with Bobby.
I thought he said something interesting at first, but maybe because I thought I heard him say like, because I thought it was the generic, hey, if there's no God, there's no meaning type of bit, and I always find that's interesting because I'm not too sure what that meaning language actually is doing there. But if he's not saying that,
Bobby, what's your question, Bobby? What's your question?
If you're not saying that, just give the argument for God, I guess. If you're just saying,
you want an argument that there's a God? Okay, our existence, my body's too complex. My brain sends messages to my toes in the speed of light, and my mouth says out.
All right, Coco, you can end the live. It's all good.
Okay, bro. That's what I'm saying, dude. You gotta meet him where he's at. He doesn't understand straw man.
He threw a whole wrench in this. I didn't even
Kelvin, I told you you're not equipped, dude. I told you you're not equipped for this conversation. They're gonna chew you up and spit you out very easily. He doesn't know what a straw. He doesn't know what a straw man is. He doesn't know how to craft an argument in that way, right? His justification for believing his God is pretty much personal experience alone. So there's no justification that would suffice that.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's
what you got for me, Luis?
That's it.
Luis got the best meme for you.
Look at me. I've become a Kelvin translator. Look at you, dude.
Bobby, you're lucky an angel. Ugh.
Thank you.
What?
Hi, Louis.
Louis, I would have loved to done the taxing with your friend, but I just haven't done taxes in so long, so I wouldn't even know how to start there. But
But you got anything for me, Luis, before I go? Oh, is he?
Okay, so look, the question is, why should I believe?
I'm sorry, I just.
He said nope.